the Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
B3, A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c-pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hello everyone, welcome to the last round of the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2022. We know the winner, Jan-Krzysztof, won it all, but today is still very relevant. We have the battle for second place between Ding and Nakamura. If Ding wins, he's second. If he doesn't win, it's Nakamura. Here to discuss what this all means is the legend, Judit Polgar, and David Howell's back, putting the band back together. How are you guys doing?
Hi everybody, I'm extremely excited for round 14, even though we have the winner already. Hi David.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I feel like I'm gate crashing the party at the last moment. I'm also getting big FOMO. I wish I was out there in Madrid, very jealous of everyone out there. But yeah, I've been watching from afar, and obviously it's a strange time to come in now that Nepomniachtchi's won, but hopefully some fire on the board in the last few games, and obviously this one big matchup which could still have a lot of importance. Oof. I'm inclined to say no. I'm not sure why. Just feel like his tournament has fizzled slightly after a bit of a high. But Judit, what do you think? Chances for Ding?
Well, seeing the players making so many mistakes by now, it is very hard to predict, to be honest, because I was extremely optimistic about Ding, seeing him playing the way he played in those 3 rounds where he started to win one game after another. So that was extremely exciting, whether he can go on and win all the games at the end of the candidates. And then he was losing this game against Rajabov, which was quite a big break in this speedy winning, right? So that stopped him, and that was not a very good sign, the way he lost there against Rajabov with white in 25 moves or something like that. So I don't know. Well, somehow I would predict that Hikaru will be number 2.
It feels like anytime anyone's in a must-win situation in this tournament, it seems to backfire. So yeah, we'll see. Nakamura is super solid.
On the other hand, when you have to win, it means that you have to, and you have no choice than to give everything all in, right? Mm-hmm. So it's good in some ways when you don't have to think about anything, just that only the win what counts, if it counts at the end, the second place.
I'm also going with draw. I haven't been that impressed with Ding as white in this tournament. He lost 2 white games, which is, I would guess, out of character for him. And he didn't seem to have that much punch. So let's see what he does today. Nakamura will play the Nimzo 2e6. And I doubt Ding will want to repeat what he did against Rajabov. So I'm curious if he has anything up his sleeve.
Yeah, Nakamura is well known. He's got a really set repertoire here, right, in the Queen's Gambit Declined. So Ding needs something in the opening. Otherwise, Nakamura might be able to force things.
Nakamura changing it up. C5. He's going for the trendy stuff. Will we see the CD5, CD4 line? One of these dry cleaner variations where a lot of pieces disappear.
The Berlin of 1d4, right?
This is the kind of chess Judit loves.
Well, I love it if it's not theory, if you can just play.
It's very theoretical, though, I have to warn.
Who is playing for a win?
Ding
you think really like, I have to win no matter what? This is the type of system you do?
No, you'll have to avoid this, but it's not so easy. Like, we'll see. Maybe Nakamura just wants to go knight takes d5. But no, Ding plays e3, which is a sign. Okay, I might not get an advantage, but at least we keep pieces on the board.
I want a long game.
Knight c6, and now either cd or a3.
Well, I think it's a very logical choice to go e3 to keep the position, even though it's nothing.
Still not easy to get a game, like a3, dc4.
Hikaru played also not perfectly yesterday, which we up to today, we don't know exactly whether he blundered or sacrificed. What do you think, David? Have you seen the game of yesterday between Hikaru and Duda? What was your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I probably didn't look in as much detail as you guys, but yeah, it was really odd. I remember I played through a bit after the game had finished, and I got to this moment where he lost a pawn, and it took me a long time to figure out.
The debate is whether it's a sacrifice or a kind of a blunder.
Yeah. I mean, knowing Nakamura, it's a blunder, but because he won the game, he'll tell everyone it's a sacrifice. But
Okay.
I mean, if it were me, I would see knight h7 and I'd think, oh, I'm just losing a pawn, blunder. But he made it work, right? He had some kind of control, some kind of compensation throughout.
So a3, dc4 on the board. This is supposed to be the smartest move order. Bishop c4, a6. We get some sort of queen's gambit accepted, where white has committed to a3 and knight c3, which are not the dream moves in every line. And Ding blitzes out bishop d3. This I'm not very familiar with, I have to admit. So at least he came with a game plan.
Yeah, I must admit, I've played this as black quite a few times, and bishop d3 I've never looked at, just castles b5, that's quite forcing. And yeah, bishop d3, interesting. Just heading for an IQP position.
Yeah, black could just take and play bishop e7, I guess. You probably don't want to go bishop e7 directly, then these dc5 positions. It's going to be a little awkward.
Well, it still doesn't look like a great fireworks in there, but I understand that like, you can press it.
You get all these classical Rubinstein ideas, like whoever goes knight e4 first, I was told is better. Here, white might have a chance. b5, I'm not sure about, might also be a move. But still, you go dc. I don't think white is so unhappy there. We'll see how Hikaru handles it. He's probably surprised by bishop d3. It's not like he's played this setup all his life. So hard to believe he's looked at sidelines here. Do we ignore the other games today, or do we look at them?
Well, I think we should. Let's see what Nepomniachtchi is doing with black. It's some queen d7 stuff is going on there.
Oh yeah, this is.
So finally, without pressure, he can play. At the same time, he said he doesn't want to finish the game badly, so he ruins the after tournament party of celebration, right?
Well, this is a famous move, I think. Fabi played it first, maybe against Vitugov in Baden-Baden. It looks very dumb, but it had some sense to it. For starters, it stops knight takes e4, followed by queen d8 and knight g5. I'm not sure if it's the main line or knight c5 is the main line here, but queen d7 has been around.
Well, I'm pretty sure. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just going to say there have been some articles in UN Chess on this move. It's quite a popular one nowadays.
Okay.
Carry on. Sorry, carry on.
No, I think simply that, I mean, the way Duda played made the blunders yesterday. I think he must have had a difficult evening and maybe night. At the same time, I believe that still it would be such a great finish for him to try to win, and possibly if he could win against the winner of the tournament, that would be kind of a compensation for yesterday's misplayed game. So I'm pretty sure that the game will be a serious one here.
Yeah, and he's not choosing a quote-unquote solid line to pretend a bit against the Petrov, like this d4, knight e4, d5. It's already a complicated structure. So kudos to Duda, who keeps fighting even after all the drama of the last couple rounds.
Yeah, and that happened
in... didn't get bishop c5.
Oh, bishop c5 is fun. Yeah, but that happened to Nepomniachtchi last year, right? When he won the candidates, he also lost the final round against Ding. So
yeah, exactly.
Repeat itself.
He was very unhappy.
Is this supposed to be a forced draw now? I saw some game
showing 0-0, but like your king is on g6. I'm not sure Judit agrees with this.
Well, at first, that's not the most obvious assessment. That equal, right?
Bunch of perpetuals here and there.
Yeah.
But Nepomniachtchi was not interested. Now, yeah, we get this somewhat normal structure. The knight goes to e6, black wants c5, knight c6. Then have a look around. It's too complicated for me.
All the pieces are on the board. This is promising. Do you think black's going to castle kingside, queenside? You can go both ways in these types of positions, right?
I think Fabi went for some c5, knight c6, b6, bishop b7 long castles in that one game, I recall.
Meanwhile, yeah.
Well, I think this game is definitely for 3 results, because white can easily go wrong and get a worse position, which Jan was just mentioning the plan. That's like, wow, what a plan for black. It looks so beautiful. You just didn't finish the full plan. After making c5, knight c6, b6, bishop b7, long castle, And then G5, H5, G4, H4, just to complete the whole, getting the space and pushing white back, right? So
basically a forced win for black, this position.
That's
Well,
refreshing.
if you give me this position, I can make 10 moves and I'm winning immediately.
The Petrov, that's been the key.
Think about knight f4. Let's grab the bishop. But I don't think that's a
Ah,
good
you
idea.
got the position away.
Nah, this loses too much time. Okay, let's look at the other games, but they're boring. No offense. It's just slow structure. We've seen plenty in this tournament already. Richie, he's slowing things down again against Rajabov. And we have the same in Fabi versus Alireza. Still, this is not a line white plays for a draw. No, this is a line to get a long game and maybe squeeze something out. So everybody's trying, even in the last round. That's impressive, actually.
Yeah, the fighting spirit, what they have, it is quite impressive.
They're just trying to delay the party tonight. They want a 7-hour game, keep everyone waiting, and keep you guys in the commentary seat. Yeah, with this structure.
Party's tomorrow, I've been told.
Yes, the
okay.
closing ceremony is going to be tomorrow, just to make sure that nobody is ruining the party with the long game. So let's go back to the game.
And he played b5. That's interesting. I think I would have preferred c takes d. But now we get the structure, which looks a little dry, but it's quite venomous.
It's white half a tempo up here after black moves the bishop. Also, where should black move the bishop? D6.
The bishop goes here, the position looks reasonably symmetrical. As I said, the rule is whoever gets 94 first, for 95 is better. So let's do it.
And if we just take and bishop b7, oof.
Stuff.
It's going to be some checkmates
Yeah,
on the king side.
So in C2?
I don't know if queen c2, even if I castle, I think I'm better, but if we can win material, we can try.
But I'm not sure. Is it you
But I know f5 rook c8 is coming, and I'm scared already. But at 94, maybe shouldn't be too scared.
No, but I thought maybe rook c8, bishop h7, king h8. I would take it.
Already?
I would take the bishop, but for now I can't.
Later.
Not yet.
Super sharp.
Yeah, but even castles there, I don't think it's.
So what do you think how Nakamura is handling such a position? Is he happy that it's a symmetrical position?
No, I think he knows it's not trivial. He goes bishop back to e7. What will depend on the next couple moves. Can peter out easily, but this knight on c6 is so misplaced if you're not in time to exchange it. Like if you put the knight on d7 and you go bishop b7, nothing can ever happen to you. But with the knight on c6, there's always these themes of timely knight e4 or sometimes e4, e5. I think it's actually a deceptively sharp position. So Dane probably not unhappy with this.
At least he's taken the sting out of knight e4 now by putting his bishop back on the square, right?
Okay, we go bishop b2, passes first.
Queen e2 for white at some point before knight e4, I guess. Yeah, I'm excited. This one could get exciting.
Is Hikaru wearing the same shirt? No, it's a different shirt, yeah.
Chess players hate changing shirt, right? That's the rule. He just won yesterday. Why change shirt?
But no, but I think it's different. We brought a lot of checkered shirts.
Yeah, and the other game's also developing. Duda against Nepomniachtchi. I'm trying to count how many times white's moved the bishop, how many times black has moved the knight.
So let's start with the knight. One, two, three, four. Just four.
Just four.
The bishop probably also four, no? One, two, no, just three.
It's only three, back and forth.
That must mean white's doing well, right? Saved one move.
But of course, the bishop stands much better on d3, controls the f5 square. That's an important one.
Now the plan of g5, h5 lost a bit in strength.
I think, yeah.
It's a bit disappointing.
So how's the atmosphere been in Madrid? What have you guys been up to? I've seen some blitz tournaments. I've seen some chess in the park. I've seen everything. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was in the park, in the Retiro Park in Madrid, playing blitz with Magnus. Did you see that game?
I heard about the results.
Yeah, it was a very theoretical game with the 1,000 timeout system.
I mean, it looked like, I just saw a screenshot of the position in the middle game. It looked like you were way more comfortable.
The final game, you wouldn't think that Magnus was sitting on the other side. Probably people would think that there is a Photoshop work done. If you see the final position.
We need a...
Under the queen up. And then the day after, I was going into the park, another street chess activity where I challenged Anish.
Okay. How did that one go?
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Chess is so much part of the culture, or somehow in the everyday thing in Spain, that people are so enthusiastic that yesterday when I went to the playing hall, which was very nice and very small though, there were like more than 100 or 150 people on the street waiting for the players, as they are waiting rock stars, right, in front of the hotel. But that was something I think very special for the players as well. Though I'm not sure before the game, that's what you are the most happy to do, to give some signatures to your fans. But it was something very special that that the city is a little bit hyped up about the people who are real fans of chess.
Everybody's here or was here, no? Magnus was here, Vichy showed up, like all the chess legends in Madrid. I haven't met anybody though. I'm just doing commentary and partying.
I'm feeling very left out there next time. But yeah, this is exciting, right? Spain, there's so many chess fans. Soon the chess world will switch to India, the attention of the chess world. There'll be people mobbing the players there, I'm sure. Maybe
a lot of expectations on Team England, I heard. Precious.
I'm not sure they'll be mobbing us, but I mean, half these candidates, they're going to be out there playing again in the Olympics.
David is humble, but he's a big star in the chess world now with the Champions Chess Tour commentary. Like everybody will be all over it.
How is England seeded actually in the Olympiad?
I checked the other day. I can't recall.
I think it's around 10th.
Germany was 9, I think, and you guys were in that neighborhood as well.
Yeah.
But can you imagine Norway now is number 4?
I can imagine, because there's no China, no Russia, and they have Magnus, and then they have Tari, Hammer.
Yeah, but I mean, let's say 10 years ago, when Norway showed up with Magnus on the first board, they were not someone who you were automatically calculated that they can win a medal.
But they were 5th in 2014.
Sorry?
They were around, I think they were 5th in 2014, I think.
On rating? Like
no, in the standings.
Yeah, but I mean, by rating,
improved, yeah.
I mean, you didn't see, usually you see the standing who are the favorite by rating, and like Hungary was there for last many decades. Now I'm not sure we'll be there, but then, you know, Norway. So when I was talking to Magnus, we are 4th. So we go there for medal, right?
No, we'll be interesting. Azerbaijan is the 2nd seed. They're the only team other than the US.
Well, okay, with the US, it's hard to.
But then everybody else is more or less the same. Like you see, like 20 teams that have like 2,650 average, more or less. So it's anybody's game.
Judit, you mentioned Vichy is out there in Madrid. Did you get a chance to ask him why he's not playing in the Olympiad? Because that's my one big disappointment.
Well, first of all, he went into politics, kind of, because he's in the team of Arkady, right? So that's already one thing. And the other thing, I see that he's taking completely other role, mentoring the teams of the Indian teams, and somehow he's like keeping everything in order. He's the head of everything.
The Godfather.
That's the feeling I have, that he's really giving the mentorship and guiding the trainings and doing this. This is what I have the feeling for. And I think this way, actually, probably he's also happy to give his spot, because they have so many talents, right? And they have at least 2 teams or 3 teams at the end in the Olympiad. And I can see, I follow it a little bit on Instagram, And I see that they are serious about it. So they have their training sessions and serious work going out there.
Yeah, I mean, just with the way he's been playing lately, his great form, it's so disappointing that he's not like on board 1 and then all the youngsters like board 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be amazing.
Yeah, that could be fun.
But,
yeah.
Yeah,
I asked him about it. He said no, he's very happy with the host role. It's in his city, right? But he will be there. If anybody from any of the Indian teams has any questions, he'll be there, of course, to support. But playing, he felt was too much.
Fair enough.
But it's a pity. A Vichy team with Pragnanda, Gukesh, Nihal, and Erigaisi. First of all, they'd be like the 4th seed or something. Secondly, it would be so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but such a legend and player and personality like Ananda, you can't be everywhere. And really, I think in India, he's so big and huge, role model, star, everything, that I think he also feels that, well, he's been playing so many Olympiads. Actually, maybe not so many, because some period he was not playing that much. Yeah. But maybe he's happy that he's going to be there, and he's going to be able for the first time really to enjoy the essence, what is the Olympiad is, because when you're fighting for every day, you don't have so much time, right, to hang out with.
That's the sweet spot. It's what we're doing. David is the only one who has to sit at the board. Yeah, like we'll be coaching, commentating. You want to be there, but you don't want to play.
Give me 2 years, I'll be I'll be the captain of some random team.
What's King H1? Is Fabi preparing G4? Knight G1 probably, like Levon, yeah? Knight G1 F4.
Yeah, this is a typical plan. I mean, every time I play Luke McShane, he just goes King H1, Knight G1, Knight E2, F4, and sometimes G4, and he'll just mate me.
Yes, you beat me once in like a fun 10-hour game in the structure. You went Knight G1, then G3, F3, move 84, he plays F4, move 110, he plays G5, breaks the structure. Like, it's not fun.
Yeah, the structure is perfect for grinders who love the long games. I'm not really sure what Black does in the meantime. Yeah,
I never understood. King H1, okay. You can suggest moves and the typical plans and so on, but long term it's very hard. What pieces go where?
Yeah, and often you maximize with Black quite quickly. You put your knight on a good square, bishops on good squares, but then what next, right? And yeah, King H1.
What Ali Reza does. It looks like these plans with Knight D7 that he played. This used to be the very main line, all these positions, but they've slightly fallen out of fashion. A bit more Bishop E6 or Bishop G4 or Bishop D6. Just bring the bishop out first has been a little more involved. But I'm sure Ali Reza looked at this. We'll see what he comes up with. The other game looks more or less the same, but here the bishop went here. Knight B3.
Knight B3 is a bit odd. Yeah, if you can't get to A5 and hit some pawns, why Knight B3? That's.
But is this a theoretical line? What we saw the other day, like all these positions look similar.
This was the game.
We've seen something like this, if not exactly this, in Fabi's game, no?
Yeah, I think that's maybe slightly different.
Richie was playing with the
Richie against Fabi, no?
Fabi, yes. So Richie is actually repeating it, right?
I think that might be a slightly different move order because somehow in those positions, if Black goes back to D6 with the bishop, you're supposed to be able to play Knight A5 and it's supposed to be a bit annoying. But here, the Knight A5 is just...
Yeah, just B6, huh?
Yeah.
Or can we grab a pawn? Yeah, we can grab pawn. It was Knight A5.
Wow, okay, maybe.
But maybe he just goes Queen C8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Knight G5.
Knight G5 makes sense, I guess. What else? Yeah, it feels hard analyzing these games after. Slightly less exciting than the others, maybe, but Knight G5, maybe White has some tries dancing around with the knights.
Yeah, she might go here. Bishop G5. Who knows? Expert commentary. He'll play some move.
Yeah, lots of options.
Ding. Somehow I always feel very clever when I play queen b1 in these types of positions. You feel smart. Then later you don't know what to do with your rook, but still it feels nice and you feel very clever.
So why don't you play queen c2 first, bring the rook, and then you put your queen on
Yeah, but
b1.
then you lose a tempo like rook c8. And, not sure.
Maybe you go
Don't
queen
feel as
b1.
clever as I play all these moves.
You can go queen b1, activate the rook via a2 later somehow.
Yeah. So it usually goes. No, queen e2, I guess, is a more normal move. Queen c1, can we take? Queen c2, can we take? It's probably suicide.
Queen c2, bishop b4?
Nah, I think it's suicide.
It's clever though. I guess at the very least, knight takes.
Takes, queen b3, and rook d1. Knight
Yeah,
c5.
knight c5.
Knight c5.
Got. That's why not queen c2. Come on, Ding, play queen b1. You'll feel clever.
And how should black react if he does play queen b1?
I don't know. It's crushing.
h6 or something. I don't know.
6 looks like
Crushing?
looks like a Hikaru type move.
We have a different definition of crushing, I
No.
see. You already put your queen on b1 and play knight d4, and you consider it's a crushing idea.
Queen b1 to me feels like g4 to you. Most aggressive, I get.
Okay, so knight d4. Can black go takes and f5, or
Oof.
that's too much? Yeah, that's too bad. Takes and knight d5. But is it so
No,
bad?
I would just go back and think I'm winning.
Great. Bishop f6.
You don't think it's winning yet?
Well, unless you have queen a2 and I have a pin there. So I just take bishop b2. Okay, rook d1, queen e7.
Yeah, I'm not sure I should go rook d1 or maybe bishop b3 first.
Fine, queen e7.
Maybe it's time for rook a2. No, but in general, white is a little more comfortable here, no?
Queen takes.
Just a little?
Maybe. Yeah, queen a2, rook e8, c1.
Yeah, put a
I'm
rook on
not sure if I
c5.
can go knight e5. It's not enough. Takes.
Rook here.
And knight e4. Yeah, okay. No, I don't do this. If
No,
I
in
do
general.
similar, sorry, can you go back there? Because I might go just king h8 and e5 probably it's not good, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, Ding plays knight e4 directly. He doesn't mind the exchange of queens. Interesting.
Wow, yeah, queen b1. I prefer that one.
So takes. How much is this? It's gotta think it's a little something, or he wouldn't do it, obviously.
Maybe knight e5,
Do it.
knight d4.
Yeah, fair enough.
Or maybe the other way, knight e5, just in case of rook c8. Now it looks less.
Kind of an interesting strategy what Ding is doing, no?
No, but I think
That he just
You got a
wants
good
to have
position.
the pressure.
yeah, but this line, no, as I said, I was surprised by b5. I think after bishop d3, cd4 is a lot more solid than b5 because these symmetrical positions, like they're really your tempo down, it really matters. I like what he's doing.
But it could just fizzle out if Nakamura is, I mean, if he finds a few clever moves. Knight e4.
How do you fizzle?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it all depends on that line, right? If we take
Knight is so stupid. Like you're really dreaming of playing knight d7 in the position.
F5, sorry.
Again.
Yeah,
Again with
sorry,
the F5.
sorry for these mistakes or weaknesses.
For pawn.
Is it huge advantage already for white? I think. Okay, rook
probably
d8.
huge,
Show me. Rook d8, bishop b3, king f7.
maybe it's just long-term suffering. It's not completely clear how you swap everything off.
Are you thinking on e4?
No, I don't think so. Just getting all these squares. Takes is nothing special, yeah?
I don't know, takes, knight e5.
Yeah, it doesn't look so much.
Rook c8.
No, this looks normal. Here.
King f7.
Yeah, it doesn't look that much.
Well, if I can play bishop f6, then it doesn't look much.
No, I agree. Still take white, but it's not.
Well, of course, if you could replace your knight from f3 to c5 immediately, that after bishop f6.
No, I want to rook that back after bishop f6. Knight.
No, it would be better piece there, but you will reach the c5 easier with your rook. That I understand.
There was no rook d7 after f5, or I'm just trying to look for tactics. It doesn't quite work, probably. Fe knight e5 I was hoping for, but just bishop f6.
David is in the mood.
I don't know, knight e5. Oh, knight g5, yeah.
No, but knight e5, I take knight e5. Bishop e5 you take, right?
Yeah. But knight e5, there was bishop f6, I guess, which kills the fun.
Yeah, kills the fun.
Yeah.
For Hikaru.
But this is very forcing, so this is the first thing
this
Nakamura
is hard to avoid if black wants it, right?
Yeah, 94. Smile this.
Actually, f5 can be go straight away. That's also possible, and only after that.
Yeah, then at least I'm not sure we want to, but we can keep the queens on.
Okay.
Yeah,
so f5.
How about then bishop takes c6, knight e5? You just
rook c8 was my plan.
Okay. Bishop d5, I was hoping for some knight dancing.
Yeah, because then, though it's also possible, maybe bishop d5. Can we check that for a second? Bishop d5, knight d7, rook d8, knight b6, right?
You want to go bishop b3?
Bishop b3, I thought, but you take on a8 and knight c7. Bishop d1, knight c7, or rook d1 takes, knight c7.
Maybe a draw somehow after king f7, knight takes a6, bishop d6, but yeah, some chances for white.
Some suffering.
Well, it should be a draw, right? No?
Could be.
Okay, let's give white the benefit of the doubt here, maybe.
But okay, we don't want to give a pawn if it's not necessary, so that's why let's go and play rook c8. And if knight c6, rook c6, rook d7. After king f7, bishop g7 would be a problem.
So it's rook e8 or bishop f8, bishop f6.
I would go bishop f8 and a5 in the next move.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look enough, does it?
Rook b, yeah. You just swap everything off. And looks
f5
like
is on the board. Sorry,
Oh,
sorry,
that's
guys.
yeah.
Maybe it's not good, but I have
It
someone
happens.
else who thinks that f5 is not so bad.
You're not alone.
Yeah.
So the only difference is, as you mentioned, Jan, keeping the queens on. One chance.
Yeah, I'm curious if bishop d3.
But bishop f6, I'm very
Problem is,
fast.
it's not the square I want because I really want to reroute to the other diagonal.
This is the right
No,
move order
this-
because bishop f6 and now your queen is still on d1.
Yeah, also here
Takes
takes
queen
and knight
f6
e5 is
and knight
coming.
d5.
Yeah, it's not in time. You could fish for like a tiny thing here, but it doesn't look very impressive.
Yeah, rook d8, knight e5. That's,
Black has no problem at all.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, knight e4
C2 anyway.
just feels like ding rushed somehow, this knight e4.
Knight e4, I'm also not sure about queen e2 or queen b1 or one of these moves. Like keep your options a bit open. Because then also after h6, I guess these ideas gain in strength.
Do you think they are still in the book?
No, neither.
But then it's very strange that knight e4 was played so fast.
I was a bit surprised. Maybe he's nervous.
Well, okay, that is something natural. But that it shows also that he doesn't have patience to think. That is already unexpected. Bishop c2 is not yet on the board.
No,
Was they not considering f5? Well, now the question is whether he wants to take on c6, right?
Queen takes d1's also possible, right? Just flicking.
But it's a question. Who does it favor to have the queens on the board? I'm not sure it favors white.
Yeah, I mean,
because I have my bishop there.
Yeah, strategically, bishop pairs, they gain in strength, right, in the endgame. So it makes sense to get them off if you can for Naka.
Bishop c6 immediately to keep the queens on. I don't see why.
I don't like giving up this bishop unless we have something very direct.
You go knight e5, bishop b d5, bishop f6 next, rook c8. I mean, d5 bishop is incredibly powerful. I can put my queen on d7, put pressure over the e5 with queen d6.
Yes, it's hard to disagree. It just looks like white's white should be happy to try and equalize here.
Yeah, no, you should keep the bishop.
Yeah, you should keep the bishop, bishop f6, and though I'm not sure bishop f6 here, yeah?
Oh, okay, at least we can think about taking, even though...
But hold on, what happens if black goes a5 instead of bishop f6 now? Bishop b3 will be unpleasant, or what?
I think it will be pleasant.
Yeah, maybe a5 is too optimistic.
A5 isn't the move of someone who's happy with the draw, as Naka probably is. Yeah, I just like to slide.
What about bishop f6?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
And after queen d8, I go rook f d8, and I'm ready to have the double pawns.
Should I go queen d8 here? I'm not sure. Does it take?
And after queen takes?
Not sure. Yeah, there's not much.
I need one move, knight e5.
Is there? Is it time for queen b1 finally?
The queen b1.
Better late than never.
As soon as you've blocked your own diagonal, you might as well.
It would be nice if you had that tempo, like h6 and white to move.
I don't know, knight e7 is also something to consider, I think.
Where are you putting the queen after rook d1? You want to go queen e8, queen g6 and mate me? Yeah, this is ambitious for black, but maybe not strictly necessary. You can get your double pawns if you want.
You can play queen f6 if you want, but then takes and some rook on c1. I don't know.
Yeah,
at least mildly like white, but of course it can. Depends on the next 5 moves, it just fizzles out.
Yeah, at least there's some life here, but after bishop c2, we didn't see any problem with just queen takes d1, right? And rook, what was it? Rook d8,
yeah.
king f7, bishop f6.
Yeah, maybe that's also, given the circumstances, the most practical way.
Hard to imagine too much going wrong there for black.
All right, do that. This position looks nice and random.
Fun position. A5, the last move, and people go h4, attack you just go a5.
Definitely feels like Nepo's back to his old self, just very quick decisions. A5.
What's the point of a5 if I go
rook
a4, let's
a6
say,
one day.
Bring the rook? It's not exactly doing that much.
I've seen more convincing rook lifts, rook swings. Yeah, a4 looks very sensible for white, but also just going for h5 maybe.
Yeah. Because if he wants to push, he could have started with b5 as well.
I would put my prediction on Duda in this game.
Position looks a bit scary, no, with the king here.
I don't like a5. When you play a5, it's like
Computer probably gives a5 as top choice. It loves these moves, but a5, a4.
It goes d4.
that already. I understand.
Is that his intention? Just a5 if white plays a4, then d4 is maybe somehow stronger for black.
Maybe that's what he's trying to. Yeah.
Maybe
But
the
after
b3 square is a
a5,
bit weak.
h5. Still d4. Yeah. No, d4 I understand, of course. That is the way you have to do in this, especially when you have your two knights on c6, e6, you have queen d7, rook d8. So it's quite obvious that you're kind of preparing to push that pawn, right?
Seems focused on that square indeed.
Yeah.
So what else for Duda except h5? Is there a way we can prepare
I
for
don't know if
d4?
bishop e3 stops or no. If it stops d4, then I like bishop e3. d4 takes, knight takes. Takes. Bishop e4.
h4.
Well, the h4 is hanging.
h4 is hanging.
So I'm not sure. Can I go e6?
Oof. Knight takes.
Knight takes. Queen g4. I mean, that a5 move, I don't know if I mentioned that. I'm surprised on that move. I have there a nice, yeah, I like your arrow there. You put on b6. I like the arrow there. Rook d1. Well, so far your bishop is in trouble. But maybe it's no big deal. I don't know. Black can go maybe just bishop e7, knight f5. I don't know.
Muy complicado.
Okay, it's gonna be fun. The other two games are the usual slow developing maneuvering games that we have in these structures. Richie played b3, his favorite move. And yeah, preparing if he has to go knight c4 back to recapture the b pawn. Very logical. b2, of course. And Alireza plays rook f7, probably preparing knight f8 or bishop f8. That's fine.
This is a long game.
Yeah. We're very lucky that even in the last round, they're not in the mood for any quick draws.
So what is the situation? Let's see the situation. What are the alternatives? How it can finish the tournament? Really, what is the realistic?
There aren't that many. Pomnashi won. Ding wins his second. Ding doesn't win. Hikaru's second. And everybody else is trying to improve the situation, but can't get there.
Are there big differences in prize money, for example? The players playing for more than just pride?
Honestly, don't know. I would guess the players aren't thinking about it that much. But I don't know. What's the prize money? It's like 3,500 per half point, and then first prize was something like 48,000, I think, and then it goes down.
Altogether, it's a $500,000 euro prize fund.
36, 20, 24. And okay, so maybe third place is 24 and fourth place is 0, so there's a bit of a difference there. So if Fabi wins, for example, he could still very much finish third. Although he said that he didn't look at the prices, and I believe him, like for these guys, it was about qualifying.
Of course.
I guess it's just because it's the final round and most of them have no.
But what
no
do you
more
think,
chances.
guys? How the players, like what Nakamura has in mind? Does he really think if he's going to be second, he is going to play a World Championship title match, or he's not thinking about this?
Thinking about it a bit, although it's not in his control yet. No, still, but finishing second opens up a lot of doors possibly. The latest news was that Magnus met with Dvorkovic yesterday or the day before yesterday, and they discussed behind closed doors. What I'm curious about though is if they had a one-on-one discussion, and I read sources very close to FIDE and Magnus know about what was talked about. Who are these sources that are both very close to Magnus and to FIDE, and to know what was talked about behind closed doors?
Well, I guess probably FIDE wanted to know the answer by Magnus, whether what does he really think and how he will act. Is he going to be defending his title next year against Nepomniachtchi? Because it's clear already who is the challenger, right? So there is no trash talk anymore that if this guy wins or that guy or new generation or whatever. And then you're not sure how to describe it, that who is the new generation and who is an interesting player to be challenged or whatever. Now there is a very straight question to Magnus that, okay, you were giving interviews where people were confused. We don't know whether second place is something that you take a big bucks home and then you continue your career the way you wanted, or actually you're going to be playing the match of your life and potentially you can become the world champion, right? I mean, let's face it, if Nakamura becomes second, I don't think he gave too much chance for himself that he's going to be playing the world championship title match next year. So there is a huge difference on Magnus's decision. And it's interesting, I met some people, some friends yesterday, and generally I see with people that there is a huge debate whether how much it was nice or fair from Magnus to make such a statement or such a hint that he might defend if someone wins, he's interested or not. What do you think about that? Whether, how fair was it, or is it with his colleagues that before the event he started to leak this out that he's not sure and he's seriously thinking about that?
First of all, I wanted to add that I read, once again, according to these mysterious sources, that Magnus wants the format to be changed, like he's been talking about, including rapid or whatever for a while. So possibly that was being debated. I'd be surprised if that happened, but no clue. And other than that, regarding the fairness part, I think it's also tricky for Magnus because he's just being honest, no? I mean, he hasn't just said this in interviews. We knew even before the match against Nepomniachtchi that if nothing changes, he considered this very likely to be his last match. And then if he's asked about it, he just says how he feels. I don't think at that moment he thought, do I put pressure on Ali Reza, or is it bad news for Ding if he doesn't know if he should play for second or not? Of course, there are implications, but I don't think he gave that any thought. And he just gives an honest answer, which I guess we should be happier about than him not saying anything. But of course, it led to a weird situation. I'm not sure. What should he do though? I mean, I think that's how it feels.
Yeah, there've always been mind games in chess, right? And I don't think the players, I mean, if they can't deal with the fairness or unfairness of small comments like that, then they probably don't deserve to win.
For example, the question is whether Fabiano, he was number 2, 1 point ahead, right, after the first round of the candidates. So would Fabi make different decisions to run for second place, or he was making decisions that he knew that he has to win the tournament? Because in the press conference, for example, Fabiano was asked whether what does he think about Magnus, given answer that he might be just not defending his title, so the second place will be the same value as the first one from this respect. And then he said, well, he doesn't really believe it. I saw also Kasparov's interview the other day where he was asked whether, what does he think about Magnus's giving up his title, right? And I felt from his answer that he would be very surprised if he would really make this decision. But I think Magnus is just a very different world champion. and from the new generation, that he simply wants to enjoy himself. He really loves the game so much that he feels that there are so many difficulties, which he's losing his energy by these things, which is not interesting, which of course some people might think that he's extremely arrogant in this sense, but I think he's really very honest, and he's not playing against, or he doesn't want to do anything bad at all to his colleagues. It's simply he thought about this, he thought he wants to share it, and then of course it's a little mess, because for the players, they don't know what's going on. At the same time, some people say that he should be announcing it before the event, that he doesn't want to play, and that's it. At the same time, against some people, probably he would be or is interested to play. So why should he push away from himself this opportunity? So it's kind of a lot of debate between people, and of course I understand both sides, but well, probably within some short time, actually, that is true that he will have to announce it, because he cannot say that there is a sponsor, there is a location, and then he says one morning, okay, after all, I really don't want to play, right?
No,
So
we
he
can
has
also
to-
argue it's not his job to make everybody else happy. No, like he has to keep his options open, and he's trying to be honest, and we'll see where it goes from here. I think it's very important what you said, that for Magnus, he prioritizes joy and like having fun in what he does, and he never considered this process fun, like the preparation, the mental stress, thinking about one guy, and then the 14 games against the same player. He just never liked the format, which I'm a fan, as a chess fan, of these matches, and I hope he plays, but that's how he feels, I think. I
Well,
don't think there's any big scheme behind it.
I also think that this match format, I understand the people who likes it. At the same time, I have my doubts that are in this fast lifestyle, what we are living, it's the best option. But also, if, let's say, if I ask the fans that, okay, you maybe think that it's dubious move by Magnus, that during the tournament, the players are in doubts whether the second place, what it means. If you would have to choose, he plays and defends his title one more, and in 2 years' time, he retires because he had enough. Or he doesn't defend his title, but we see him another 10 years to be playing there. What do you choose?
Choose option 3. He doesn't defend his title, but he plays the next candidates, and then he faces world champion Nakamura. That's still the scenario I'm expecting.
Well, you are describing this scenario again in the game, so
yes, that's
you know
that's,
something.
No, I don't know anything. The guy who knows everything is David. Like when he's playing there, whatever they're playing tennis with Magnus says, I'm playing that guy, I'm not playing that guy. But David's not playing us.
I've gone quiet because I don't want to spoil any
so discreet
details. I don't want to say too much.
That's why he's a friend, yeah.
No, but you guys are right. I mean, if there's a change of format, the question is, what will that be? And I mean, I'm sure we won't find out for a while. It's just such a complicated situation. And Magnus, yeah, he's just an honest guy who wants to do what he wants, which is fair enough.
Bishop g4 by Rajabov. H3, Bishop h5, Bishop h3, Bishop f3. Which one do you like?
Bishop h5. No, taking on f3. Come on, let's play some interesting chess, right?
Yeah, I think taking is bad as well, probably.
Well, white cannot go g4, so it seems like pretty unpleasant.
How about king h2, rook g1, g4, slowly?
I didn't know, David, that you're so aggressive. Only during this candidate tournament, I'm realizing when you're joining us, you're just going for the king.
I've been learning from you, Judit, and also, yeah, when I was young, I used to be a bit more fearless. I guess this is quite positional as well, just to try and lock out this bishop on h5. Takes a while, but depends on what black does in the meantime. Yeah, I mean, strategically, if we can get this pawn to g4, push the bishop back, it's just suffering for black, I guess.
Typical plan, king h2, rook g1, g4?
I've seen it in some other lines, usually with colors reversed, to break some pins occasionally.
Some stuff like this, and then
knight h4, knight f5. sometimes the other knight comes around to f5 via c4, e3. Yeah, I've seen FIDE win a bunch of games in this type of way. Okay, he starts with knight c4.
Richie goes knight c4 directly.
Because he wants to, he did his job on a5, though it started out from d2 to b3, a5, c4, so to get back to e3, right? Or not to e3, but just put pressure on a5.
What does black do? 97,
H3,
maybe
G4,
h3,
and it's a
we
pawn.
can try taking the pawn. No, exactly.
Well, no, you have to take on f3.
No,
After, I mean,
after
97
h3,
h3, then you have to take already.
we don't want to, no? So rook e8.
But anyway, okay. h3 anyway. Knight e3 is also an alternative.
Yeah, g4 next.
Yeah, look at this type of structure. I'd be worried with black. Rapport is probably. It's pretty happy, no? It's slow roll, but he gets to attack.
Yeah, Rajabov doesn't really enjoy this type of position.
No, he likes more forcing stuff. I would think, like sitting there and having some slow attack on it.
At least having a clear plan and executing it. Yeah.
Deep thought, time on.
And yeah, we've got knights on similar squares in the Fabiano game as well. Maybe g4 coming at some point.
There's some old theory, like there was some line like this. Ah, but it's not exactly this yet. I think with rook on e8.
Queen d5 and some like.
Yeah,
this looks familiar.
Yeah, good. Queen d5, queen g4, e4, whatever. But I don't think it's here. Is it?
Fabi will want to keep more tension. He won't allow bishop takes f5 in that line, I guess.
Okay. What's Ding doing? He blitzed out 94 and now he's thinking for an hour.
He's thinking already for like 25
Come
minutes.
on, Ding. Queen b1. Not now.
Probably he's maybe regretting it that he played knight e4 so quickly, because now he understands that after f5.
Such a rush move, no?
Yeah.
And also, in these types of positions, there can be one move and the game is more or less dead. No, you have to be very precise early to keep keep the tension.
Just feels like nerves or I don't know, discomfort with the situation, just hastily playing knight e4. And you won't get a chance to play queen b1, right? Queen takes d1, rook d8.
Yeah, I'm checking what the computer has to say here. Not much. What were we doing? Rook f8, yeah? It says h4, h6, nothing special. How about h4? Maybe this is clever because now e4 gains on strength here. h4, h6 included helps. Of course. It's cunning, but even here, this is just computer stuff. So it's nothing special.
Nakamura is very good at these positions, just neutralizing and simplified, some small positional decisions to make. Yeah, it's hard to see Ding winning that.
Well, let's see what it says about knight e4 as well. e4 first move, but if we give it time, there we go. Queen b1.
Queen b1.
Ale, queen b1 first move. Knight e4 is back.
Do you think it's the type of situation that Ding maybe analyzed to this position? He thought, I will never come up. But then he saw knight e4 was the top computer choice at first. And he didn't look beyond that.
Even though you can usually trust computers pretty blindly nowadays, here, if the computer gives 0 to 30, you better be sure there's a way to keep pressure. No? The queens come off in such a game. Like,
we've all been there. We've all trusted the computer one move too many. And yeah. Queen b1 at least, yeah, psychologically more difficult to face for black.
Still, what is he thinking about? Probably where to move the bishop. A long time.
Yeah, so we're ruling out bishop takes c6, right? That's you did.
But it's not a good sign to think half an hour in this position. Of course, I think he believes that, and it's true that it's kind of a crucial situation right now, which direction to go, right? and he knows he makes the bishop c6 and there is nothing in the position, then Nakamura is making the draw, no question about it, right? So he wants to eliminate bishop c6, bishop d3, bishop f6. I think it's
also too slow.
So it's not clear whether he wants to calculate something in advance after bishop c2. But I think after bishop c2, black has several options. It doesn't make sense to think what happens if queen d1, what happens if bishop f6. You should go with it after black plays.
Yeah, if it's the only sensible move, play it and see what Hikaru does. Although we know Hikaru is going to take on d1, d8. Think there's any chance he does something else here?
Bishop f6 is possible.
And queen b1, double exclam.
Hold on, I go queen e8. I go
Queen e8.
Yeah.
We need to drop playing queen e8.
No, we played for a win.
Bishop b3.
No, I don't want to go g5. It's the first time in my life I don't want to go g5.
I didn't expect g5.
Bishop f6.
Okay. I can feel we're going to get checkmated somehow, but queen b1, no, queen e2.
Ah.
What odds are you giving on Nakamura playing queen e8? Because I will take quite big odds.
No, he will not play, but I'm just saying objectively whether is it an alternative to make something like that, or is just immediately going into worse position. Queen b1, king h8.
And Ding plays bishop b1, very deep.
Wow.
Oh, I was going to suggest that just as a joke, but he actually played.
Well, yeah, that's the only move left which you did not talk about.
Yeah, I thought, oh, that looks too silly to suggest. Let's not even mention it.
That looks a bizarre move at first.
He's taking away that square for the queen as well.
These lines that maybe here,
Okay.
at some point, some a5 here, the bishop doesn't get hit or something.
Okay, king f7, who is better? H6.
No, I'm not claiming it's great. Just wondering what he wants. It has to be bishop 8.
Okay, so what about bishop f6 instead of queen d1?
This looks fine, no? We'll look at it.
This looks completely fine for black.
Yeah.
Just kind of swapping.
Somehow bishop b1 looks strange for me.
Bishop f6, queen b3, then this
Takes.
something to do.
Queen f6.
Yeah, this is a better version.
But what do you think about queen f6, gf6?
Yeah.
Who does it favor? Is it really bad for black?
It's not clear, right? If the black king gets to e7, then
King f7, king e7, a5.
Yeah, it's not much, is it?
feels like white is quite a bit too slow. Knight d4, maybe.
Yeah, I fell into something, yeah?
Maybe. But just
yeah, but no need
maybe
for
rook c8.
Ooh, with a threat. King e7.
Knight d7 and bishop d5.
Oh.
Yeah, doesn't look much.
Rook c5. Bishop d5. My verse here takes rook c6.
Knight d4. Maybe we still have
Okay, this is
something to
no,
work
this
with
is
now.
not what I'm playing for with black, of course. So let's go back.
You should take rook d8. No? I mean, you can always go
Yeah, okay,
bishop
takes,
f6 if
yeah,
you
okay,
want
takes
to.
and rook d8.
I just can't figure out what the idea is here for white.
So bishop b1 feels like one of those. You look at bishop c2, you look at bishop c6, you're not happy. Then you see some detail in bishop b1 and you just play it without any thought about it. It's a typical process. And the card takes.
Well, Hikaru is very optimistic, has the self-confidence.
Here's his look like, what are you
Yeah.
doing? Ding? I'll take rook d8.
This
king
is
f7,
gonna be a
you
draw.
think I lose this? Nodding, he will reach for the queen once more and then retreat the hand.
That's his typical movement, yeah? That he's like already on the way to make a move and then
But everybody does
just,
that, no?
I was not doing it at all. I mean, unless I figured out that I made a blunder, but,
David does it every 30 minutes, he reaches out. So back to the thing.
oh yeah?
So I think Jan's joking, but yeah, I do occasionally if it's like mutual time trouble, I'll pretend to play a move that my opponent, you know, just to throw him off to make him think about something else.
Dirty.
But
Ah, so
it's
you're
funny.
doing it for
Sorry?
disturbing your
No,
opponent.
It's mind
Probably
games,
should
you
write
just
an open
mind
letter
games.
about it.
But it's funny, I can't see Nakamura's camera. I don't have a second screen here, but I can imagine exactly what he's doing just from your descriptions. I mean, I've seen it so many times before. Yeah, those faces and the gestures, the movements.
Yeah, no, he looks confident. You can tell normally if something's bothering him.
Yeah, I mean, his video review, he'll be like, yes, chat, queen takes d1, worked it all out, forced draw.
No, I think Ding might have missed the moment here. Like his opening choice I liked, but 94. If he doesn't
Queen
have a follow-up-
B1, as we know.
No, I'm
So,
not going to keep yelling about Queen B1, but also Queen E2 or any move
Yeah,
like
just
keep
to
some tension on the position.
go-
I mean, you still have the
You don't
94
exchange the queens
Yeah.
immediately, right? I mean, this is not exactly, we would think that you're playing desperately for a win.
No, but also this move, I think this position is still dangerous
Yeah.
with the knight on C6. Like, not easy at all.
Well, and generally, I think it's also very important, no matter whether you have the advantage or you're just playing for it, that you put your opponent to make decisions, right? Like after Queen E2 or Queen E1, doesn't matter. Black has to make a decision. Do you play Rook C8? You play Queen B6? You play, I don't know, Knight D7? You play H6, right? I mean, you have to make a decision, and when you have to make a decision in every move for the next 15 moves, then the pressure comes that actually you're playing for second place, which and then these things can put pressure on your shoulder.
I used to play this line all the time. So I'm a very exciting chess player, as you know. Just played this. And here I was hoping they wouldn't take on D4. If they play A6, I was very happy to take these positions. It's sort of going for the same. Even with the queen already on E2.
That's good, Jan. You know what you love. You know the structures.
This is my type of chess, but you want to keep the queens really. If F5, we need some stuff to.
Well, we have on the board the exchange of queens.
Rook F8 is also very likely. Played. It's just nothing. This he will play.
Yeah, now with the bishop on b1, you don't even have these e4 ideas.
Yes,
Yeah, exactly.
and which is very annoying. Unless, what happens if Rook E1? Is it very crazy? I mean, white should just somehow to play the game, but
Feels like at some point a5 will come.
Yeah, F5 is also done.
I think white can just as well get worse. Well, you have to work for it, I
You have to do
understand,
some
but
stuff,
I mean,
yeah,
it's
no, I agree.
if
Yeah, black looks
if
fine.
you're pressing it and you don't want to exchange pieces, then you might end up playing in an unpleasant position, let's say. E4, F4, right?
So I was wondering if I can do this just.
E4 square, you want to say? Yeah, immediately gone everything for that.
Rook a2
Ah, okay.
in that position, but yeah, it's minimal.
Yeah, it looks like Ding's chances to finish second currently aren't great. And as we know, that has big implications because with the draw, that seems very likely no. And assuming they don't change the World Championship format, Magnus decides he doesn't want to play another classical match against Nepomniachtchi, then Nepomniachtchi Nakamura, what do you think?
Ah, we're talking about the next World Championship match.
It's time, might as well.
Oh, wow.
You think it's early?
Well, there are several moves has to be done in between, but okay, let's toy with the idea that it happens. Well, it will be definitely streamed on
Sure. Hikaru will live stream the whole prep.
Yeah.
All right, chat. Berlin's fine. Nimzo is fine. With white, I put Chris to look on some funny 4 ideas. We should be good.
So, what do you think? Hikaru would give up his streaming career for the next half a year? No way.
No, he doesn't have to.
Nah, he'll live stream his
3
prep session.
seconds.
I don't know. I'm not sure who he's working with. We know about Chris Littlejohn is in the picture, and I'm sure some of the US guys, but I don't know.
But I don't
I
think
guess
it
it's
would be an
out there.
easy match for Jan at all.
Also, I think Hikaru, well, with the usual disclaimer, if the openings hold up, which preparing for the match they should.
Yeah.
He looks mentally tough, like he never makes easy mistakes, he never blunders. So if he can just keep the game going, he's a winner either way, like the clicks will be good. And yeah, it would be a very interesting match.
Well, and also we have to take into account that, of course, now probably he still had Jan quite some preparational stuff what he did for the World Championship match against Magnus, right? Half a year passes, maybe there is not going to be much left there, or not that much.
You could argue he will have
Well,
prep for
yeah.
the new match because he's preparing for it. Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's true. But okay, maybe in this tournament he was using some of the things
sure.
that he was making preparation for the World Championship match. But it's not going to be easy. It will be for 3 results. Well, 2 at the end, right?
3 is a lot.
But
It would be fun though. Anything
So
with
draw the
Nakamura.
winner plays.
Oh, yeah.
Well, no, we can't have 3 results. We're thinking to put Magnus into the mix. Like if they draw, then they play a 3-way tiebreak with Magnus and wins the World Championship. Pomnashi, who just crashed
Rook
the storm,
A6,
so
I
maybe
told
it's a
you
bit
guys
early
Rook
to call him
A6.
the outsider against
But-
Hikaru.
but hold
And
on,
Rook A6.
is Jan playing for a win? Or
Playing, no?
Okay, but the only straightforward logical continuation is D4.
Yeah, I don't seem to like it.
Maybe he's just thinking the threat is stronger than the execution or some of that.
Yeah, maybe he thinks that I can do D4 anytime. I just make some preparational stuff before.
Yeah.
But can he do that? Is he right?
I guess white needs a good move here.
That's
Either way.
It takes.
Haha,
Caveman chess.
okay. It's so good. After 2 weeks, look, he's analyzing it and he plays queen and wants
Queen
to
B1
go
was the
queen
legal move. I
H6.
was gonna go Queen B1.
3 more rounds in the
Finally,
candidates.
I'm learning.
We're turning into you.
King chess, apparently.
Okay, D4 now. Let's meet an attack on the flank with a
He
central.
wants to grab on G6 and play queen H6 and then rook E4.
Ale. Not my pieces.
Somehow that rook and A6 has to defend, right?
Now this rook is happy.
Yeah, that rook is doing fine. Bishop F8 or something? No, Bishop F8 check, queen G7. Yeah, it should be slow.
Let me keep my bishop. Can I? How big a threat is D3 anyway?
Well,
I'll go
actually,
get-
Bishop E4 maybe is possible.
D3, do you want to go knight E4? Oh no.
Ah, Bishop A4 is good.
D4 next.
Yeah, you should have started with B5, Jan, and then the
Yeah.
Pomnashi.
That's the same. No, my plan is, of course, to pick up all the pawns and then come back with the queen.
Then grind it out.
Depending.
This is pretending like somebody has a gun to his head, so he goes queen H6 and then he just goes back queen D2
Give me that.
to safety.
Queen D5. Queen D5, maybe? Just to threaten B5. Stop you winning my pawns.
Fair enough. Like 4 you take, yeah? Takes already 4.
No, rook.
Takes.
Rook takes.
Knight G7, maybe. Bishop G5.
Ooh.
Knight F5.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Knight F5, but maybe just rook H2, queen H1 for the fun of it.
This looks like a more sensible square, somewhat.
Yeah, it does feel like white's conquered the dark squares.
I like this attacking the king. All
By
right.
the way, can we check bishop e4 for a second
All right.
instead of queen h6? Just
But then
have the
DC,
bishop
I thought.
out.
Oh, now you go
Queen
queen
h6.
h6, yeah? Ah, okay. This mode on that, like they take my pawn and I don't recapture, but make it attacking move.
What's the threat?
The threat is this threat, that you feel that there is something coming. Well, knight h5.
Oof.
I think it's good enough for the moment.
Yeah,
Yeah, then queen h3 or queen h2.
can we not take on b2 at some point? Just grab a
Yeah,
pawn.
takes.
Are the rooks better or the queen?
I missed white's pawn on c3.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, this queen h6 looked quite
Immediately
nice.
is better.
DC, we go BC, pre-move.
Yeah, otherwise bishop a4 or bishop e4 next, maybe, or knight e4
It's
next.
quite scary, doesn't it? Because we have to keep the square.
Is black definitely going to take back with the h pawn? I mean, probably, but
And you think F3?
I mean, in
You're
that
feeling-
E3 played.
I
Didn't
like
do any
bishop
of
e3.
our attacking stuff. And now if D4, what happens?
Well, I take.
This was the line.
I don't know why
More or
rook
less.
on a6 is better than on a8.
at least this e6 line you were showing earlier, you did. Now rook takes e6, maybe.
Yeah.
That is an opponent's shape. Do you think he had a rough night? Do you think he was partying?
No,
No.
We can't blame him if he was.
no.
He's very professional, isn't he? Yeah, how does white keep the bishops? Bishop e4?
Bishop e4.
I'm not really sure what it's doing on e4 this time. Maybe it just gets in the way.
Should A4, B5 doesn't help me. Should D4.
You want to grind out some endgame, yeah?
I was trying to win a pawn, but I'm not sure I'll manage.
Oh, but now bishop c3. And
Yeah, it's not the worst endgame in the world.
But maybe it's no big thing. Queen e6.
Now we win a pawn.
Queen a4.
Ooh,
No,
pawn.
that was not my intention to give away that point.
Maybe queen c6. Yeah.
What about takes everything on d1 and gh5?
Oof. Who's a pawn grabber now?
Just hoping we blunder bishop G4, but I
No,
have David keeping
no.
an eye on all these.
No, no, no. I know you're not going to do that, but
A black structure. Oh, look at it.
I understand that you don't like my structure. Is some of the most awful structures I've ever seen. I have an
It's a
extra
pawn,
pawn. I have
bishops.
my bishop pair, so
A4 is coming.
Someone with chess culture would play a3 for white and then just somehow pick up all the pawns. I don't know.
Maybe HG and then bishop A4. The way to do it.
oh, so smart.
That is.
Maybe there's queen g4 in this position.
Yeah, it feels like the
Yeah.
wrong side of the board.
So after d4. What about playing d4, c takes knight d4, bishop d4, and after knight d4, bishop e4?
Is it a pity we've given up our dark square bishop? Now we went mate black.
I don't see why is it so good. Knight f3, queen e6.
Yeah.
Maybe b7 I can play.
make some kind of active move.
Well, d4 is very much inviting to do.
Mm.
No question about that.
Yeah, there's what
And
else
okay,
for
one
black?
more. What if I don't exchange anything on d4, any of my piece, but only the pawn takes, and bishop e4? This is what I'm doing. Yes. Yes.
Settled.
Yeah. And if you take queen s3, you don't want that, do you? You're really going for this? Well, let's say takes with d1. Somehow it looks very active for white.
Yeah, my work on a6 is a little off now.
Something
Takes.
take bishop d5 or bishop b7 maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is just bad. All right.
In the meantime, can we go back just for a second to follow the game of the round, where the rook d8 was played, bishop a2, king f7.
Our expert prediction has come true so far. No, the moves were more or less forced for both sides. But now Ding will have another longer think, seeing if there's anything he can do. Let's do a quick tour, and we know David's a very busy man, so we'll get his opinion on all the running games, and then we have to let him go with a heavy heart. Rapport against Rajabov.
Oof. I predict a long game, 6 hours.
Prediction.
I quite like White's position though. I just like these ideas of knight e3, g4, king h1, rook g1. That's very hard.
So what is your prediction and result?
Oof.
Let's make our
I'll
last
back.
prediction already in the games running.
I'll back your favorite, your good friend. I'll back Rapport in this one.
You put your bet on him.
Yes.
Me too.
Me too.
Wow.
It's Richie time.
It's good that he doesn't hear this, that he doesn't feel the
A lot
pressure.
of pressure. In Caruana Alireza, it's the same structure, somewhat different pieces.
Somehow it feels like Black's more organized here, at least.
So we'll give Black the draw here. I'll say block. Bobby, I'm sure he wants to play for a win, but I'm not sure how much his heart and his mind is still in it after what happened.
Yeah, you stole the words out of my mouth, Jan, but yeah, I'll say draw, although Fabi, I've seen him win these types of positions.
Also, I've lost these types of positions plenty with Black. Like they go here, you take, you make some slow move, like all of a sudden you end up sitting here and then later you get checkmated. There's potential,
But nobody will take on f5.
nah, I was.
Nobody's position. No,
Maybe not
I mean,
this,
if
exact
I would have to make a bet what happened in that position, which was just shown knight on e4, then I would put my bet on Fabi.
No, that's for sure. No, I just showed the dream scenario.
Yes, yes. Well, I'm not crazy about White's position, but maybe it's because I don't understand this position. Bishop e3 was played. Let's say I put on Fabi.
Ding against Hikaru, h4, h6 is on the board. Now there's no e4. That was a key difference compared to the other line we saw with this.
I would bet on a draw.
Yeah, draw.
Very hard to argue with. Draw. And here, our boy Jan-Krzysztof Duda against the tournament winner, Jan-Krzysztof.
I'll say a white win, just to spice things up. It's very unclear though.
I think if Black does not play d4, then White win.
And if Black does play d4?
Oh, David,
What else?
I said what I thought. What can I say?
We'll accept that.
Yeah.
I'm going Black win.
I think if it's d4, then it's a draw. Okay, this is what you wanted from me to say exactly about this position.
Only move here to save half a point.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you so much for joining. Can't speak more. Thank you so much, David, for joining. And yeah,
It's
good to have you around all these days also earlier. And people can watch David on the Champions Chess Tour, where he's giving expert commentary that's even more accessible than this one. I think you're not allowed to name squares, right? You say, okay, the knight goes to the right side of the board and gets close to the king. So
it's very different. Let's just say that. Yeah, it's faster, it's more furious, and yeah, we talk in general terms a bit more. Fewer variations.
Also from non-chess playing friends or from guys that just like to watch, they really enjoy the show. So check that one out. David also has secret projects like his Chessable course with Magnus that will come out eventually.
That I'm curious. I'm looking forward for that.
Yeah, we were actually watching you guys in our breaks, but we were filming just before Magnus went out to Madrid a few days ago. I'm excited. I think that would be good. But yeah, in the meantime, guys, thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for being here. Bye. Good luck in the Olympiad. See you there.
Thank you. Yeah, see you guys soon. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight of.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
B3, A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers. Welcome back, everybody. It's the final round of the candidates, final round actually. And we have Ding Liren trying to win his game against Hikaru Nakamura. If Ding wins, he finishes second. If he doesn't win, Nakamura is second. Is Ding doing something clever here, Judit? Rook DC1 he played. Threatening.
Well, just a few moves ago, he exchanged the knights on e4, then the queens were swapped off. Black played f5, which we were debating whether it's good or not, because the e5 square is weak for black. But for the moment, knight is standing on c6, covering the e5, but there's a trap, of course, which Nakamura will be not falling into, because if white would be unmoved, then rook c6, knight e5, and white would win. But that's kind of a dream, sweet dream by Ding. So bishop f6 is one of the main move which I would consider and be considered. Also rook c8 is possible, by the way. Yeah. Though I don't mind to have the rook staying on a8, because maybe after that a5 can be more energetic and more powerful. But bishop f6 is the first move which comes to mind. At the same time, when we go bishop f6, the c5 square is weak, right? And with positional people who like to little press, then you might say that, okay, I have something.
Yeah, something to work with. That might be, no? So rook c8, a5 is tough for now. c1. That the knight moves, we go knight d4. We've seen something similar also with gf. Yeah, probably what he's hoping for.
Yeah, and in this position, black always have to be careful which pawn he's pushing. By the way, what happens if I push g5?
I had a feeling.
You had this feeling.
Was the introduction
you said you felt it, that this is coming, yeah? No, because actually g5, g4, I would be very happy with, to push away your knight, and then finally I can centralize my knight to e5. That would be too nice to be true.
What does white do? g4?
Wow. You don't even
my first ever g4.
But after e4, I think g4, that's a nice move. But what about playing knight e7? You will be playing knight d. No. Sorry. I don't play knight e7. I have something else in mind. Interesting idea. I have to admit, looks kind of unpleasant for black.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
What about GH?
Yeah, that's also what I was wondering.
Takes. Yeah. And knight h4, knight e5.
How does this go? We take everything, we have nothing. Yeah, I like it. 4.
Black on knight d3.
Knight d3 is there, rook g8
Or
check.
maybe rook c5 first. No,
yeah.
Not rook c. Well, no, f5 is hanging.
Yeah.
Sorry that I blundered. What about rook c5? Rook c5.
Takes. And it takes rook d1.
Yeah, rook d1, rook d2. Well, knight g4.
Yeah.
In many ways.
Doesn't work. Yeah, maybe g4 is a bit too clever. Okay, because could start with this.
Okay.
It's probably not mate.
Well, after rook h8, you take. Oh, knight e5. Knight e5. That's a tricky one. Knight h2, knight
I'm not
f3.
dreaming of knight h2. Yeah. Let's show this.
Knight f3, and you win a rook, I give a checkmate. That's not a good business.
Win-win situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I didn't like this HG first. I don't know. This is possible.
But
I would
it
also be tempted just
concrete.
not to weaken that square yet. Play rook c8. What's white's next move?
What about rook c6?
Anyone?
Rook c6, let's go for it. Yeah, knight e5 check, king goes out, bishop e6. And white is better, right? Rook c7, bishop f5, you have 2 pawns for the exchange, but maybe rook c1 is just the killer. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks
maybe even better.
Yeah.
Bishop f6 is possible, so rook c1 is not. Bishop d4, bishop b6, bishop f5 is going to be taken for sure. Wow, this is only white who is. How you go there? Well,
Feels very shaky, doesn't it?
Yeah. Instead of bishop f5, knight g6 was also something to consider. Attack the pawn on g7 and leaving the f5 unprotected. Okay, so black has to be serious. Rook c6 is a threat, whether you protect it or not. So e5 has to be protected by black.
Maybe bishop f6 is the move. Bishop
Is it
d6 we
possible?
can
Yeah.
think about.
What about bishop d6?
It's a bit strange.
Well, first bishop f6 looks much more logical, but because the c5 square we don't want to give necessarily away, bishop d6 looks quite reasonable.
Some slow stuff. We'll go e5.
But a5 is always something I'm considering. But rook c8 is more. Let's go rook c8. Let's play for a draw. Or knight e7.
Yeah. It's not much, is it?
Takes.
Takes. Bishop d5.
Yeah. Well, it takes. Rook c6. Rook a8 and a5 next move. Though I'm scared a little bit, I have to admit, yeah, f3, e4. I don't like the bishop and e5.
Yeah, it's still not over. Although e4 is not exactly the end of the game, takes and f6.
No, it's not.
Some kid outside very upset about Ding's play.
Ooh.
There was some kid crying outside.
Ah.
Yeah, so at least now he is making Hikaru take a decision, yeah, like bishop d6, bishop f6, rook c8, which we were criticizing earlier that black was making all the only logical moves.
Well, I think bishop f6 or bishop d6. This is the 2 move which has to be the question for Hikaru, whether which is giving less chances for white.
Yeah. Thinking about it. Nodding.
d4 happened at the Jan-Krzysztof Duda game and the tournament winner already. Well, that's what I thought, but okay, I still see some chance, especially if he took on f3.
He doesn't take the bishop, takes
Yeah,
the knight.
that was unexpected for me. Why not to take the bishop and pin d3?
Yes, there's nothing special here. Rook c1.
Interesting choice that he took on f3. Unexpected for me.
So he takes, queen takes.
Or knight d4. So he
again.
wants this bishop rather than the other. He wants to simplify this way. Okay.
Doesn't have time.
Takes. b2 hanging, e5 hanging. But can't white do something unpleasant like knight d6? After bishop d6 to go rook a d1. And after bishop queen b2, I want to go some queen f6 stuff.
What is this?
In d8 check.
It's not a good idea. Scary, isn't it? I don't see a move.
Well, okay, after, no, but still. Because f7 is hanging, so if you go, well, you can go f5 or, but I don't know, it looks, bishop e6, queen b7 is possible. Queen b5.
Yeah.
You want to take bishop d6? No, still rook d1. Anyway, rook d1. Queen f4. g3. But okay, rook d6 or e d6, and you cannot take back because of queen b8 anyway. No, this is. This is interesting, no? Takes a knight d6.
Yeah. So this pawn would be so nice to. So what are we doing? Bishop e6.
Well, queen b7 was not bad to start with. So I don't know if we have anything else or better. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, the queen takes b2 is annoying, yes. So, okay,
yeah, queen
d1
b7. No, I take queen b7.
This looks like the only move.
And then queen b5.
Yeah, it looks unpleasant. So what does Nepomniachtchi have in mind? Takes should be played here. Queen d1. So
Yes, but after queen d1, there's nothing. Knight c2, queen d3, bishop f5. Even if white is winning a pawn, black has just compensation. I'm not sure, but you don't win the one. Takes, rook takes.
Yeah, I was wondering if you know something like this, but it doesn't look like it.
We have bishop d6 on the board. Nakamura did not want to exchange the f6 because he thought then he gives a little something for white, which can be unpleasant. So even that he did not want to give.
Yeah,
and rook c2.
c2 is expected.
Rook c2, plan is rook c1, but still the question is after that what happens.
No, black needs some counterplay. No, not even rook e1.
I'm not sure bishop d6 was the best choice though. So let's say I go a5, okay, after rook c2.
You went knight e7.
But we were discussing this.
Same
we
idea
also
we had.
said bishop d6, knight d7. But then we said, what did we say?
No, we are with rook c8, rook c1 included.
Yeah, but maybe this is smarter.
It's possible.
It's a good question whether after knight d5 takes, bishop d5 takes, knight d5. Who does it favor to have two rooks? I think maybe it's black. Because you can go
c1,
a5.
a5.
Yeah. No, I don't know. Rook c7.
See.
Is that going to be something unpleasant or?
Here we go.
Maybe king e8. You wanted to go king g6 possibly and take king h5?
Looked a little far from home. Bishop f6. Is this?
Takes rook a4.
Should be okay for black now.
I think so. I think so.
So anything else Ding can try? Put the knight on d4. Yes,
Bishop
d5 is still
d5.
coming.
Bishop takes.
Takes. Move.
Rook c1, you can go. Okay, rook d7.
No, the problem is it looks hard to make progress without
If rook
exchanging
c6,
this
knight e7.
way one day. Playing micro edge here, but really doesn't look much. Takes maybe knight d6.
What about takes and rook c7? Rook a8. And it's time for wisdom.
Knight b6 maybe.
Knight c7 is also considerable. Knight b6, knight c4, very good. Yeah.
It looks like black should find a way. So knight e7.
So far, he does not look like having in trouble.
Bishop e5, bishop f3 is nonsense.
Well, probably knight d4 is the. But after rook c1, bishop e4 is also something to consider to push away the rook.
True. What else can you do? Well, there's no reason to go bishop d5, just rook c8. So let's see this again. Check takes bishop d5.
But I'm not sure about bishop d5, It's also possible that black just goes rook d7 first.
Just worried this bishop finds a way to stay alive.
No, rook c5. Oh yeah, probably. I should be playing bishop d5.
The prettiest square in the world.
a5. You go rook b5. Knight c6 kind of moves. a5. I go a5. You cannot take on b5, but maybe you can go bishop d3. Bishop d3, a takes b4. Takes. And then I can play, I think, bishop c4, maybe bishop e4. Check on d1.
Made a lot of moves.
Yeah, here maybe white is doing something good. Okay, this was not the right way for one.
Like this move?
Well, maybe after all, it's better to play instantly bishop d5, bishop d7, because in the long run, it's going to be unpleasant if white can keep the bishop. You could also go rook c7, maybe. Takes on a2 or rook c8. Yeah.
But now bishop d5.
Takes on d5. You have to take with the rook.
At least the rook has to take.
But then rook takes c8, takes bishop. Well, bishop d4, e5, I guess, or knight d6, knight c4. White has nothing. Or, okay, bishop d4, a4. No, I think you should be playing e5 beforehand.
Yeah, for the moment.
After that, jumping with the knight.
Okay, Ding taking his time. Let's see what the computer wants. The computer wants knight d4. Yeah, take by this.
Interesting. Maybe White can't play it for long, right? And that's what he wants.
Yeah. Game going. Okay, so still action here and bunch of action in
Not
Duda
knight
Nepomuchy.
d6. He did not go knight d6.
Missed
Maybe he
it.
wants now knight d6. No. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Takes.
Queen f6, and we are there where
This is the same position.
we're discussing.
Ah, this is the line we.
But it's not the same. Bishop e6, and now queen b2 is defending the b7. So what was this? Why Duda gave up a pawn? Okay, what about taking on d8 in the game after? Takes and then knight d6. Or knight c5 maybe? Can he go knight c5? Knight c5. This is tricky. Maybe. Well, the trick is if you go queen c2 instead of rook c6, then knight a6, queen a8, queen f5, e6.
Yes.
Which is still not over because you can go queen c5. You're still doing fine. I thought e6. Okay, I see something nice. Even that is not good.
Knight f6 check now works, yeah?
Ah, knight f6, but and if takes and rook f6?
Wasn't sure. Check.
Check and queen e3.
H6 or queen 3.
Okay, so this should be, well, yeah.
I don't know what happens, H6 or whatever. This looks a little scary.
H6?
Just hoping something good could happen.
Bishop g6. But after bishop g6, for example, maybe rook e6.
Yeah, the c pawn is so strong if we don't
Queen
attack very
f4.
quickly.
Wow.
Should be okay.
Completely okay. So after queen b6, what Duda has in mind? This is very interesting.
He's calculating. Is he shaking his head again today? No, not yet.
But sorry, but if you play rook d1,
Yeah, he didn't miss
you
queen
should
b2.
you should be playing the next move instantly almost.
Yeah, it's
So
a sign of the
this I
shape
don't
over
like.
earlier. Also, the
This I
box
don't
appeal.
like again. That after queen b2, he's sitting there.
Holding his head.
No, you cannot go rook d1 and not to make it the next move.
So the computer line is takes, bishop takes, and
Knight
rook
d6?
d1.
Rook d1.
Bishop e7, and now check.
So
Clever.
actually, why computer likes
Computer's happy.
no bishop
So
f6
this is winning. for
And
white.
how does he go? h6 immediately after rook f6 or what?
Which position?
After knight f6, bishop f6, rook f6. We give check, but he wants h6 or what?
No, he wants check and queen e3.
What we were
H6 also
saying?
winning.
I can't believe it.
This is also winning. This is nice. Look here, here.
Oh,
And now
take
we win
piece.
by taking the piece.
Okay, but after going here, takes rook d1.
So
Bishop e7, knight f6.
It says rook takes.
Rook takes. You have to give up the exchange, which is very sensible, I must say. Very sensible.
Something like this.
This is very important to d5 because actually if black could keep 2 pawns for the exchange, then he would be just fine, to say the least. But now black is losing the pawn. One of them, c4, a5, either of them is good for white. Okay, so rook d8, rook d1 is a great winning of the tempo.
Checkmate here directly, that's clever. Krzysztof.
But still, he has to make a move. You can't think after queen b2. And queen b2 could not be blundered.
No.
That's
the only move you expect now. We play rook 81. What else is going to happen? Queen b6.
Maybe he thought it's not possible because then I have knight d6 or rook d8 or knight f6 or something. But you have to calculate beforehand.
Now he is, and he's getting ready to make a move.
Go Jan-Krzysztof, go, go, go. Take and rook d1, make the good moves.
Richie, in the meantime, he's playing.
Look at that, g4.
The old Fischer plan. King h8, g8.
Yeah. Wow. What a beautiful position. Isn't it something that white gets the maximum to reach something like this?
This looks nice because normally there's already knight on e6.
That's the only thing. It would be very ugly for white. f4 square. Exactly. You pointed out how rightly.
But here, maybe it's just
black is slow, right? Because of the e5 square, e5 pawn will be attacked.
Interesting stuff. Rapport enjoying himself. Fabi. Maybe Fabi will try to copy the plan.
Well, it's not the same right now. In some ways, white has a better square on e3, but in some ways it's not.
Yeah, this looks like a better version for black.
Somehow black's pieces are much more harmonious than in the other position. No?
Yeah.
Interesting. It's
I never know if black wants to take here and go 96, but probably not voluntarily unless something happens.
Though now it's good that white cannot take with dc. So bishop c4 takes. Well, lot of questions.
Yeah, the structure, usually computer's happier for black, but I'm never so sure. So yeah, minus 0.12.
So he favors.
Computer always wants to take on c4 all the time, but we human eyes, it looks a bit weird.
I just can't believe it that Duda is still thinking.
How long has he been thinking?
So, 8 minutes now.
8 minutes?
7 minutes. 7 minutes he's thinking already, which is not a perfect sign, though if he considers that there are different alternatives, he's surely better, but he's just looking what is the best.
He doesn't have endless amounts of time left, 40 minutes, it's only moved 22. Although maybe he's somewhere deep in this end game and thing is considering if it's winning chances or not, and if not, he will weigh his other options. This doesn't look so great from afar. No? You have to spot this 45.
But it's not so difficult. The only difficulty it can be that you stop calculating. You say, knight f6, rook f6, and it's just good enough. So that's the only thing can happen, that you stop the calculation. But if you look for something, then you find rook d5, obviously. Okay, in the meantime, we had a move in the game of thing. It happened what we were
Rises there.
Yes.
But you went for those 94 lines.
Yeah, knight d4, simplifying, get rid of the white square bishop, and now basically the c6 square, which is the square how white can be playing for anything, right?
Rook d7 also played, but now
knight b3.
you definitely go rook c8, of course. Keeps the tension. That's a better move.
Now I have a question to you. After knight b3, can black go e5? Is it good or a worsening, weakening the system? I think it's an important strategical question. Rook c6, because
move first here.
Knight a5, maybe you can. You simply want to put pressure on this d file. Mm-hmm. And if knight b6?
Maybe I should take the other rooks. c4 is not a tempo.
Well, knight b3 is also maybe done not only to regroup the knight to a5 or c5, but also to stop a5.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be a prophylactical move. On rook d1, if king e6, rook c6.
Yeah.
And then already some problems with the idea of knight c5.
It looks unpleasant, doesn't it?
Yeah, e5 generally looks not good. So I just wanted to double check it. So our viewers can also understand these nuances in these kind of positions. Because from one hand, we say that it's drawish. On the other hand, making some inaccuracies, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then already black can have a clear problem.
Yeah, even now, I like this move, knight b3.
Yeah,
maybe we underestimated his long-term chances a little. I don't know what the threat is, but that's not easy to play.
What about rook c7? Let's say, after all, I want to exchange one pair of rooks. You don't give it so easy. King e, Okay, rook c6. Another idea, you see, that if rook c8 happens, then it can be taken the bishop because it's protected on c1. So that's also.
Yeah, still some pressure.
b3.
What about your favorite?
Yeah, g5, why not?
Need some space.
But you know what? I take on a g5 and I go knight c5.
c5?
Yeah.
Okay. Thought I was happy.
Because I wanted to take b takes c5. Is it possible? Does it make any sense to take bc, bishop e5, c6, c7?
Strong, so I shouldn't take. Go somewhere. At least the dream of a5 is alive again. Oh, no, g5 looks sensible to me, Tristan.
Yeah, g5
exchange, gaps perhaps some space.
Much better. So takes rook c6. Simply rook knight e7 also to push me back. Well, knight b3 has its idea, but it's not clear why is it so great after all.
Could you want rook c8 topic?
So what happens if takes and knight b6?
Oh, nothing.
Somewhere knight c4.
Dying to play bishop c1.
But you don't have too much of an option, you want to say.
Black is not dying to play rook a7 either.
Well, maybe. Okay, bishop e5. And rook d3 next.
It's better. Yep. It's too active. So rook c8 also doesn't look like the way. What's Hikaru doing? Is he getting ready to make a move?
No, Hikaru is thinking.
You should keep mentioning. If Hikaru draws his game or wins it, then he finishes second in the tournament. If he loses it, Ding finishes second, which, as we talked about plenty, might have implications. If Magnus does not defend his title, then the second place finisher will play the next World Championship match.
Wonder how many of the players believed seriously that the second place can give the same.
Who knows, but you can assign it some percentage and act accordingly, no? Of course. They all played for first.
Yeah.
But now it's pretty clear cut. Bobby, by the way, he's also hinting at g4.
Yeah.
It's coming in every game.
G4 is coming. So if somebody wants to play this system with either color, today is a great lesson with those two games because very similar ideas are implemented in the game.
Reva plays a move I don't like.
A5.
He plays a5. Which...
Like to commit yourself, right?
Yeah, I've also played this or in similar positions. And once you play a5, it's very hard to ever get counterplay with b5 because a5 will always be hanging. So I'm not a big fan of that move. Maybe it had to be done to stop something. But in general, I don't like it. Yeah. I've suffered from putting my pawn here. Because then if white just does this little build-up, you really never have counterplay on the queen side.
Yeah, in the long term is the problem.
It's not like you want to play b5 directly, but once the white pieces start coming to the king side, then it's nice to have a little counter push there, which is tougher with pawn a4.
What's going on in Rapport's game? H6 was played.
H6.
To stop g5.
Asking for either this or this.
I would go for knight f4. Knight h4 and knight f5. First. And only after that, if the black bishop moves back to f8, then even f4 sometimes, or only after that to go h4 and g5.
Black bring the knight.
Knight f5. Knight e6, and you want to jump f4 as soon as possible. Yes, it's not obvious.
This works would mean that Richie should go for.
I'm not sure. You just go maybe bishop. Well, bishop c1 will come one day. h4. Let's go h4. f4. Queen f3. So I'm ready soon to take on d6 with the c4 knight and bishop c1 also possible.
Yeah, maybe one knight alone doesn't
We have moves in the Ding game. Rook c1, bishop e7. You see, he started to go bishop e7, considering to go bishop f6, exchanging the bishop, I think. h5.
Hitting the pawn as well.
Hitting the pawn as well, yeah.
Can you hit it again? Not sure. It should be black's #1 priority.
Well, this is a very, very difficult question, whether also what happens if bishop f6, that is not something to consider.
I know, like if nothing else works, let's do it. Maybe this is better. It comes here. Yeah.
Yeah, to exchange bishop for the knight, it can be unpleasant.
She goes bishop f6 instead. So now if you take, you have some squares,
this
but
is what
I'll take the pawn.
Thought he's gonna do. In the meantime, we also have a move with Duda's game.
You went knight d6
He
directly.
went, took on d8 and went hg also, took the pawn, and then knight d6.
And so hg might look innocent, but in so many of the lines we saw, you need to later need
Yeah.
h6, no? So
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's. I understand if he calculated everything and he knows exactly why he's doing that. I agree, but if not, it seems to be that to keep it, it gives more tension for black and more opportunities, unexpected h6 and something happening on g7.
So what's his point if bishop e6? I don't see anything
Let's
too
see, this
devastating.
is what Jan will ask him. What do you want after bishop e6?
What does he want? I don't understand Duda.
Well, actually, Jan is, I'm not sure he's very happy with his position.
There must be something.
What about?
What?
What about bishop a4? Then bishop a4, bishop e8.
7.
On bishop d7, you take bishop d6, right? Bishop e6 takes, queen f6 is not enough. Well, he takes d6, rook takes d6, queen g3. Hold on. But still, I don't see it with e5 here. I'm sorry. I got enthusiastic for nothing. For no reason.
Was
What
there
about bishop e4? And bishop d6 takes. Rook e6 is your idea.
That's the dream.
But is it winning? It is winning because you take on d6 to look at the end. Okay. Very interesting idea to regroup the bishop from c2 to e8 if black cannot stop that.
Yeah, here we need
Nice
a good move.
idea. It looks a little slow to me at first.
Very slow. So can we go b5?
Queen b7?
Bishop takes, there was rook d6, so queen b7. Now I have this one, for example.
Rook d1.
Ah, I can't do it. Sorry.
I mean, you can go queen b4 or queen c3.
Yeah.
Those are possibilities.
Rook b6, queen
Rook
a8.
b6,
you're
queen
happy.
a8. I mean, black is everywhere on the edge.
So is white though.
What about bishop b6? f1.
Both sides living on the edge. This can't be worse for black, can it?
Queen a6, c3. Oh, yeah. Oh, queen a8, king h7, knight e4, or knight e8, doesn't matter.
Checkmate.
Well, it
It's close
becomes
enough,
extremely
yeah.
concrete. Knight d4. Knight d6. Wow.
Yes. Might end badly.
Well, looks extremely scary, that's for sure. G3 I like.
Two.
Of course, king. H2. But queen d4 is also, no, but queen f6, king goes back. Very tricky. We have moves all over. What aggressive rapport. G5. G5 takes H4. He just wants to crush his opponent, Rajabov. What a straightforward idea. Typical Richard, his game. You're not surprised with his moves.
Direct. Looks nice, no? If takes. So many attackers.
Looks extremely. But after knight h, instead of knight h4, I think knight d6 and queen h6. That should be also considered, to say the least.
Should be strongly considered.
Yes. Yes, g6, knight h4, knight f5. So it's quite convincing. We have a move in Ding. He went very solid. Provocation, bishop d4. So what is provoking e5? Which after he believes that black weakens his position because the d5 knight's position is not so stable anymore. And also for the bishop, it cannot it cannot be so mobile. So if takes, let's see what takes. Knight d4, I guess.
The usual ideas, a5, knight f6.
6. Maybe unpleasant rook c7.
Rook c7.
I mean, that's also an option. Oh, and what a trick. Look at that. Rook a d8. Look at that. Rook c7. Rook c7. I want to show you this. Rook d8, knight c6.
Nice.
Ooh. No, it's always important if there is a blunder opportunity. Of course, very slim chance that black would fall into it, but it's unpleasant that you cannot go rook d8, right? Because you would be planning rook d8 and then somehow to push away. Now also, no, rook a7 and knight c6.
Oh, the same trick works.
And it's a very unpleasant trick. Not now, rook a7 first. Takes, knight c6, only move you go, rook goes back to a8, knight e5, king goes back, and black is fine because of the h5 pawn is hanging. The rook c6 is possible, goes back, rook c6. Maybe king e7, maybe king e7 is possible, instead of king g8. That's interesting. The h5 pawn is weak.
How did we get here? It was takes and goes knight to f6 back. What about a5? Can I try to exchange everything?
No, because knight c6. Or takes a5 and knight c6, knight e5. So there's all these things where black can lose material. So maybe bishop d4 is not good. It can be unpleasant. Somehow the last few moves were incredibly good by Ding. Knight b3, he played h5, he went knight b3, he went bishop d4. I like very much his last three moves.
Managing to squeeze, I don't know if it's an objective advantage, but at least some pressure out of it.
It was Hikaru who was pushing him to play h5.
See what the computer has to say after.
We have an attack. Bishop sacrifice, Duda.
Right there. Okay, c1, d7, knight b3.
Bishop e7.
Interesting. Computer says h5 is wrong. It wants g3 just to have it more stable.
Because maybe he thinks that h5 should be weak at some point. Though it's interesting that instead of bishop f6, f4 was something to
Strange move.
suggest.
And now indeed it does want e5.
Well,
Good old
okay,
e5.
but this is a big decision to be made by Hikaru.
Takes. Still some pressure.
Rook d6 makes sense. So to not allow the rook to c6 and to c7. Well, c6 he can go, but probably rook d8.
Stabilizing. Okay.
Kind of. But it's white who is putting pressure, right?
Yeah, also it's not like lines you can finish calculating, no? Here.
Yeah.
Run the move and so let's see if Hikaru dares to play e5. It's very risky, but as usual with a computer, it says, I'm in time. What's the problem? And let's look at the other games because the board is burning everywhere. G5 by Raporovjalov, F5, which also looks at the very least suspect positionally. This is what I was saying, more or less, the dream position for white, no? Like takes, knight e4. Oof. Alireza will have a long session here. This looks like a position you see in the old books, like.
Though it's not so easy to convert it.
No.
Advantage. And the question is whether is it so bad for black? I mean, the e4 knight, of course, is beautiful.
This bishop doesn't have a stronghold here. Can be kicked whenever white wants with c3. So white will probably just play very slowly and try to advance here. Sure how bad it is, but it's not going to be fun. Very extreme decision by Alireza. He saw g4 coming. He said, no way, I'm waiting for this. I'm going f5. Pure says he should have done g5 instead.
G5 I like.
Looks very nice, actually. Knight goes forward, we take a pawn, and it goes here, h6.
No, that would make a lot of sense, by the way.
The white pieces don't make sense anymore. It's actually, maybe bias once you see it, but it looks like an obvious movement. Chase the knight away.
Yeah.
Strange. Or was it very good?
This is very strange that he didn't go g5.
But he can have the same position with an extra pawn, no? Like,
yeah, okay, but
this he can't be worried about. This is good out. He must suffer.
very strange that he went into without actually forcing him to do this.
It's a great position for Fabio. He must be tired, but to play for a win with such a stable knight, you can just keep making moves and you get there. And then in Duda versus Nepomniachtchi.
Actually, there is action on all boards.
Yeah.
Bishop g6. What is this?
Let's take it.
Queen e4. Oops. And you know what's coming? Rook b1, if you put your king on the a7th rank. Wow. So bishop d5 is possible.
Yeah. Yes.
Don't tell me that it's a blunder. Yesterday he blundered bishop d6 move.
No. He could take on b2, but it's probably not what he was dreaming of.
No, rook d6 here. No.
Take.
No.
So f3 on the board.
So let's see. What's the reaction of Krzysztof?
Watch them. Pressure, guys.
Queen E4.
And Pomnishi gets up. Strange timing, no? To see Queen E4 and leave the board.
Why is he so happy?
I don't know.
Hold on. If King G7, Rook B1, Bishop D5, 98 check. No, but 98 check. Maybe immediately 98 check. But okay, black can go King H7 also.
Both players left the board. Java took on G5.
Yeah.
F takes G. Switching around the games here. Richie
So
still want to
what
play H4 probably.
you have in mind H4. Or maybe black can just go Bishop H5. By the way, what happens if G4 on H4?
Yeah. It's curious.
G4, and once white takes, then Bishop H5. And what about taking on F3 and capturing on H4?
What is this position?
In F6? Now suddenly I'm not so crazy about the position, but probably white has compensation.
Yeah, but it's no longer one-way traffic. First. Here,
Well,
this doesn't
there is
work.
not
Giving
many
exchange
options.
Isn't great either. So what goes?
What's
Pity.
the point?
No,
That Queen G2?
hoping to jump around.
I don't know, I think also maybe Knight F6.
Jump around.
Sorry, I forgot that. I forgot that can be very dangerous. That Knight E3 is very powerful. Nice move, King G1, Queen G2, Knight E3, even sometimes F4.
Maybe Richie is right.
Wow.
Looks a bit similar to his game against Duda, nowhere also. There was more out of nowhere, but got this huge attack.
Knight G5.
Knight G5, whoa.
Look at that.
No H4, it just gives the piece.
But what does he mean by this? Takes Rook G5, Rook G1, F4. What a storm. Really? This is how you can play? It's amazing if it works. Takes B takes C, and the Rook F5 will be important maybe.
So Queen F6.
Rook G1. Big questions.
Very
Queen
interesting
H3.
position, yeah.
Queen F6 and Knight F6. G2. F4.
Second wave.
Amazing.
Tough.
I don't know why
Tough
is it good,
position.
but it's amazing. Rook E6.
White
I'm
will be
sure
up 5 or-
Rajabov is shocked. He just
Calculating.
simply does not understand. What? What is this?
So
Why is it
piece.
so bad?
Just one pawn. Shabov doesn't look
Beautiful idea.
thrilled with being attacked today. He can take a piece.
What a move. Move of the day so far. We have e5 played by Nakamura.
Let's go there, because that's the game of the day, no matter what happens. E5 played, and the bishop went to c5, stopping knight b6. It's also blocking our rooks from entering. Should black do? Somewhere I want my knight back here.
Yeah, the bishop on c5, it stands good, strong. At the same time, the knight
It's blocking the square for
cannot
the
go
knight,
there,
and
yeah.
the rooks can't enter. So it's standing a little in the way.
But once it goes away, then the knight jump will be painful.
Bishop d8, preparing knight f6, covering c7.
Well, kind of the most logical continuation for black.
Yep. Thinking, what can he do?
Well, rook d2 to regroup the rooks to the d5. Seems to make sense. No big deal, right? Takes. Knight f6 back is a threat. Pawn h5 is taken.
I guess white is active enough not to be in too big trouble, but it's still. Well, this bishop is a bit of an idiot, yeah? He's standing in the way.
It's not clear whether the c5 bishop is.
Yeah, rook d2 on the board. Slowly approaching.
But after knight f6,
f6 plate.
but what can white want? I mean, the h5 pawn is really very vulnerable.
Bishop. Or
Well, let's say I want to keep it. And knight h5. Also knight h5.
always knight h5.
I just don't see why white is not losing the pawn.
Because he is.
I just don't understand what's going on in this game right now.
Hard to believe that white could be better at the very least. I would think I'm active enough. Nothing too bad happens, but more.
All four games are interesting.
Yeah.
Incredible, the guys.
Their fighting
14th
spirit
round.
is amazing.
14th round.
And 3 of the games they aren't really playing for anything.
Rook takes d7. Knight takes d7. Probably bishop d6 seems to me the only move.
Directly, yeah. In fact,
Yes.
it's what d1 step.
So knight f6 is not possible.
King e6.
King e6 is possible. Rook c6, king d5. The king in the end game is one of the greatest attacker.
With 4 pawns.
Okay, rook d1. Okay. Or knight c5 is also possible. But okay, rook d1, I can go knight c5 in the next one. I can't.
Trying to stop it. Super bishop in the way again. Unless this is anything.
Knight f6.
Still looking if takes makes it draw.
Well, I keep telling that the h5 pawn is vulnerable.
Might have mentioned that.
And I will until it's taken.
Still vulnerable, but not for long.
Well, within a few moves, we can see if Nakamura is getting closer than ever to his second place.
Yeah. He's nodding. I calculated correctly. D1, F6, yeah, maybe bishop D6. Ding.
I think he's confused. He's puzzled.
Ding.
What does he have?
We'll come up with something. Rook D1, Ali.
Knight f6. Bishop d6, e4.
This one.
That's a good one. So knight f6, bishop d6, you go. Move. No, but hold on. Rook d1 you went.
Yeah.
What if I take on c5?
Yeah.
Bishop e7. Rook d5.
Or
No, rook d7. a5. Takes. Okay, check. Rook b1. Well, okay, rook b5, bishop c5, takes. It's a draw. Okay, I'm not worried about that. e4. Knight f4. No, knight f4, I'm in trouble. Okay, so knight d3, I go king e6 maybe. Bishop d6.
G3 looks.
e4. Isn't this a draw? Takes. And just sit and wait. King f6.
This is a draw. Oh, you're right. Just surprising.
I keep my rook on b1, I think.
Move something.
That's true. Okay, so I play rook b2, rook b1. Agree. Rook b1. King e2, rook b2, king e1, rook b1, king d2, check, king c3, rook f2. Why didn't you push your pawn to b6? Because you didn't.
Yeah.
Because now you could be taking on g7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rook b1, rook b8. Oh. Now you want your triangulation, but you can't.
Sure, I can. Some checks.
Can't.
So rook
King
b8,
f7.
but then the king can move. So it is actually important to be. But wasn't this outline winning? I agree. It's more winning with the rook right there. It's still tempting.
Rook f1. No, maybe it is winning because you go to B.
Good.
But B8, King F7, King D4.
Yes, it is. It's winning.
Yeah, it looks pretty
Looks pretty winning.
dangerous. But I go to B1 and I go G5.
Counterplay.
Well, I have to look for something like that. HG takes King D4. Well, it's very much on the edge for black, actually.
Saving it by miracle and probably what.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we went a little far. This is on the
Yeah.
board, Rook D1, and Hikaru has to decide.
So now the big question is to take on C5. Play, for example, knight F6, you said bishop D6. But
Okay,
going
good
back
question.
to D7. What is this?
I don't know if it's good, just flash.
King E7?
Yeah.
Wow.
Keep some pressure here or not? Sure. There was some other moves here.
Takes, rook takes.
Annoying.
C8.
No more
No.
annoyance. No.
No.
So this takes. Doesn't look like much. Bishop C7.
Bishop C7.
Back. That's 5 takes, BC, King 6, C6, Rook C8. That's nothing. Yeah.
It looks kind of
Maybe.
reasonable, no?
Yeah. I don't see it. Thinking. GM Hikaru.
Rook D1 and Hikaru is thinking. Dink has 26 minutes, move 30. And Hikaru has almost, well, not double, but he has significantly more time, 43 minutes. His time management is working pretty well.
Yeah,
the whole tournament.
he's been pretty solid even when ambushed, he makes decisions quickly. He's just been in good shape. Like second place, very close, but not there yet.
Jan Nepomniachtchi is thinking for quite some time already, actually.
I'm checking the computer line. It's interesting. It's similar to what we had, but it was like G4.
Knight G4. So F3 is not possible.
Anything wrong with this computer? Ah, yeah, there's something wrong. C5.
Okay.
Well, what do we do? I don't know, black's just not in time. For how bad this is, but it's
unpleasant.
Okay. So this is on the board, bishop G6. Apparently knight G4 is the move. We didn't spot Will Hikaru.
And so it's a kind of and knight F3, knight C5.
This is still complex, isn't it?
Absolutely.
A5, a bishop somewhere, no idea what goes where. Okay, we have more action here. Brief tour through the other boards. Rook B1 on the board in the Duda game. And will we see him shaking his head after bishop d5? Is this going to happen
No,
again?
it cannot be the case. This time it cannot be the case. On bishop d5, there is not much of a choice for white, I believe, than to take the queen. Bishop takes. Six can like do that. Rook b6, I mean rook d7. Rook d2 and rook d7, you understand my point. d7.
Computer is not concerned.
Not very happy.
I want to see Duda when bishop d5 is played. No, that is one. For this, but yeah, the chance of
What was knight d6? Can you check with the computer instead of rook d1? Was it better or not here?
One is good without hg, and then this idea we saw with takes directly, knight d6, also good. We were right actually.
But not that much.
We're so good at chess. 5, no, he just wants to take.
No, but instead of queen b5.
Here he goes. F3. We had rook a7. Yeah, that's what. This, and now white is a little better. Yeah. So rook d1, and in computer lingo, the chance was rook takes d8, bishop takes, rook d1, bishop e7. Knight f6 check.
So was it winning after rook d1? No.
No, it depends on the
this endgame is forced, takes, and rook d5.
Takes, rook d5.
Okay.
I could check more deeply. It's a loss or a draw.
Okay.
Well, now bishop d5 on the board. Mr. Duda shook his head.
No, this
I don't think so. I think this is expected, and he just didn't say anything about
and
it.
he's not happy that, well, yeah, it's probably not going to be enough.
Yeah. No, but it's okay.
Well, so rook b2, bishop e4, knight e4. Now black has to go, well, rook b6.
It was, there's a4. So complicated.
But black can come actively g5, king g6.
And it should be draw. Things could still happen.
Well, out of the 4 games, in principle, the least interesting is the Ding and Hikaru. At the same time, it's the game of the day because it makes the difference who is going to be taking the 2nd place in this candidate.
Hang on. Is Ding offering to repeat moves? Knight f6, bishop d6, knight g4, one bishop c5. That's where the bishop came from. So Hikaru could go back. This looks like the only move. Probably he will only do once and then play something else. But still.
What is this? Testing, testing.
He's thinking about it.
Bishop c5.
He's preparing f3 maybe. f6 not forced.
But it's impossible. But the thing is,
so now f6 back, attacks the pawn. This is forced. And here he could try to find some other move. Which one?
well,
We'll see. Computer says it's equal. Not a good sign for Ding, he's repeating. Also nice stuff by Hikaru, yeah, in this position, which still wasn't so easy. And
No,
as usual, made
he's
some
sharp,
precise,
I
some
think.
good choices. Yeah, this E5.
Yes. And he's
bishop
ready to
D8.
make moves, which is committing, right? I mean, E5, you have to know what you're doing. You have to understand the position that, okay, I take the risk here, or not risk, but I change the bone structure because in the long run, this is still less of a problem than without E5.
Yeah, it's just so hard
Yeah,
to
but it's
beat in such a
impossible to make
position because he
repetition.
doesn't. No, I don't think so.
And of course, Hikaru knows it, that it's not a repetition of in order to make a draw. It's about, I'm the cat, you're the mouse.
That and also let's get closer to move 40. Yeah, this is move 32.
Yeah,
And we'll repeat a bit. Hikaru, he's thinking if he has to
yeah,
go along
because
with it.
you know what he's thinking? Maybe to go bishop h4. Possibly, though after g3, where do you go back with the bishop? You don't want to allow. Rook d8. Wow.
Black is better.
Wow.
That's important. Also means
Wow.
there's no slow move like rook d2 or whatever.
Also rook d8, no?
Yeah. Oh.
And look, Nakamura is not making knight f6 instantly.
He's very alert, yeah, like, because
And he's
many people
stable.
would just
He's
blitz
very
out knight
stable.
f6 and say, okay, let's repeat, and you think about it. Here if f3, check. What does this go? King f1, knight e3 doesn't work. So king h1. Rook
Rook d2. Hold on.
We messed up.
No, you have to go knight f6 back, right?
So
Which is not such a big complaint for black to take a pawn. No, and of course Nakamura sees it.
Sure.
He sees it because this is the big question. This is a crucial moment right now. Should I go back?
Which is also fine, by the way.
Which is
Nothing wrong
also
with going back,
fine. This
yeah.
is the thing. Like, should I go back and let Ding to make a decision? Because it's no big deal for white anyway, right? I mean, to put pressure on the h5 pawn.
Yeah. Well, both options are acceptable. That's
And
a
it's
good
a
sign for
difficult
Hikaru that he
choice.
thinks that he smells. Yeah.
It's a difficult
It's a big
choice
decision,
because
yeah.
whatever you make and you're going to get little trouble, even during the game, you're going to be
Why didn't I
blaming
do the other
yourself.
one?
Come
Yeah,
on,
exactly.
knight f6. Why was I thinking? So this is why it's very smart by Nakamura to think now for another 5 minutes.
Yes, time.
To say, okay, what I'm going to be doing, and then whatever happens, don't blame yourself, at least during the game, because you decide what is the better move.
This is exciting. I have to excuse myself for just a moment. Shall I give you the mouse? Can you...
Hikaru is really thinking heavily. What should I be doing? Bishop h4 or knight f6? What's Ding want to be doing? I'm not sure if Ding saw this opportunity for black to be playing bishop h4 and after g3 rook d8. I'm not sure at all, because this can be easily missed. Easily. Because it's a completely new idea, because the knight was never on g4 before. And also, again, if you see bishop h4, g3, okay, you have to go back with the bishop, rook d8, because unprotected rook on d1, this is why it's possible to make the intermediate move, which is extremely important in this case with black. But it's understandable that Hikaru is thinking, well, maybe knight f6, and he goes bishop h4. He goes bishop h4. Look at that. he does go bishop h4. He goes for it. He's so focused. It is very interesting to see the players making decisions like this, because these are the moments. First of all, you have to feel and understand when is the moment where it's a critical situation. Rook d7 is played, king g8. Okay, so now after g3, still a rook goes to d8, I believe, though I'm not sure what is going on here. So if after g3, and it's happening, it's in the game, g3. So now either bishop g5 and then knight f6 is in there, or black goes rook d8 first, then let's say rook a7, then let's say rook to d1, king g2. And I'm wondering what black is doing here, but there is a good chance that somehow black can attack the knight on b3. But also maybe black just goes back to f6 or g5 first. And after white goes, let's say rook a6, black goes rook d3, knight goes away, rook d2. Whoops, this would be very tough for white, because f2 is under attack. But let's see what's going on. And after king g8, there Hikaru wants to go moving with his bishop to g5, f6, or rook d8. But I see that he's reaching out with his hand towards to the bishop. Something he missed, something he doesn't like. But it's also possible that Ding was provoking Hikaru, that he has a choice after bishop c5 to go back knight c6 or possibly to bishop h4. This is also possible. Of course, it's very important for black to understand that even if he's blundering something, that he is not distracted from what was going on. So bishop g5, now in the next move, black wants to go knight f6. At the same time, rook on the 7s. Rook on the 7s, it's always something extremely powerful. So now I'm not sure that black is happy. White can go bishop d6 and free the spot for the knight on c5. So this is the moment which we were discussing before. It's very much possible that he decides to go bishop h4, and then later, for example, at this point, maybe he thinks already, oh, maybe I should have played knight f6. Why don't I just go back knight f6? Because in this position, the big battle goes over the lines, the squares, the 7th rank, for example. So probably there is a good chance that black is going to be capturing eventually on h5, while white is going to be winning some pawn on the queen side. So let's see, white, no, he did not go bishop d6. He went king f1, just strengthening his position. Interesting what he has in mind on knight f6. After knight f6, I guess he wants to go rook e7. So that would be a good exchange for white to take on e5, because that's a central pawn. And the reason is it's so important for white, because after rook e5, white can go knight d4, and that would be very powerful, even, or to play bishop d4 and knight to c5. So this is why black has to be thinking what to do. Probably, actually, the knight on g4 stands incredibly well. It's very powerful. But let's see what Hikaru wants to be doing after king f1. Can he go rook d8? This is also a big question. Big questions. So we have some great happenings.
What happened?
Well,
He went bishop h4?
He went bishop h4, but it's very interesting because he did not play reacted g3 Ding, but went rook d7 check first. And after rook d7, black went king g8, which after g3 happened. And now rook d8 is already not the same, because probably rook d8 maybe takes and bishop d6, and the king is not so fast towards e6, but maybe not true. Maybe anyway it's good. So why not rook d8? Then why didn't he go rook d8?
Rook d6 immediately.
So the bishop goes away. Anyway, if rook a7, I wanted to go bishop moving away. Why didn't he go rook d8? I thought that was the idea. Because the b3 knight stands very badly. So after rook a7, rook d8, that can be a serious problem for white.
Now white gains the tempo, yeah? Bishop d6 and these rook d8 lines. Bishop move twice.
Well, that's already a different story, I guess.
Still nothing. Jumps. Okay. This could be dangerous, no? Peter's still not impressed.
Well, knight b7, still a-b possible.
Knight d8, b3.
Some lucky things.
It's important.
Yeah.
The knight can't get back. Silly knight. So he has to take, but now.
Well, takes. Doesn't look so for black. But hold on, white played king f1.
He didn't go bishop e6, not king f1. Sorry. Still the question. Rook d8 is possible or not?
But it's different because the king is on e2 already.
So rook a7 or takes?
Well, no, rook e7 is not possible, rook d3.
Yeah, of course, the knight is through.
Yeah.
So he has to take. King is out, but the bishop is still blocking the square.
Well, okay, white gained one tempo, right? Because black could go rook d8 anyway.
Maybe it doesn't matter. Hikaru, thinking.
Well, it's a big question what to do.
Fabi checking the situation. This could be the decisive moments of who finished second.
Fabi has an incredible game.
Yeah,
practically he has I think, a great advantage.
Change the structure, went d4.
Yeah, I mean, white has a majority in the king side.
It's like a good exchange Spanish. With these 3 versus 2.
But probably it's not so easy because, I mean, pawn equality, but still the majority on the king side is preferable for white.
I'm still surprised by this move d4.
No, he wants some action.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's the best, but I like it.
Okay. And what's Richie up to?
What's Richie up to?
He sacrificed the knight. f6 for g1, bishop f8, f5, not endorsed by our engine friends. To Richie, no matter how it ends, even the last round after a disappointing tournament, gives a piece.
Well, he goes rook f5 and chops the e5 pawn in the next move.
That's the problem.
That takes, bishop takes, knight takes, and bishop d6. And queen g5.
Obvious queen h8.
Ooh.
Good luck calculating that.
But why not queen h7?
Probably
the same stuff. That's not
even
nice.
this position. Like,
well, of course he's going to
obvious.
fight. No, not at all. Well, it's still a fight. It's Probably you take it with the black color rather than the white, but it's a fight.
Yeah.
And well, time travel is nowhere yet.
Hikaru didn't go rook d8, went bishop d8. And
Bishop
computer says
d8.
this is a really bad move. Whoa.
Oh.
Computer says ding is now much better. It's understandable. He wants a5.
But why didn't he
Sneaky
go
computer
bishop
plays rook
d8?
b7. Stops a5 and says it's
No,
really bad.
But look what happened. Go back before bishop h4. What has happened since? I mean, it means that bishop h4 is a horrible move if you go back.
The way it went. yeah,
King went back
yeah.
g8. The white rook is on b7, and white improved his position by playing king f1.
Yeah, but he had many chances to go rook d8 and it would all have been fine.
Well, just now.
No. Here, instead of bishop
No, but
g5.
instead of
also
bishop
not.
g5 and also after bishop g5,
Yeah,
right?
2 chances. Why didn't he do this
Wow.
one? This is shocking. Okay, the position is now bishop d8.
Well,
He will spot rook b7, stopping a5.
well, okay, he wants to go rook b7, knight f6.
Yeah, but then the usual stuff.
And simply
all
the
the
problem
pieces
is
are
the
insanely
passive situation. But why is it so bad? Why e5 is hanging?
e4, 94,
Ooh,
knight
ooh,
h5,
ooh,
bishop
ooh,
e5,
ooh. E4?
94.
Oh, then it's gone.
Ooh. What a turnaround. Ding now with all the chances. What's the clock? 90 minutes for 5 moves. How important is this rook b7 move if we play whatever, king e2? But it's still better, but okay, then the pawn falls. Now rook b7 is very logical. No knight f6 with tempo and no a5. Oof. What a drama.
I'm pretty sure Hikaru already blaming himself that he didn't go back knight f6.
Yeah, that's the problem. That spot he could repeat. It's perfectly good. Why does nothing?
He's
He tries to do
walking.
even better, but no, he missed.
But I have the feeling that he's walking because he wants to show that he knows what's going on, everything is under control. Actually, he's very, very nervous.
d8 is such a bad sign.
He understands that something changed. And this is why never let the opponent's rook on the sevens.
Rook b7 played by Ding. Excellent move. Just stops everything Black wanted to do.
Of course, nerves is a very strong part of this game. So Ding wins, he's second.
That changes everything. And
Hikaru makes a draw, he is second.
yeah. Wow. Hikaru was so close to the finish line here. Even this position rook d8, he's just not going to lose.
No, but maybe takes, bishop d6, king f7, knight c5. So
Oh yeah, here, okay, this is actually.
maybe this is the problem. Maybe he didn't
Wait, there's
fail.
no a5.
Bishop e7 maybe also. But
But no
no.
a5, knight b7 is check.
And now doesn't work, takes check. Though even this.
Even this.
No, but the problem is AB and bishop f8. No?
Okay, how bad is that? The bishop is stuck.
Ah. But hold on, f4 is played. Look what
What's going on? F4.
what's going on, f4.
Maybe he understands.
Well, of course, it's a problem
Can't play
that,
slowly.
yeah, but the d4 square is going to be not controlled anymore. This is the problem. Ooh, but knight d4. Unbelievable if Ding wins this. What kind of tournament he had in the first half of the tournament. Then he won 3 games in a row. Shocking loss against Rajabov.
What a roller coaster, no?
Oh.
He loses the first, draws 7, wins 3, loses 1 quickly with white. Then if he wins the last one, he might still get a world championship match.
Oh.
Here,
What
it's
a
far from
drama.
over. We
What a
know
drama.
how almost impossible Hikaru is to beat from any of these positions. But he has all the chances now. King is so far away. Once again, it's the king activity.
No, this king on g8, this is not a good sign.
Was this like bishop f6 and f3 is good apparently. Knight f6, that's what he wants. A knight f6 and knight takes h5.
Yeah, of course he's looking for counter chance, but the knight can go end up in e6, right? Once it goes to e6, what is your bishop on d8 doing? Because knight stands pretty well on f6, but you need your bishop also on f6.
Yeah.
So you have two
The rook
pieces
can
which should be on f6. No.
Stakes are high. Ding Liren, thinking about it. The world number 2.
Who not supposed to be playing in the tournament, by the way, because Karyakin is supposed to be part of this candidates tournament, but he was banned, and Ding Liren had to play 26 games, I think, in
28,
one,
I think. 28
games.
days.
In no more days, maybe 30 days.
No, I think.
But it was a marathon from every angle, and because he didn't play classical again, right?
He needed like 30 games within the last year to be
Yes.
eligible.
Yes, and this is the way he was able to get a spot here, though some people were questioning it, whether this was really the right way of
Yeah, the
of
way the
handling
tournaments were
situation.
arranged, some people had some legit questions. Then again, no one questions that Ding belongs in the tournament. And
I think this
it
was the
wasn't-
reason that generally the world, including Magnus, including everybody, considered that Ding should be part of the candidates tournament, right?
And it wasn't by
without
choice he
Ding,
didn't play.
without
But-
Ding is not a tournament, right? That's what many people thought. So, but it happens so many occasions when somebody by chance happens to be participating in a tournament, and then he's making a good result. Actually, this is what I thought, because I had my
Like
experience
Maxime last time.
in Maxime also, but I played in 94, maybe I've told you already, in Argentina, and it was a Sicilian themed tournament, which was organized in the celebration of Polgar. And we had 8 players in the last second, not in last second, but very late. Polgar eventually did not play for some health reasons. And Salov was invited, who was top player, right? At the time, top 10 or top 15.
But he never played Sicilian.
He
no?
never played Sicilian. So he came to the tournament. Every game was a Sicilian. He was not prepared at all. And he won the tournament.
Yeah. Remember, he was choosing some tricky lines, like he played 3 queen takes d4 and 5 f3, so he did everything to avoid the
I
super
understand,
open
but
ones,
you don't
then
play, and
first
there were
thing-
good players like Kamsky
Of course,
played,
yeah.
Shirov played.
Where was it?
I don't know if Anand
I
played.
think we should use that.
Yeah, I mean, it was really a great tournament, and then he wins.
Yeah.
So this is why I thought also that Ding has great chance, apart from the fact that he's number 2 in the world,
That also
but
helps.
also, though it was a great marathon for him that he had to be playing, it's not easy to come out from China. Then he's here alone, as far as we know.
He arrives one day before, all by himself. Like it didn't look like the most professional setup.
It's like you
Serious?
don't understand what's going on.
But still, it's far from over.
It's far from over, and I'm not sure I would like to be in the playing hall. I think there is so much tension there.
Ding, of course, very strong endgame player. You can't spell ending without Ding.
And don't forget that we just switched off on the engine to see. If you don't have the engine, things are never so simple.
The engine
And-
says +2 here, but how do you know? No, you have double pawns, h5
And
is
you're
falling.
not sure, right?
Yeah.
Because you had your previous moves. It was knight f6, bishop h4. It's very quickly what has happened, changed, rook d7, rook b7. You have a feeling with white that you have a great position, but actually my pawn on h5 is going to be taken, right? So it's never so simple. And once you know the evaluation, as we know now the evaluation that is a +2, Of course, it's easier to say that, wow, what a blunder, and so on and so forth. But,
Ding takes and he goes e4.
and he's giving away some of his advantage.
So it looks like Hikaru pre-moved e takes f4 and e4, not e takes f, which was what the computer was demanding for the winning position.
Actually, no, we were not talking at all during the whole candidates about the cheating in chess, right? We
No.
were not talking at all because it's not, the players are always, every day they are scanned. So there is a team who is checking them, that nobody has any electricity, and there is no way that the players can be cheating. At the same time, this is a great moment for me to bring this up, because people many times, they don't understand what cheating is about. The top player does not need to have someone telling the moves nonstop. If a top player knows it, just the information that white is winning, you're winning, it's enough. In this position, I think it would be enough for Ding to know that it's plus 2.3, and he finds the win and he wins the game. But
Not
when they are
sure
not
here.
telling,
Because you could also think this is winning. Actually, now, once again, bishop f6, the computer dislikes, it once again gives the big plus. The move was f3, which is very logical, cutting off the king, but also,
yeah,
of course,
in
very
one
risky.
hand it's logical,
Because
other hand it
looks like
just
it's
brings the
falling.
knight to e6
Yeah,
to
yeah.
attack the f3, and then knight e5. Well, knight on e5 is very good, because we were talking about it that the bishop and knight is good on f6, but two cannot be at the same place. But now on e5 is a nice spot for the
And the
knight,
king is restricted.
and the king is not good there.
But bishop f6 was played. Now the king can come out.
The king, I always say the king. I'm just talking now in my new Chessable course. Hi. Hi to everybody. Chessable thing. My Chessable course, I have my endgame course. I'm just finished my part 2 of them. And I always phrase about the king in the endgame. And in this game also, it seems like that's the key, the final piece, which has to be brought into the game. Of course, the knight should be on e6 or f5 eventually. If the king is brought closer, that's also a very important element.
Big moment. Ding thinking about it. What is he considering? King e2, he's certainly considering. Maybe also knight d4. E2 looks very nice as well. I think he's going to do it. Hey. And Hikaru, maybe a little rattled from the events as well. He played bishop f6 reasonably quickly. Not saying f3 is an easy move, but he had 25 minutes.
Very difficult.
Could consider it, no? But yeah, it's.
Yeah, but I
easy
think
to say.
first of all, you have to understand that you can be in serious trouble. And I'm not sure that Hikaru understood. So it's very much not clear to me if any of the players understand how bad it can be for black. And why is king e2 so good? After king e2, knight e5, knight d4 is the problem, right?
Yeah, and they all come.
And final knight f5, that's the big problem.
Like my winning pawn here.
This is not going to be the last mistake in this game.
White just crushes through. Although even this, like, how obvious is this?
Oh no, it's not obvious at all.
You can believe white's better, but
Okay, white is better. King goes away, f4, e5, and look at the pieces and the pawns, the power.
okay. Ding has chances.
Wow.
How much he will know, he won't know how much it is.
Wow.
Chances are there. We'll get back to it in a minute. In other news, Duda versus Nepomniachtchi. It looks like it should end peacefully. Probably Duda has to be a little careful. But he will be.
Is it? Why? Well, it's a draw.
Doesn't have to be
f4,
too
g4,
careful.
f5.
Yeah, nothing left.
There is nothing.
And Fabi is, yeah. He's not playing this like in my old textbooks where you move around forever, try to stabilize h4, f3. But he goes for incredibly direct stuff. gh4. Weakening his own king a bit. Not sure.
Yeah, but he
doesn't
doesn't see the weakness of the king. He sees the new opportunities on the g5.
He's an optimist.
Yeah, he
He's
should
just
be.
a calculator. F4 on the board. Looks like Ali Reza's back in business. How are the adventures of young Rapport? Not good.
Oops, things are going very nasty way, I see.
Queen H4 was played, he went back, which is a bad sign. F4, but too late. Doesn't look great. Piece down, and here this move is asking more questions.
King G1 is on the board. E6. Knight F6.
Doesn't look great for Rapport. Back to Ding, because that's the decisive game for second place. Hikaru's blocking the camera. He doesn't want anybody to see this. 7 minutes.
So what move are we now?
Move 39 incoming.
39?
So 2 more moves to make for Ding.
Okay, 7 minutes.
It's enough time.
Plenty of time.
Fully focused.
Can White go Knight D4? Or would that be a blunder to
No,
D8?
I think I looked earlier. You can do that too. Then Rook E8 was less good than King E2.
Yeah, but it's also like King E2, maybe you don't see it immediately. I have no time to play F3 now.
Then we'll play King E2. No problem.
Wow.
Really?
Every move it's changing.
I thought it was over. I thought Hikaru had neutralized it and it was just a bit draw. Anything can happen. We'll take this.
Incredible. But towards the end of the tournament, it seems that everybody's making more and serious with
94 place. You were right again. King.
Yes, because Knight D4 is more logical from human aspect, that you just simply want to bring your knight first because the king is always there to bring it later, right?
Not sure, but yes.
Maybe it's
always
not
when
in
you have the
reality.
computer running, it's hard to say which
Yeah.
one was the more natural. So biased. So I like this move.
Yeah, this is very tricky because
is nice.
Knight F2
King doing work. Like
takes and
somewhere
go
else.
back. No, takes and go back, no? No.
Does that work? Take.
No, Rook E3, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But after Knight F2, Knight F5, and the knight is hanging, Rook is hanging, Rook E5.
Hard to argue with this stupid computer. Knight E2 is it?
Yeah, but those things you don't see immediately.
No, for sure.
So if you think King F3, Knight F2, and you don't calculate longer,
A lot of things could still happen. Now it's Hikaru's turn. On move 39. Hikaru has plenty of time.
so is he going to play his move fast? Well, it's difficult because, of course, you can also take on D4. And if you're panicking that the knight on F5 will show up, you don't want to have the knight on F5.
Wait,
If
just
takes,
humanly,
knight
doesn't this
F6.
look completely lost? I'm surprised the computer's even giving it. This looks so bad.
No.
Rook
No.
E8, Rook E5, with the king cut off.
Wow. It's a difficult thing, even if it would be great chance for a draw, you don't make it, unless the other one is even worse.
Yeah. It's really bad. I don't think Hikaru's going to play this, and then it means Rook E8 maybe, or Rook D8. Maybe the moves you will consider. Huh.
Nakamura is sad.
He looks upset. Looks upset because
He's
he understands
upset.
something has gone wrong.
He's upset. He was so close.
Yeah, just Rook D8, and I really don't think he's ever losing.
Oh.
Not here, but even yeah, probably here is the most logical.
I don't even understand why he didn't do it. He had the time.
Also, he had no need to go for all these adventures. As we mentioned, he could have repeated moves at this position. He made the strong knight g4 until
Do you
Ding
think? Do
tried
you
something else.
think? Do you think Ding saw bishop h4 and this was kind of a trick that he has to make a choice of bishop h4 or knight f6, or he just wanted to make a repetition and
try to repeat and get closer to move 40? Like, it would be strange if he tried to lure him into it. Because also 90% of the cases, like just blitzes out the repetition. We actually praise Hikaru for being alert and thinking about the other one.
Yeah, but this is the thing, like what to do in such a case? Should you be just going back and don't even think about it? He went rook e8.
Rook e8, he's back.
Yeah. So now the big question whether Ding goes king e2 also or only king g2?
I thought king g2, but apparently king e2 is fine as well. I just don't get it because I thought we can take and take, but then king d3. Yeah?
Well, g7 pawn is gone.
Double
And the
attack
rook is
actually.
gone.
Okay. And I get it. And if
No. King
now
f3.
it's king f3. I was on that first. It takes knight e2.
Knight e2 is
Not
the
easy.
only one or knight c2 also? No, knight e2 is the only, yeah?
Knight needs to be on a safe square.
Wow.
And c2 rook c4 doesn't
Wow.
work.
Now I wouldn't
c6
put my...
rook e6. Yeah.
Right.
No, it needs to go somewhere where it's covered.
So only knight e2,
So only knight e2.
but it's not so difficult.
No.
It's,
Stakes are
if you
high.
play king e2, you see.
Yeah, then he will exploit it. Just thinking about it. It's also very aesthetic.
If he would be
pleasing, huh?
playing f3, can black save?
Oh, check. Rook e5.
Ah, okay, that's a good saving idea.
Counterplay.
Okay, so now it's a crucial moment.
It's a big moment. King e2 or king g2 win. The other moves apparently not.
Wow. What about knight f5?
That's also.
No, knight f5, f3.
So
Okay.
the white king is weak.
Such a small details.
Let's move 40. 4 minutes.
Move 40 is so common that in move 40 or move 41, people make their mistakes.
What pressure? No, like this
I
could
know.
easily be the difference between the next two world championship contestants. If he goes king e2 or king g2 or not.
So does Magnus, you think, following? For sure, he's looking,
He's
watching.
Maybe not us,
Wherever
but
he
he's watching the
is,
game.
wherever he is, playing soccer, basketball, whatever, but he's
He
watching.
has a phone. What do you think Magnus prefers?
Can you
Ding
imagine?
finishing
the-
second or Hikaru?
Sorry?
You think Magnus prefers Ding finishing second or Hikaru?
I have no idea what it, well, first of all, we don't know whether he wants to give up. So if he cares at all, because that's when it cares, right? If he wants to give up his title.
No, but I mean, if that could be a factor. He thinks, okay, Ding's a nice guy. I don't mind the
Yeah.
world champion Ding. But Hikaru, he's big enough already. He can't also be world champion. I don't know if that factors into Magnus thinking at all. Yes, for chess and attention, Hikaru in the world championship match would be amazing. I can't quite tell. Ding is, of course, greatly respected and beloved by everybody. I can't tell in China how
I
big
think
the following would be if Ding
Ding
played a world
has
championship match.
Ding has a great fan club, and I'm sure for fans now, their hearts are beating very fast. And it's interesting in China that what I feel in India, that somehow chess is really part, I mean, everywhere I think you just feel it. With many people who are not professionals, but comedians here and there, I mean, they just feel that chess is some sparkles. In China, I don't feel this. In China, I was several times, but somehow I don't feel that people care so much about, in the general public, they play Chinese chess.
Exactly, there's just not that many players.
Chess is not,
Western chess
it's
doesn't.
more important politically, I think. And also, of course, for the Chess Association and the Chess Foundation or whatever, and they have an incredible system, how it, from when you're talented, then you reach this level, then you go to the next stage to the other coaches. So they have a pretty stable system, how it's built up, but it's not the quantity.
Yeah.
And it's not the mass of people. It's not, I don't think it's going to be like that. Let's say Ding becomes a world champion. I don't think he's going to be cheered by 5 million people from the airport to home.
I don't think he wants to be. I don't think he wants to be. King G2 played. He said he doesn't want to be famous.
And look, Hikaru is shaking his head. Shadu being king on G2 and look,
move 40 for
he's
Hikaru.
destroyed Nakamura. He understands that something very, very, very big problem happened in the last few moves. He understands that things are bad. Of course, he's not the type of guy that, like Duda yesterday, shaking his head until the end of the game. He's gonna fight. He knows that he did something wrong. There is a big problem, but let's see how I can fight it out.
He has a lot of chess lives. Like, it's not enough to have a good position against Hikaru.
But you see in his face that he hates what he sees in front of him. Sorry?
Yeah, now there's no ding around, so he can also shake his head.
Oh, he doesn't like this position. It's like,
It's a tough one. So it was so close, and he made this, very reasonable decision to not repeat moves, but go for this bishop h4.
because you can say that, okay, if I missed the opportunity immediately making a draw. I mean, why didn't I think? I had the time. I'm playing for second place, right? And then you say, I have to look at it. And then when you look rook bishop h4 and think that rook d8 is coming, then I say, okay, let's go for the straight one. And I force matters, but I just don't understand why he didn't play rook d8 anyway.
Yeah, that's going to be the big one. Looks like he wants to take something. He was reaching for either d4 or e4. Which one is going to take?
Maybe taking on d4 takes a knight e5. What do you think about that?
It's very sad. No, you're stuck to defending this.
Yeah, there's a problem that the knight is tied down to the.
What move? But...
Let's see. No, he goes knight e5.
No, he doesn't take anything after all. Goes knight e5.
So he wants knight e5, knight f5.
Yeah, this is similar to what we saw knight c4, king f3.
He's very nervous.
Actually, 7 is also good. Yeah, this is trouble for them. He's nodding, but he's more nodding to himself.
Oh, he understands that. No, but he's pulling himself together and fights.
Sure.
Fights, but
also Ding, yeah, once he catches a groove, of course, he's an amazing player. Oof, a lot of drama. They made move 40, so Ding is going to think now.
In the meantime, we have a draw between Duda and Jan Nepomniachtchi. So out of 14 games, he made 9.5 points.
Not losing any.
Not losing a single game. Unbelievable performance. Do you remember anybody won 2 times in a row candidates tournament? Unbelievable performance.
Fortunately.
Unbelievable
It was
performance.
matches.
Duda had some great chances in this game today, but kudos to Jan that he was fighting very well. Even the 14th game, he won the tournament. Of course, he wants to celebrate already after game 13, right? And he has all the right and all the reason to do so, and his team, but he still made his preparation, I guess, properly as a real professional. And he wanted to finish with definitely not with the loss, though Duda played, I think, exceptionally interesting. And he created himself great opportunities. So what's going on with Richie? Maybe he
Fabi messed up a little before we get there.
Okay.
And it looks like Fabi's worse now. Takes and takes. Should d6. And
wow.
he had this eternal knight on e4 and within a few
happened?
moves.
Can you go back for a few moves?
I still think it all started with d4 already. This
D4
position is
takes
untouchable.
Okay. Takes, h4, GH, yeah?
Takes,
okay.
which also you have to.
Yeah, no, I understand that your worries about GH. check.
Knight g5 and b5.
Ah,
Maybe he missed b5. It's
wow.
it's a tough one.
But it's also sad blunder.
Yeah, it's not like Fabi in his usual state is missing b5, but that's the only
Yeah, but
explanation.
you have to do something because the thing is that h4 is hanging.
Yeah, we have rook g1, for example. Okay, I don't know. But now, just as it was Enke.
Wow.
Richie is very lost.
It's just a pawn, it's done.
Just to show. We have two queens, but neither
But
of them is
both
very happy.
of them are under attack.
It's a rare situation. Like doesn't take any, gives a check. And it's checkmate. It's a funny position. Oh yeah, he's completely lost.
Well, the best is bishop e8, right? And queen f3, bishop e3.
Yeah, this is also not bad.
Yeah, to give checkmate, you mean?
Javov, also good tournaments, like
Yeah, fought all the
starting with
way.
-2 and we will end on what, +1? And here, is it still time travel? We can
Knight
stay here.
f5 played.
Okay, still not move 40, so let's stick around.
But okay,
Hold on.
Hikaru is fighting. He is going to be fighting. f3, king g3, rook d8 or something like that. What do you think? The thing is, black should
It's
be
not stable.
able to bring his rook towards d2, let's say, or d1. So looking for some counter chances.
This construction just breaks so quickly, no? Like somewhere bishop f6 or knight h6. No, I have a feeling Ding is an overwhelming favorite to take this one now. It's playing with an extra king. We check plate.
f3 check.
King will step out. It's also nice. King g3 is the only sensible move.
So if Ding wins this, then it means that in the second round, Ding made +3, right? 4 wins.
Also, I haven't done the math. If he will finish what, 2 points behind Nepomniachtchi?
So
So if we imagine he would have won the first game.
here we have the
No, if he wins,
standings.
if he wins, he has 8, so 1.5 points. So obviously it wouldn't have happened. But if we imagine he wins the first game against Nepomniachtchi, after that everyone has the same tournament, Ding would have made it. Fair scenario. What is he thinking about? Maybe he's just thinking because he can, because it's move 41. Let's let Ding think. Is Richie going to resign?
No, he went knight f7. Do I think just black takes, bishop takes f7 and piece up, right?
Yeah, there's not a lot of attackers left. It's sad what happened to his attack, which looks so nice. And he knows what's up too, of course. Disappointing finish for Rapport now, like.
Yeah, he
To
played
lose this
so
one.
many interesting games.
Now he goes
He takes
57,
d7, of course. What else?
It's helping.
Well,
Should
for
be 6 and game over.
Richard is definitely very sad because in that case, if he's going to be losing, Ali Reza is going to be winning. then he is going to be taking the 8th place,
That would be rough.
which is yeah. And he did not belong there at all. I mean, he was playing pretty well.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's such a bad tournament, no, but
No. Well, of course, in the last game, if you lose, that doesn't help.
it's a good rule.
It was not very original.
Hard to argue. So
Knight
94 on the
C4.
board.
Knight
Bishop
C4.
E7.
Hikaru is fighting against the E4 pawn. He was looking for some counter chess. The problem is that the F3 pawn is going to be falling off, and plus, still, there are the active pieces for white. Knight on F5, I'm still repeating that because that bothers me the most, looking at it from the black side.
This line looks logical, but apparently it's just lost.
G7, rook G6. Yeah, black is just going to.
This is over.
It's hard to imagine that Dink is not going to be winning this. No?
I think so.
I think it's very difficult.
I'm not sure how nervous he is now. I think people maybe somewhat wrongly think he's a guy who doesn't get nervous, but we've seen him be nervous.
No, I think now he is. I never seen him during the tournament this like now.
Yeah.
He knows it.
His
He's
expression
there.
very much changed.
Yeah.
See something that's good. Probably thinking, what, 97 and Bishop E7? Almost feels a bit unfair to the Pomnashi that this fight for second place, such a big deal. But what can you do?
What do you think how Nepo thinks? Would he be rather playing against Hikaru or Dink?
No idea. Just
Well, probably he shouldn't be caring too much right now. He's just the only thing he can care about being proud of himself and celebrate his victory. I mean,
I also don't know about Nepo's psychology. If he had a choice of opponent, if he maybe would say, I want to play Magnus. I want to show what happened last time is not my real strength. And that's how I want to get the title. Or, which would also be very legit, say, okay.
do you think there is a scenario where FIDE tries to kind of convince Magnus, if he decides that he doesn't want to play and change some rules in order to invite him for that?
That one I'm unsure of. Like, also, I don't know what his demands are, but if they make a mix of rapid and classical, I mean, that one.
But maybe it's not, it can only work if Nepo agrees, right? Because there are rules.
Also,
you cannot just change it.
Yeah. No, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens. Fabi's just lost. Fabi really just collapsed in the second half.
Yeah, what a sad story for Fabi.
Yeah. Will be good for Alireza then, although of course it wasn't a great tournament for him. If he beats Fabi in the last round, he won't go home with such a bad feeling. You know? Sometimes even a very bad tournament, you win the last one.
Well, the biggest loser of the event, we can say that it's Fabi without too much of a debate, huh? Because he was one of the
two co-favorites.
Yes. And after the first half, everything was
5-4-7, playing great, ideas left and right, very precise. He beat Nakamura in the first game.
Unfortunately, Richard.
Richie has seen enough.
Maybe after all, the knight G5 sacrifice was over-optimistic.
It was maybe too much. Also, it needed white to follow very precisely, probably. It's not like you're putting pressure. Okay, tough tournament for him.
Very tough tournament.
Good result for Rajabov. Yeah, who didn't really want to get involved in this fight for second place. He just wanted to survive.
Well, Rajabov is, he had 6.5 before the round, right? So now he has 7.5 points.
No, he's right there, but I'm saying yesterday he didn't want to have a sharp game against Fabi, but he simplified and that made sure neither of them had a chance for second place anymore. But still, excellent comeback from Rajabov. Yeah, Fabi, we've mentioned, won't be very pleased. It's also tough here. Fabi's what, like 29? He had this big shot in 2018. And then he doesn't qualify for the match after that. Now he misses one, and to stay motivated and come back in the next candidates with full force. Because he's an amazing player, and obviously he's not done. But it must be very unpleasant, no? Like,
and his preparation is incredible. His dedication is also, he's extremely full professional.
His prep was, I think Jan's prep was also good, and he looked very untouchable in the Petrov, and he was smart and so on. Fabi showed so many new ideas and concepts in this tournament.
And his braveness, the way he played with these ideas, right?
Yeah, I think he just checks everything deeply, and then he doesn't have to be as brave even, because he just knows. But of course, he also trusts himself to calculate. He just collapsed in the second half completely. It wasn't Fabi anymore. Okay. Thinking about it?
Well, the pressure is growing. You can't say it doesn't.
Check. So he should put something on E7.
Yeah, but it's a big question. Which one is better, right? To leave the knight on F5 or to give up and try to get the bishop. So what about knight E7, king goes out to H7?
No, that way. No, I can take.
Ah, that's simple.
The knight.
So that's simple that you just want to grab the pawn.
Yeah.
So that's why.
So the other line was takes, bishop takes. Knight D2, I guess just king F4 or E5. 7. Also looks extremely pleasant for white history, so tough choice for Ding. What's going to be? Bishop E7 or knight E7?
I don't know which one is better. Bishop E7 seems to me better. I would probably go bishop E7 because I would just have my belief in my knight on F5. So the bishop on F6 defending the important G7, so I just want to eliminate that defender.
It looks like he's about to make a move.
Or not, or going to spend quite some time. What is it? It's move 42, so he has plenty of time to decide.
Okay, then we'll let him decide and come back with the big finish, bishop E7, knight E7, who will finish second, Ding or Nakamura. In the meantime, check out chess24.com. Consider getting a premium membership, which gives you access to all the video courses by Vishy Anand, Magnus Carlsen, the late Mark Voretsky, Artur Yusupov. I did some courses also together with my Team Carlsen teammates, Peter Heinrichsen and Laurent Fressinet, for example, in the last match. So there's plenty of stuff there. You get 50% off. Today's the last chance, I would assume, with the code candidates2022. And of course, if you want to support this little show, it's also much appreciated if you get a premium membership. And yeah, we'll be back with the finish of this tournament in a couple minutes.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 Nairov.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
a5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think
You
about...
don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
And we're back with the final stage of this year's candidates tournament, where Ding Liren now has great chances to win against Hikaru Nakamura and therefore secure second place. Judit, Polgar, let's jump straight into the action. We missed some moves.
Yes, we did, and we had Bishop E7, which we were expecting. Actually, the big question was whether Knight to E7, Bishop to E7, both were extremely good. So Ding had to choose and make a decision which is the easier win, or which is the move which he feels more comfortable with. And of course, Nakamura could not exchange, or could, but it was pretty bad because the G7 pawn would be undefended anymore. So there is a huge problem for black, and F3 pawn is taking first, and then Knight F5. The rook is on the 7th is a killer. So it's logical that Nakamura went Bishop B2, hunting and looking for a counter chance, somehow grabbing a pawn. I'm afraid that black can easily get mated after this kind of distraction from the bishop from the long diagonal. So he went Bishop A3, and let's see what is happening right here. What is the winning? Maybe only king goes away and F4, E5?
Looks extremely logical. Computer's a big fan of king F4, I guess, to go E5, but it looks a bit strange after Bishop B2. So why not, let's say, king G3, knight D2, A5, that's still bad. But how obviously bad is it? Yeah, he plays king G3. Looks somewhat more human than this king F4. Push the pawn.
Well, the question is, what is the idea behind king F4?
I don't know. Back. A5 here. Now just takes apparently.
And the king simply stands more active. It's not so bad. I mean,
apparently it's lost, but yeah, it doesn't look too bad. But it's probably just lost here.
Somehow it seemed worse.
Yeah.
Bishop F8 and somehow trying to play for G6. There you go, rook A6, and then. Well, does not look good. King G3 is on the board. So fast played by Ding Liren.
Pairing F4. A5. Is this still winning?
I'm not sure.
This is not so clear. Bishop takes, bishop takes. Takes,
bishop
now there's
D8.
bishop B4.
Bishop B4 and the E4
This is a big difference.
You see?
King F4.
For the engine, it's like this. King F4, of course. And then after how many moves?
Yes.
1, 2,
6,
3, 4,
whatever.
5, 6 moves. We
B4
found
is fine.
out why King
Yeah.
F4 is so important instead of King G3. This is not human at all. At all. So let's see after A5, how is it human?
Problem
and
is,
how is it winning?
the computer move is also not
Bishop
superhuman. Bishop C5, like it makes sense attacking the pawn.
But
You
that's,
still have to calculate a lot of
it
stuff.
makes sense to open up the line on the 7th rank for the rook, right?
Yeah, threatening maybe rook G7, bishop D4, depending what happens.
Oh, that doesn't look good. So what about bishop C5, B8 takes B4, with the idea if after rook takes, goes out, and if rook D4, bishop B2.
Pick up
Oops.
the house.
Oops. Well,
So you would have to go rook E4 instead. Okay. This looks lost, but still. Okay, it looks pretty lost. Knight stops the pawns. The rook can go hunting. Yeah, this is over.
well,
So let's see. First of all, should Nakamura play A5? Does he have any other move? Because even F3 would help white. No stabilizing, and then we can.
the problem is
whatever we
black
want.
has to do something.
Yeah.
If black sits and wait, then it's just F4, E5, and it's gone, it's over. Or
There's
F3.
just no
and
play
bishop
anymore.
goes away, bishop C5, bishop D4.
Siesta.
I mean, really, let's look at the pieces of white. I mean, it can barely stand better, each of them.
This guy has some
The
potential.
guy, yeah, the bishop has to be moved to the long diagonal just to finish off black's defense.
In other news, just quickly, we have Caruana struggling, probably defending a lost position against Alireza, pawn down, passer. So it should be lost.
It will be so difficult for Fabiana to get over on this candidates tournament.
Not to motivate to. Okay, I'm sure he has tournaments scheduled and so on, but to motivate to really go all in for the next one in 2 years again. It's tough because he said he also fell into a bit of a hole after the 2018 match. This was a rough end to the second candidates in a row.
No, this is why it's so amazing to see Jan Nepomniachtchi winning the candidates again. And we can say that it's not that he was somewhere in the bottom and then he just the second half he played well all the way.
Closing.
Actually, he had a very strong start, very shaky start though. First of all, he had a very important win against Dingliren, which killed Dingliren's first half tournament.
Even in that game, he mixed up something in the opening, the pawn machine, and he was more or less lost. He was just a pawn down. Just Ding wasn't ready to play in the first game yet. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, there was a really strange
But then
game.
for Nepo, it was also a difficult game 2 against Fabiano.
Very tough.
That was a very tough game. So while for Nepo, things were really happening on his favor, for Ding, it was like they just pushed him away. It was such a punch, right? I mean, he doesn't lose that way so often. Though in this tournament, he lost twice. Because in the white pieces, right? First round, he lost against Nepo, and then against Rojavov, he lost even worse. And after that game, that he can still fight for the second place so much that he's probably going to be taking and being on the second place, that's incredible.
That is impressive. Although, I mean, it's special with the second place this year. I think if you tell him before you'll finish second, he would have said, no, I'll try for first. No, I mean, I'm not sure how big a success it is for Ding to finish second. Like the way things went, of course, it's a great result. But before the tournament, I'm not sure if he even exceeded expectations.
Well, it's kind of interesting.
What's the score going to be, like +2, right?
I think it's very interesting to see how the players are. Well, of course, in principle, everybody thinks that, okay, I come here, I have to win. There is no other result because it doesn't make any sense, right? But still, the players, when go to a tournament, you still have to go from one round to another, right? And you have to be only focused on that specific game and then look around time to time where you're standing.
Yeah. No, he showed great resilience, that's for sure. And today, yeah, this looks like.
And it's not only that, but you know, I mean, after the first round, I mean, he had not enough points. He had very little points, Ding.
3 out of 7.
But also in the games, I mean, he didn't have so much. Yeah. So it's not that he could say that how unlucky I am. It's just he played. Yeah, okay, but he played also badly in some situations, very badly, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is not to give up. To say that, okay, this tournament I have no chance. But in mindset to be there that, okay, still every single game I go there, I prepare, I focus. I play, I win one game, great, next day again, and again, and again, and again. And you see that you're not in the best shape of your life, softly saying, that's the big thing.
Yeah, no, I agree. He fell victim to this must-win that I think slowed everybody down at some point, no? Whoever seemed like was coming close to Nepomniachtchi will make a quick draw. They would feel, okay, I'm in a must-win situation. And lose the game. Happened to everybody, to Hikaru, with black against Rajabov, then to Fabi more than once, to Ding against Rajabov as well. A lot of guys were stopped by Rajabov, actually. Yeah, very strange tournament, but also
great fighting spirit.
Highly entertaining event. And great achievement, even if he loses one, by Hikaru as well, who really.
Absolutely.
Other than Nepomniachtchi, to me, he looked the most stable. He had this one bad game against Rajabov, but overall, he comes, he has his prep, he focuses, he doesn't get rattled easily.
And he makes very good practical decisions, I think.
Yeah, when he gets surprised, like against Alireza, he also fights. It was very impressive, especially if we consider that he hasn't played classical chess for 2 years. Like, he only played the Grand Prix, and now this one. It's a very special play.
So King G3.
He does need a miracle though.
What should
A5. If we go for the most
Hikaru.
stupid move, just to see if there's chances anyway, then A4. And at least his pawn is annoying.
Oh, okay, now it's something.
Yeah.
Okay, at least White has to prove it, right?
Bishop C5. No, this is just way too slow again.
Yeah, Bishop D4.
4. This is always the killer.
If Rook G8 here, Rook G6 and Bishop G7.
Oh, nice.
Unpleasant.
King.
Okay, so Rook G8, Rook E8. No, here. I'm fighting
Rook
in the
E8.
very end. Rook G8, Rook G6, Bishop
No, this is
G7, now Rook E8. You can exchange and H6, H7. That's
No, the H pawn.
That's a bad news. My knight cannot get back, my king cannot reach back.
Thinking about it. Still has a lot of time.
It's too late to think.
Options are also limited. No, what else could he do? He could go bishop
Yeah,
B2,
Bishop B2, but
then
F4, no?
this plan will just hit.
Let's try to go, let's say Bishop F6. Just give away. Ah, you're so cruel. I thought you wanted to take on F6, take on H6, and then look around.
Probably also good enough, no? But this was what we wanted all.
It was inviting for you, yeah, to do that. But hold on. After E5, I go knight E3. Is that a good trick or no? No, because knight H6.
It's helpful.
To say the least.
No, the position seems too bad, yeah, like just nothing works.
Well, I mean, look at the pieces. Bishop on A3, knight on C4, while the whole army of White is attacking the king. The rook on B7, knight on F5, bishop is just moving away and goes to D4. White does not even need the king.
Yeah, F4, E5.
Well,
the
just
pawn on H5 as well is very important.
Top
Like
of the cake, right?
keeping the king locked up. No, it's too much. I guess he has to try A5. Maybe hope for Rook B5, A4, or one of those. Rook B5 is also not happening. And you can see Hikaru, of course, in a sense. He's in real big trouble.
So there is only 2 games left of the candidates tournament. Right now, this is the game of the day, because if Ding wins, then he's number 2. If Ding spoils it and makes a draw, then Nakamura is number 2. And of course, the big question after that comes by from Magnus Carlsen. If he is ready, he wants to defend his title against Nepomniachtchi, play the second match against him, or he says, I don't want to defend my title. I just want to be number 1 in the world. And I give the opportunity for the number 2, who's going to be Hikaru or Ding right now. And maybe in the back of his mind, he might think that, when those guys are playing, we have a new winner, and I really want to play. Maybe I will go for the candidates and be the challenger as world number 1. So that would be quite a twist in chess history as well. But for now, of course, nobody knows what the second place gives apart from the prize money.
That's correct. And also, even for Magnus, you think if Magnus plays the next candidates, it's not an easy tournament to win, right? It's not easy for anybody.
No, and it would be also quite funny that he would be, if he's number 1 in the world, still significantly, let's say 50,
yeah, let's
60,
say he's the
80.
same, he's 2860.
Yeah, nothing really happens on the ranking, and then he goes. And of course, it's not clear at all if he would be winning. But to tell you the truth, it is kind of more challenging for win a candidates tournament for Magnus than to win a world championship match, right? So we, as a fans and respect him, I think they would say, wow, if you as number one, you win the candidates, that's an extra achievement. If he's going to be winning, defending his title, that he wins again, okay, he did it again, right? So it's kind of strange because after all, defending the world championship man should be a bigger thing.
I don't know how it is mathematically. I would guess he has, for any number, 80% chance to win in a world championship match against whoever it was in the past. And the candidates, it has to be lower, no? He wins, I don't know, every second super tournament he plays, something like that. Maybe more, I don't have the numbers.
But for him, probably it will be a bigger challenge because when he prepares for the world championship match, he has his team, he has his experience. I mean, no matter, I mean, he's going to be playing against Nepo, then Nepo has his experience, which is not very positive. Whatever remembers from there, it's not something he's happily remembering that. But of course, the experience is there. But Magnus has incredible experience by the strategy, what to choose, different situations, how he dealt with it, and many other things, of course. But most of all, Magnus knows how much stress it is to be part of the World Championship match.
Yeah, the stress-joy ratio is not good for him there. Well, in the candidates tournament, I have no idea if he wants to play, but it could be different, no? Especially if things go well and he enjoys the competition. Although he did win once in London, and he was also greatly suffering. It was a very close tournament with Frontnik and Levon, and he lost the last.
He was
penultimate against. Yeah, it was very close.
I mean, everybody knew that he deserves to be right, to be the challenger. But the way it happened, the end of the tournament, I mean, I'm not sure it ever happened that you lose the last two games and you're being the challenger. I mean, how insane is that?
Yeah, it was a very tough one. Did he lose the last one as well? I can't even remember. He played Stidler. It was a draw, maybe. I can't recall.
He was very much suffering, sweating, blaming himself.
It's so sad. He has time, but there's just no good move. Sitting there, doesn't see one. See, makes his resigned hand gesture.
Sorry?
You can see he makes this sort of resigned hand gesture. There.
No, he will be still fighting, but we see something which we did not think we're going to be seeing in the middle of the game. Interesting strategy by Ding, and both players, I mean, we had a very, very solid symmetrical position after the opening, and it looked like it's White is playing for some very little thing. I wouldn't even call it advantage, more to make it unpleasant for Black. So easier to play it with White. Black can go wrong, but it's not that you would be just losing, right? It's like you're getting really, you say, okay, White has both of the rooks on C line, the C5 square is something that the White will occupy with the rook, with the knight, with the bishop, whatever. And in the long term, in move 70, maybe, with a lot of inaccuracies, White gets the advantage. And this is what happened. This is exactly what happened. And these were the moments of the game of the nerves.
Yeah, and two key moments here. Knight G4, excellent move. Nakamura until here playing excellently, defending very well. And here he could just repeat moves with Knight f6. White is nothing better than Bishop D6. And now Ding would have to find another way to play, Knight C5 or whatever, but it's fine for Black. So he could have chosen that. Instead, he goes for the more direct Bishop H4.
But we can't blame him for this.
No, it's a good move.
Because
and also
actually he was. It showed that he's there. He's ready to play. He's ready to choose, make decisions.
No, the one he will kick himself for afterwards is these two moves here. He had rook to D8, and also on the next move. Instead, you can tell something went wrong here. He goes Bishop G5, and after King F1, which is a small improvement, he goes Bishop D8. Something went very wrong.
Something is not logical to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if not Bishop G, so I'm just thinking that what Hikaru should have understand that why rook d8 is so important, because you have to have your rook on the open file, because you cannot
stand the rook on
afford
the 7th
to
row.
go passive. But even after bishop g5,
Yeah, that was still fine. Just here, bishop d8 is an
Yeah.
inexplicable move.
why bishop d8?
Oh yeah, he panicked for a second. Well, he probably saw threatening knight f6 and maybe I'm preparing a5. But after rook b7,
Yeah, because for
stopping all
now
these
the b3 knight is far away, and you don't think that it's going to be ending up in an outpost on f5.
especially this line. Maybe he just missed knight d4 or something here. Sometimes it's like
Maybe
trivial
bishop
things that are
d6,
missed along the
maybe
way.
bishop d6 he missed if knight f6.
Bishop d6, I don't know. It's always been there, no? The
Yeah, but
theme, I
after
mean-
knight f6,
Yeah.
because the knight is on g4 defending it. No, bishop d8 was, I don't know how much time he was thinking then, but I think he played pretty fast. I think he played fast this move.
There was one more chance, but this is already much more computerish here. And before the
Yeah.
time control is f3, this, yeah, okay, this is a computer line, this doesn't.
Well, f3 you may find if they put you with your fresh head and they say, okay, this is the position, what do you play? Then maybe you play f3 because you just want to push back the king. But with the previous moves played, it is very, very difficult.
And we have a move, knight e5 played by Hikaru. And it's going passive, trying to play knight f7.
Well, yeah, he wants to go knight f7. Well,
This looks very sad.
knight e7, king h7, knight g6, or just f4. Push pawns.
Or f3. I like
though-
f3. But yeah, nothing
Okay,
wrong with
because
going-
knight d8 and knight e6. Or
So
a5.
bad.
No, a5 I go instead of knight d8, sorry. What about a5? Also problem knight c6, possible. Yeah, the problem
Position's
is
too
that
bad.
there is not only one win. And all white pieces are standing so well.
Ding. Of course, has to know he's winning here, but he has to finish up cleanly.
Exactly, but what did you do now? Bishop
remember,
c5.
bishop
Yeah,
c5,
this
knight
is the,
f7,
this is the
check.
painful stuff. Yeah,
No, f4.
f4, f3.
Any of these moves, and then quite stable.
Though f3 is a nice touch to it. Very
I like it
painful
because
touch.
it's just
What
stabilize
about-
everything.
What about
completely.
f3, bishop b2?
Oh, once f4.
Okay, knight g6, knight f5, whatever, king g8.
Yeah, king j8. It's not.
I'm gonna be kicking. Bishop bishop e5 and bishop d6.
Still kicking.
I'm kicking.
Have an engine, so it's not very hard to
So switch it
read
off.
out the
Try
main
to
moves.
beat me with that.
Oh,
You
let's get
should.
rid of it.
Kill me so easily.
It's like-
Or you will. Knight g5. No, knight f6.
Mm.
Tactics. Bishop
Right position.
c5, bc, king g8.
Sad, isn't it? Play e5 on it.
Well, e5. e5.
D8. It's all very sad.
Okay, give me back this position. Knight e5 he went, you go bishop c5. There is no other way than I try to escape. No, you know what I do? You know what I do?
What do you
Bishop
do?
e2.
Directly.
Yeah,
Give me.
king h8. Let me fight for Hikaru's love. Okay, go.
Yeah, no, I know.
Go. I'm going to give some checks and tricks. Don't fall into some things. Knight d3.
Scared away. Oh, that does look very, very lost.
Well, it is lost. Badly. Rook e7. Oh, I will give it a check if you allow me.
I want to.
Well, you can, whatever you want, but okay. Knight d3. e7, rook g8. Knight. Not easy. Knight c5. Rook c8. Let's fight. Rook e6.
Tough fight.
Rook e6. Why you take all my pawns?
It's an option.
In 1 minute chess, I would be happy still to fight. Bishop c5 is on the board.
Yeah.
So knight f7 he goes. He'll go knight f7.
What else?
After knight f7, the bishop from e3 would be standing on f6. Maybe we would have still some chance. Knight f7 is on the board.
We would play f4 with the bishop on f6.
e4 is hanging.
Let's see how Ding does this. Knight 7 check. Looks obvious enough. I'm not sure there's anything wrong with the direct f3.
f3, bishop b2.
Yeah, similar stuff.
Well, first of all, white can go rook f7, knight d6, knight c4. Also
looks winning. Check. I don't want to have to think about this.
Then no. No, then it's, well, it's lost, but
yeah.
try to do this, right?
Yeah, Ding plays f3. Stabilizing.
Sadistic move. No?
Yeah, no, I like it.
I mean,
a5 here.
a5. Rook f7 is a threat, by the way. No. No, because maybe king e6 or king, no, king g8. No, because knight c7, yeah.
No, it's too bad. I was a little surprised by f3, maybe because expecting there's knight
He's
e7
destroyed.
check.
He's completely destroyed.
Speaking of, Fabi is still hanging in there.
Oh, he's still fighting there, trying to save his game. What a frustrating game for Fabi. He had such a one-way ticket. Knight on e4 in the middle of the game, and then he opened up crazily the position and he started to blunder.
You can tell that he's just a shell of himself, because this position, maybe he doesn't win it every time.
Well,
to
but
lose
probably
this the way he
7
does.
times out of 10.
I would guess so, yeah. Or f3, king g2, king wherever.
You have to
Yeah,
have
stop.
patience.
Yeah. Well, the rook's here. No, it's not an automatic win, but I feel on a good day, it would just convert this. And now it's Ali Reza doing the converting.
But the guy is fighting for a draw. Is it sure that Ali Reza will win?
Looks fairly bad.
Maybe it's not so easy to win. It's not that it's easy to draw, but well, probably here also the key will be the main question for black, for white.
Which one are we talking about? The
No,
Alireza?
with Alireza, yeah. What's the technique he needs to have in order to really to win the game?
The judge looks quite winning. No?
Yeah, the
Bring
king just comes, right?
Yeah.
And on
Mhm.
c3.
Just go.
Knight d2. You know. Okay, knight b3. Rook c4. Rook a4. Ah, I thought.
Okay, 4.
No, I thought you go back bishop e5 to defend your pawn on c7. That's why I
Makes a lot of
thought
sense.
I wanted to go back. You understand my point.
No, not a lot of material left. It feels winning.
You know, rook b7. I'm kicking.
Kicking and screaming.
Exactly. Rook b5, rook b6. I push you back.
A little more precise. Oh, do I want g5? Wish I knew how to be precise.
You know, you play g5, I may go just rook b5, so I cut off the king. I'm going to be kicking.
You keep kicking. So to be pushed back. This guy would push forward.
Yeah.
You can
It
kick,
is. Yeah, I can
this is
kick,
an
but you're
efficient
pushing.
one.
That's true. Okay, so what's going on between Hikaru and Ding?
Not much. F3 on the board. Ding. Tired but focused. Hikaru, sad but focused.
What kind of resource he will find? The f7 knight is tied down, cannot move because the g7 pawn is hanging.
The rook doesn't have anywhere good to go.
Well, a5 is the only thing, bishop e2. Well, what is a practical chance that black can do? This crazy bishop on c5 defends and attacks at the same time.
So if bishop b2, that is this. It's probably
No, but
quite
you
bad.
gave bishop e5 check. That's
Ah, that was the point. Ah, of course.
Yeah. Bishop e5, f4, king there, f takes. I don't know if this would be what he goes for. I think probably it's not
Also
the
looks
best, but
quite
it's
winning.
just that winning.
Yeah.
King f4, rook e6, e5. Maybe some g6 stuff.
Looks easy actually. Pawn stays
G6,
and we
G6.
just push through. I don't know if I need to
Okay,
take.
king g7.
I think it's fairly hopeless.
It is.
Hikaru taking his time, as he should. Position does not get better. So if we do like a winners and losers list of these candidates, I think most are easy. Nepomniachtchi winner.
Well,
obviously.
yeah.
And Rapport loser, Alireza loser, Duda loser, Caruana loser. And then that leaves 3 cases which are less clear cut. Like, let's say Hikaru loses today. Do you think he's still a winner, or will be too upset to
Well,
win?
Not today.
I understand, but overall,
And emotionally, for some time, he will be, I think, very sad because he understands how close he was. At the same time, I don't think he was seriously thinking that he can qualify.
that I don't know, but yeah, overall, like just by the
But it depends
chess
on your
and
mindset.
entertainment value, I think he's
Ah.
clearly a winner of the event, but of course it won't help him.
Well, generally
If he loses
speaking,
today.
yes, because I think being there in the third place for him also, to have those guys behind him, it is. I mean, after knowing that sometimes he calls himself not a professional anymore.
Yeah.
So from that point of view, yes, but you know, once you get your chances
You
and
lose the
it's
last
right
one, yeah.
there, it's given to you and you were so close, it is very hard to see it as something that you gained. But I think his community on stream, they will
No,
cheer him
also
up.
they will
but
see him
they
as a
are
winner. No, he put a great
Yeah.
show. He wasn't
Of
around
course,
as
now
well.
everybody is
Came back.
crying and very upset, no question about it. But generally speaking, he gave all in, I think.
No, also it's not over yet, just under the assumption. This would end the way it looks like. And for Ding is also, maybe it depends on if he gets a match or not. If
Well,
second
that's
place would
quite
be
a big
winner or loser.
difference,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I mean, that's clear.
And then
I mean, I think if he doesn't get the opportunity to play the match, then it should be a sad
it's,
story.
yeah, it's a
Because
missed
he must,
opportunity.
it is a missed opportunity, and also he had an incredible 2 months of his life that he had to play almost every day during 1 month just to be able to participate,
Sometimes twice per day.
to switch his mind. I don't know how much pressure he has from China, generally from officials, that they expect him to perform so well if you're number 2, win the tournament and be the challenger, right? I mean, of course, many like Aronyan had this, I think, that even though I'm not sure he was pressed, but he felt the pressure.
Yeah,
right?
it came from himself, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. So of course, it depends on you as well, how much you feel the pressure. But for sure, it's there because Magnus said it that well. Ding is completely there to be able to win the tournament, or at 2018, Fabiano won, and each candidate tournament. Okay, last tournament, of course, for Ding was awful. In Russia, it was played all these around the pandemics. I mean, that was horrible.
In a way, it was a similar story to this one, though. His final score, he's a bit better, but he had a horrible first half.
Yes.
And then a good second half, which wasn't enough to win the tournament. So in a way, it's similar. But yeah, I would guess winner or loser. I mean, loser sounds rough, but happy or unhappy, let's say, would depend on if he gets a match or not. Rajabov, I think, will consider, yeah, he'll be happy.
Yeah, yeah,
Win.
yeah. He made great games, fantastic victory over Ding.
3
Very
wins
nice
in the
fight.
last couple games, no?
Great fight. I don't think he can complain at all. I don't think he thought that he can be a real challenger for the first place.
Bishop D2 on the board.
The question is, what he wants to go after takes. Well, probably after takes, he wants to go bishop c3, and rook f7 is not possible. So after bishop d2, maybe simply rook f7, it's time. I mean, eventually you have to make your decisions, right?
Question.
I mean, is this really something you want to play? No, he went probably king f6, king g5, he has to go.
Yeah, what to say.
I mean, we
Still lost.
understand that it's that loss, but okay, so this is one way to cash in, right? The other question is, yeah, whether should he be just taking on a6 after bishop d2, and after this,
Nothing happens, you might as well know that. Looks
and then go
amazing.
back and then take on f7, right? Or
take the b pawn and ask politely what the plans for that are. Or it does need a miracle.
big miracle.
checking if there's any opening right. Nope. This one has to pay some attention to, but apparently it's still winning.
Ah, there is a check.
I missed it. Still winning, but oof.
But the opponent game is winning completely.
Yeah. Little worried about double breakthrough, but we're going first
Well,
always.
Okay, let's say Hikaru was a little bit lucky yesterday.
Yeah.
He got a free point from Duda, right? We can say that. He was fighting well,
Yeah.
but in that position, at this level, you don't get these kind of points anymore,
Yeah.
right? So, but he had fought very well.
No, and also Duda just collapsed in the second half of the tournament. Yeah, I mean, it's not Hikaru's fault. Any position, stuff could have happened.
Yeah, but this happens, you see, with the guys and the smaller guys. I mean, here, all of them are big guys. But the difference is who is collapsing, who can stand up. That already depends how much you train continuously, week, months, years, right? So obviously, the very, very top guys with full professionals all the time, they can come back generally
Sometimes,
better, more chances than who is not in.
So case by
that
case.
training. But case by
Fabi
case,
also
yeah.
collapsed in
Yeah,
this
yeah,
tournament.
yeah.
And Levon we've seen
Yeah.
collapse many
Yeah.
times, but still
That's
very
true.
professional. But yeah, of course, the guys like Duda were playing their first World Cup, and
Yeah, and also
maybe
for
they're still a
Alireza,
little weaker than
who's
the
not
others, and then things
experienced
don't
so
go
much.
well. Yeah,
Yeah.
Can
They
get
can
out of
fix
it.
the problem so easily. I knew it that he's going to go rook a6. He's just so securely winning this.
Yeah, no counter chances. No,
No,
I like how he's doing
no,
it.
just
Like, no a5 anymore,
the
no
pawn,
nothing.
then take the
No,
other
I'll go
pawn.
back, then I'll go here,
Just
then I'll go
everything
here.
is protected. Look at this. Look at the position.
Yeah.
Everything is protected, right? Only the h5 and now the a6. Otherwise, everything is protected. f3 protects e4, e4 protects f5, b4 the c5, c5 the b4. Just no blunder option.
No, it's good technique. Might not be the first or the fastest wins, but just not giving
Yeah.
Hikaru any chances.
Yeah,
Much
but
more important than
this is
winning quickly
an art.
Yeah.
How to win winning position.
without giving any chances.
Yeah.
No, ding. Why it's not 2-8, whatever it is 6.
One of the game I was most proud of the way I won. It was against Anand, one of my best game. Probably you bumped into it also.
I might have seen
in 99 dos hermanas in this system where English system offering sacrificing 2 pieces. And the board was full of pieces. I was winning already. I had several ways to win. And then I found the way his pawn was on a5, b4. I had long castle and I just played b3. So it was kind of a Zucks one. And I knew exactly that if I saw that he cannot make a move, and I knew exactly that after b3, there is even a chance that maybe he will resign. And after that move, I won the game. I simplified it and so on. I don't want to show the game, but this was the opening, yeah. And after the opening, Ubilava was the grandmaster, was at the time Anand second, and then he came to me and said, when you played b3, that was over. A very quiet move in a very tactical position. So sometimes, that not necessarily always the very concrete calculation winning you want to choose, but you want to choose which is so-called the most painful to your opponent. And you think that, okay, after this, maybe it takes longer, but simply you eliminate all the possible chances. And look what he's doing. We just said, rook goes back to a7. Next move, he's going to go to b7.
It's so sad for Hikaru, nothing changed about the position, just he doesn't have an a-pawn anymore.
Knight g5.
He tries to bring the knight here.
Little activation of the knight. He wants to go to e6 finally. But okay, it cost him 2 pawns. Okay, knight f4.
All of a sudden, we're touching stuff.
97, 97, 95. No, Hikaru is great in trying to look for some chance.
Ding. Weighing his options. Everything's good.
Yeah, but you can make only one move.
One at a time.
Knight on e6 actually stands excellently. They would be surprised if Hikaru would save this game. Wouldn't
No. I think it's happening. This knight is also not bad.
Not at all. Bishop b2.
Now we can just control
What about
everything.
rook a2 trapping it?
Ah, I didn't see that.
Because it's not
I just
trapping
wanted
complete
this.
bishop. Yeah, you want to do the painful way, yeah?
Nothing.
No, not even exchanging the bishop. You don't take the pawn.
This one we could take actually.
Knight e7.
There he
check.
comes. It's very logical. He's
But it's
secured b4 and f4, and it's
such an example
he's very
how
clean.
to win a winning position without giving a single, not a chance, a
A
hope,
check.
not even a hope.
Actually, one was a check. Stuff by D.
What again?
On the other board, battle is still going on between Caruana and Alireza. Still think Alireza should win. Probably also not having the time of his life the last couple of days.
Frustrating situation.
He's tired but happy about his position. King h8 by Nakamura. He's provoking the knight to go to g6. It does go to g6. That's surprising. I thought he just wanted to go here.
Without even hesitating, it goes to g6.
Just trying to repeat. King h7, can you repeat? Not that it ruins anything. He
Well,
just wants to go rook b7 and say, okay, I just want to cover the square here.
sure is the best way.
It's not terrible, is it? It's good enough. 2 pawns up, and with this construction, of course, black can also never really get active because it's always checkmate. As Hikaru demonstrated yesterday, this pawn on h5, not on g6 formation, he knows well.
And now he's on the other side.
Yeah. This was yesterday. Against the exact same pawns.
Yeah, that's kind of funny that it repeats itself.
This is now.
So will he go to b7?
Or
No?
I think he will, although I support the knight.
Bless you. I think he goes rook b7. Rook
Wrong
a8.
with it.
Let's see. Rook a8.
Too much counterplay already. Don't like it.
Oh, check. King g3. Bishop e1. King g4. King f5.
Promised a white counterattack is quite effective. Or just for the flex. Pretty.
Very tough 2 games.
Yeah.
Both are not so much hope for the players who are on the wrong side, on the defender side. But of course, they never give up. They fight until the very, very end of the game. So Ding is thinking what is the best out of the many. Very winning move. goes
There's a
back
choice.
and
He wants the
goes to
knight here
D4.
or here.
Because it was already standing in an exceptionally
Yeah,
good
five
place
wasn't
on
bad
F5.
either. Once his bishop arrived, it now has better squares because it's covered. He reacts.
Still. So what's going on in this game? Bishop D8,
Check.
knight C5, king D5, knight B7, or knight B3?
Guess B3 now, isn't this a bit far away from him?
E3? Yeah, rook G4. Kings.
Really giving up Alireza's pawns. Okay, 7 is also legal.
No. Knight D8.
Yeah, so,
King C2.
B8.
Yeah, that's a problem.
That one's legal. And Dingo's back. Or will now change again. No more move repetitions. But next move is 95. It's taking his time for every move, no? Like he decides to go back to E7, King H8. I think and now he will blitz out 95, but no.
Well, there are very stressful moments here that he knows that it's in his hand. He knows that he has no other choice than to win his game. I mean, you can't exclude those emotions at this point and such a stage. Last round, just wants to look for the best of the best. And he wants his opponent to resign. Even though
it's also the thing, he knows he's completely winning, but you still hope your opponent resigns just to be done with it. You don't get rid of this tension. Yeah. I don't think Hikaru will do him that favor. Although it's such a sad position, you couldn't blame Hikaru for resigning, of course. It's going to be 2 pawns down with the worst pieces. Really not much to hope for. Yeah, it's rough.
it's very difficult. And it's very difficult for Hikaru to push himself to play on, right? I mean, he knows it's over. There is no way back. But still, he knows that he wants to fight, still believes maybe a little bit in miracles.
No, also I think that's maybe one of the good things about how he was brought up in chess with all the online games in general, playing a ton of games with slower, faster time control, that you always believe there's a chance because you've seen it happen a million times, even in this Champions Chess Tour. So many bad positions where he makes a comeback or just defense so sturdily. The white can't lose. He's incredibly tenacious. Position's just too bad. Also, once again, everything's covered. Yeah, like Ding really arranges his pieces
Everything
so
is protected. I can only suggest all our viewers here, good club players, anybody, watch this game. Look, everything is protected. That's how the world number 2 is winning his winning position. He has already a pawn up. He wants to collect the next one, but everything is protected just to make sure.
And he was also in zero hurry to push on F4, E5.
Yeah, I mean, most of the people would just F4, E5, let's get made, let's get over. And maybe they are right. Maybe they are right, and maybe that was the shortest. But this is the most painful for the opponent, not to give any chance, really counter chances in the game.
Stuff by Ding. We get another long round, yeah? Like, okay, there were a few shorter ones, but usually
5 hours
fight.
it's running.
It's kept going. Fabi, probably also one of the unhappier men in Madrid today. Defending a probably lost position against Alireza. It's not been his second half. Two, and team still thinking. 7, can I allow this? Okay.
Rook a5 is even more safer. So
Also to allow this, I guess. Well, maybe he doesn't want to.
a2.
Okay, 2. Saying, Mr. Bishop, where do you want to go? Which is a fair question.
Bishop c1. Bishop a3. And knight c7. Rook b8.
Fighting hard.
Maybe you know what he, no.
It's time.
Yes, it's time for e5. True. Bishop c1.
What else? Should be 5, there was a 4, should have 6. We don't need to talk about it, just got captured. So how does Ding want to play it? Yes, he does.
Oh, I guess bishop, rook c2.
He does play this.
But then knight c6, knight e6, and knight c5.
It sounds like black is winning all of a sudden.
Well, you go bc and c6, yeah, I understand.
C3 looks fairly clean as well. B8,
King f5 by Alireza.
goes that way. And Ding
Okay,
chooses
Ding
another
plays
option with
bishop
bishop e3. He would like to take that bishop.
Ah, he just wants to go rook a2 next move.
Really wants to dominate the poor bishop.
Wow,
He doesn't want to break his rule that every piece is to be covered.
incredible.
Well, knight c3 also left everything protected.
Yeah, but now knight goes away, rook a2 and bishop c1.
Yeah, it's also not bad. Now resigning becomes a very valid option. Well, knight takes it. I think I play knight takes it.
Takes. Bishop
It's not very
c5.
good.
Knight f4 is also. Oh no, knight f4 is also as well.
King f3, probably also better.
Well, I think this is it.
Expect Hikaru to resign now? I wouldn't be surprised.
There is nothing to be done.
He knows it, of course.
It's only the emotional part that he pulls himself together and is able to resign. He knows that it's not objectively the life of his game, but he did it when he had to do it. And it was an incredible, difficult game for him to be able to choose an opening, go for the simplification, be ready for creating an opportunity, be patient to create that situation where he repeated the move and there gave an opportunity for Nakamura to go wrong. He couldn't have been aware of all these nuances and things. He was just ready to fight it out until 2 kings, I believe.
Yeah.
And he was ready and alert.
That's great. And Nakamura resigns. That means Ding Liren finishes second in the candidates 2022. Congratulations to him as well. The winner is Jan Krzysztof, as we've known all along.
Definitely congratulations. And wow, this is chess. We have happy guys and upset players in every round, and especially when the tournament is over. And of course, the two really happy one is Ding Liren, the runner-up, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who was very clear already in the last few rounds that he is going to be the champion and definitely wants to challenge Magnus. And the big question stays whether Magnus will be ready to defend his title or Ding is going to be the lucky guy and he can be the challenger, or the two challengers can meet each other, the first and second place candidate players. What a run by Ding Liren.
Yeah, great comeback, great stamina, fighting spirit, resilience. We'll see if this is the world next World Championship match, Nepomniachtchi Ding, or if it's Nepomniachtchi versus Carlsen. Or plot twist, Nepomniachtchi doesn't want to play, and it's Carlsen Ding, but unlikely. Then in shared third place, we have Rajabov, a good comeback, and Nakamura, for whom this, of course, is disappointing now, the way it went with today's round. He was so close. And yeah, if he plays Rook D8, I think he's second. Caruana probably going to lose this game against Ali Reza. Won't be thrilled. They're in the middle of the table. The tournament is not over. It feels like it's over, but Ali Reza is still grinding.
Well, he's the youngest participant. No surprise, he has the most energy.
Sure, but doesn't he know there are old people here commentating?
Only talk about yourself.
I meant myself. And some rival streams. Old man Jan needs a little break. We'll be back with the finish of this Caruana Ali Reza game. And thank you so much for watching. Go premium on Chess24 and buy all our Chessable courses. Now or never. Or now or later is also.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 Knight.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c-pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards
Welcome back. If you're still watching, there is still action ongoing in this year's candidates tournament, where we know the first and second place finishers and third and fourth. And actually, fourth, we could talk about this still theoretical chance. Jan Nepomniachtchi wins, Ding Liren finishes second. Those are the big news. There's still a game ongoing between Fabian Caruana, who's trying to save himself, against Alireza Firouzja in the last game of the tournament. Fabi could theoretically still win and join Rajab Nakamura. That's unlikely because he's pawn down. Judit, looks like some chances now for Fabi.
I don't know exactly, but one thing is for sure, while we were on break, white pawn got to h5, which is a very good sign for him. And the other sign, I believe, or at least for my eye, it looks that black played c5 in the last move. We go, yeah, it was a regrouping the knight to b3 from Fabi. And the c5 looks so awful to my eyes to block the bishop on b6, practically making another pawn. Don't you think so?
Yeah, the question is now as well, how does he react to rook g4? It's not an easy move to play because you let the a pawn off the leash, but after a4, the c4 check.
But look at this b6 bishop. How can you block the bishop this way? And I think even the computer says something, yeah?
Yeah, now it's fine for white.
You see?
If the king goes away, you have another check.
And it's even attacked the g6 losing, the bishop.
And
Well,
with
not
this pawn
losing,
with
but
check.
yeah. So suddenly, when white is becoming more active and black made with his move c5, the passive bishop on b6. So please, to our audience, let's have this lesson now. It's not relevant for the tournament so much, this game, but let's learn something. At c5, please don't do something like this, because it blocks your bishop, the power of the bishop. I don't know what black should have done. Maybe probably check on f8, or I don't know exactly what was the right move. Maybe
I know
h8.
exactly.
But I think already black ruined it a bit.
Yeah,
Let's
something.
say if we go back 10 moves ago, it looked much better situation for black.
This looks winning.
Yeah, here somehow black should stabilize, but it seems like Alireza was not exactly aware what he wants to do with his bishop. His bishop stands pretty well on
Also, the
e7.
move c6 is so strange.
One
Bring the
king d5, bring the king, support the, give your help to the pawn on
now
a5,
you go
pawn on
back
a8,
and
rook on
just-
a8, and win the game. So you see how Dingley ran, what technique he had. Of course, he had a much more winning position than this one. But it's very important in these kind of positions to limit all kind of contingencies. And don't forget that the bishop on e7, how greatly it stands anyway. First of all, it supports the a pawn towards a3, but also it blocks the possibility from white pawn to go to h4. And if we go back to the actual position of the game, look, instead of having an h2 weak pawn, which white white has an h5 pawn, and once if the g7 pawn will be taken, even it is empowered to become a queen. Okay, now I went too far that it's going to be a queen, but looking what has happened in the last moves, white has great chances to make a draw now. And actually, it would be surprising if he wouldn't save it in some way or another, no?
No, it looks like it. This move more or less saves it directly. Of course, Fabi has to calculate.
But this is also sometimes
Played
when-
92 instead.
knight d2, which also
Probably
makes
that's good,
sense
logical.
if he's in time. Because let's say what happens if king c6? White cannot go knight c4, can he? Probably you go anyway rook g4, because white is looking for contingencies. The g7 pawn is weak.
Here apparently isn't time.
No,
Although
now
it
there's
looks risky.
contingencies probably.
Yeah. They just keep giving checks.
This is going to be extremely annoying for Alireza not to win this game if he will not win this game.
This
Look,
pawn is
even
enough
the
of a
g1
distraction.
square is free for white now because of the c5.
See if he still finds a way. Could go rook h8. Knight plays bishop c7, sidestepping knight c4, also sensible.
Okay,
Looks
now
like
he
a
wants
nice
to
move,
regroup
actually.
his bishop to e5, right? To
Yeah.
make active bishop again, but
Which is why bishop knight d2 might have been a little slow, yeah, like the forcing way. once again.
Well, rook g4 I would rather have.
Easy to say, but
Yes.
this was the move. Then c4, knight d2. 2 pawns are hanging, and a4, rook g5. c4, rook g5.
Yeah, the b6 bishop unprotected. We've seen Dingliren how he won his game. Everything was protected almost. Whatever he was able to protect, he made sure that everything is protected.
Thinking after bishop c7, which is a nice move by Alireza. His options open, stopping anything direct.
Well, it's another truth that if you make a mistake, you realize that you made a mistake, admit it, and try to correct it. This is the case right now, I think. He played c5, realized that his bishop, how bad it became, so he wants to replace it to a better square.
Like this could happen, and white still has to fight for it.
This is still not fun for white, I must say.
This pawn is annoying. As we know, knights, they don't like rook pawns because they can't really deal with them so well. White should hold, I guess, from what I see on the screen.
But it's a long night for us and for them.
No dinner.
This is the reason why they don't have the closing ceremony tonight, you see, because this is what would happen, that the players are still fighting at 8:30. They are playing already 5.5 hours the game, and this it's not going to be finished within half an hour for sure. So we easily go into the 10 p.m. Central European time. And of course, it's much nicer to have tomorrow the closing ceremony, though I think many of the players would be much more happy, the ones who are the unhappy ones, to leave tomorrow with the first possible flight after 2.5 weeks fighting here. No?
They're Madrid, it's a nice city, weather is good, like the tournament is over, you might as well.
Maybe to come back in 2 months, but now I don't think
Get some
exactly.
nice food, get some fresh air.
Oh, it's so hot in
warm.
Madrid as well. So which were your favorite moments of the candidates? Can you recall?
I think what happened. So much happened. No, like
Lot of
first
things
round, Ding loses with white to Nepomniachtchi. That's obviously a big one. Also, if we look at the final standings. Second round, Fabi plays a great, to my mind, new idea in the Italian with black against Nepomniachtchi.
Oh yeah,
Then,
that G5 was quite amazing.
and then repeats moves in, according to the computer, winning position in the end, which was also, of course, big.
Well, which is winning, but for who? For Magnus is winning, for others it's draw.
Yeah, but no, it was plus 2.5.
And
But
for
in my
engines,
world,
it's winning.
in engine world, it's winning. Third round, we had a bunch of draws. When's the next big one? Alireza loses to Nepomniachtchi in this big game. Alireza had some super sharp preparation, but then went astray.
This was incredible.
In this game, in a way, it broke Alireza a bit, I think. He had all this big preparation, but then he just got crushed and set Nepomniachtchi on the path.
Actually, there were strange games for Nepo. Somehow, that was I love that game between Rapport. Fabiano and Rapport, they made a show.
Yeah, it was.
They made a real musical there. Great show, parade of the pawns.
And
this
also
was very critical.
Another very key moment of this whole tournament.
Very key. How nerve-wracking it was, these moments for Nepo, I'm sure. If this game...
If knight h4 happens, I'm not sure he wins the tournament at all. Like,
round
he's gonna
5.
lose his game, round 5.
Round 5. It seemed like Nepo, things are working on his side. And if here he goes knight h4, then exactly, who knows who wins the tournament? Because we all know that we've seen Nepo losing a game and after that collapsing because somehow he cannot handle the frustration of his mistake. Because of course, if you lose a game, you must make a mistake. So the only question is whether you make small mistakes, many, or you make one blunder. And for this, because of in the opening, he made such a disastrous mistake.
One of these moments, which he didn't have much in the tournament, where he just blitzes out 2 weak moves very quickly.
Yeah, but it's only move 16, which is theory, right? So you understand that it's an unnecessary mistake, it's unforced. So it is very hard to accept that this kind of mistake you do, and this is the way you would be losing at this level, right? If you lose a game, let's say game 2, he would lose against Fabiano. It was difficult, it was a surprise, it was a mess, it was a lot of calculation, a lot of complications. Every move, it has to be a decision out of 5, 10 different options. So that you forgive yourself, right? You play against Fabiano, okay, fine.
Yeah, that was a tough fight, and he was surprised. That would have been fine, but this one, yeah, he would have been very upset for sure.
Yeah.
This is a car would have had more points. Then yeah, I liked Fabi's game against Alireza. First half from Fabi was stellar.
Fabi was great. I mean, how outplayed. Yeah. He outplayed Alireza just like that in 18 moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was sharp there, very sharp.
Then we have another big moment for the tournament, of course, which is Richie being out prepared and then not repeating moves here, to his credit, but also to Nepomniachtchi's point count, because Nepomniachtchi just...
But it's interesting if you think about it. If you look at the victories of Nepomniachtchi, they are kind of strange. They're kind of strange.
They still count.
They still count, but okay, for example, here, I mean, Ramport was analyzing this, and he said that he was checking Queen A7, Bishop D6, 7, and then he knew that it's a draw. But here he thought, well, it's not a draw. I mean, it was nonsense. He admitted that he doesn't understand how is it possible that he went out of the fractured check or the repetition, but okay, Jan played it, analyzed it. It's a whole preparation. Right? So there's no logic behind it. And he went on and he just played the back position. But of course, Jan played exceptionally.
Yeah, so converted in a fantastic.
But he got the opportunity, he got the chance, he took it.
Yeah, and in general, that sums up the tournament. Whenever he got a chance, he took it, and it was a landslide victory. Let's have a look at the
That was a big game, Fabiano against Rajabov.
Yeah, Fabi wins another one.
Oh, this was such a beautiful game. Such a beautiful artwork.
Yeah, I mean, until here, Fabi was just doing great. Only quote unquote 5 out of 7. Great ideas, great chess.
It was a lot of calculation. Of course, he could play better, but look at that extra queen. It was real fun, and it was joy to commentate.
If you compare that guy to Fabi in the second half.
And this is where Duda started to drown completely, right? Against Rapport, for example.
Yeah, this was.
And I think from this point on, really very strange decisions. I mean, it's very strange moves were done. For example, here opening the H5.
H6, you would have a different tournament. And of course, a giant one for the tournament was Hikaru winning against Fabi. And that, in a way, ended Fabi's tournament. It just wasn't the same after this game at all. And it had some cool moves as well, like Knight H1.
But this is what we are talking about, right? That actually it's not only Nepo who can fall apart after a loss. I mean, Fabiano, normally he announced it, he said it, that the second half of the tournament is a completely different story. It counts the double. And then after the first round, when he has 5 out of 7, he plays against Nakamura with black, he plays a sharp line, he makes mistakes, and he loses. And practically he collapses after that.
Very much so. Yeah.
And it's actually not even a game that he could, I mean, it was a fight. He made inaccuracies, he made mistakes, but it's not something you should be blaming yourself that it cannot be, right? It was a fight. It's only that Nakamura played better, right? In crucial moments, crucial decisions were better of Nakamura. He played Knight H1, which I loved very much, for example. It was a very cool move earlier, like in the 18 or 19th move. So Nakamura played some very good critical moves in this game.
Yeah.
And his technique was also quite amazing.
A hole later, but always found ways out of it. Like here, he missed H3, but found this rook A2, the only winning move.
But this is how Nakamura, I think this is one of his strengths also. He gets a surprise, he misplaces something, he's ruining something. You can see that he is very upset. And then he says, okay, let's find the best move, go on. And this is what happened here, rook A2, because H3 was a shocking news for him.
Yeah. This round also started the comeback of Ding. This is round 9, where Ding finally wins a game against Duda.
That's
Solid,
a long
typical
game.
Ding game. Other things could have gone differently, but he wins and he makes it back into the tournament. Then in round number 10, Ding wins another one against Richie, which was one of the coolest games of the tournament.
What a game it was.
With all
What
this
a
stuff.
game it was. Rook b7, rook c7, g5, g4.
Sacrifice
Unbelievable ideas happened here.
completely non-standard, and both sides playing at a
Knight
great level.
c4, Richie move. Incredible. And then Richie could save the game, but then here.
Only really one mistake by both.
Yeah, but
players.
bishop e7 is also, it's not that it was an easy draw. You have to calculate, you have to evaluate, you have to judge, and you have to make a decision. And the bad decision was made.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying it was easy, just the level of this game was so
Yeah.
high, there was really only one.
It was
one move
maybe
that
the
turned it.
most entertaining game, or definitely one of the most entertaining games.
Yeah, that was very key. And Fabi loses game to Duda, where he pushes very hard. That was one of these. Maybe until also he felt it was a must win, played this, in my opinion, somewhat dodgy line. And got outplayed. Beats Firouzja very
Well,
easily.
this was a bad game for, it was a bad
Final
feeling
position
game.
says it all.
I
Yeah,
think.
yeah, it was just
That it was not a huge fight.
not
it's
his
just
level.
Ali Reza threw the game
Yeah.
very easily.
No, every round almost we had like strange stuff happening. The next round we have Ali Reza losing with white against Nepomniachtchi. Nepomniachtchi won twice in the Petrov with black, no, which is also not
Yeah.
usual. Not
No.
usual in such
No.
fields.
But the
And
big game
this was the big fight.
Yeah. Well, to win the tournament, to be second, to be on the top, you need to have luck also. And in this game, we see that, of course, Ding played pretty well to a certain point, then he made a huge mistake. Then Fabiano took over. He was calculating better. Then, yeah, this was the tactics he blundered. But he recovered during the game, so he was just fighting longer, and then somehow Nakamura Fabiano was slow, and then he was pushing, and then he was not realizing in the getting short on time that actually here around this
Somewhere here he
position,
didn't find the switch button, so okay, it's time
and
to
then
make a
after
draw.
e6, it just
All of a
round.
sudden, he had to defend himself, and he wasn't ready for the change of scenery. He
Yeah,
lost the
from
game.
move to move, he drowned completely. But it was a very nice technique also from Ding.
Ding's
Actually,
technique is
Ding
amazing. Yeah,
technique
like,
is he's the king in the
someone
country.
should write a book about Ding's technique,
Yeah.
even in this tournament alone.
Maybe I
It's
should make a course
so
on
classic.
that too.
Like all these small details. Like here we
Incredible.
couldn't see a way, and he finds his maneuver, put the bishop from an excellent square
Yeah,
to an even better square, where all of a sudden the rook enters. No, he's a special player. So round number 12, Ding, after all the praise, he decides to lose in 20, it doesn't decide, obviously, 26 moves with white to Rajabov, also sparking the Rajabov comeback and sort of ruining Ding's chances for first in the tournament. Very sad game for Ding. Nepomniachtchi was all business, making
this was
short
the
draws.
shortest game of the tournament by far. It was about 6 minutes.
And somehow, whenever Nepomniachtchi made a short draw, he didn't make many, like twice. I can recall then his main rival would lose the game and his lead would just go up. So everything worked out for him. Yeah, Nepomniachtchi, all business, makes another quick draw or safe draw against Richie, who tried. Hikaru wins the strange game against Duda. And yeah, Fabi's chances end officially when he plays a nice opening idea, but Rajabov blocks him. And that's where we are. So overall, if Fabi and Ding could team up here, take Fabi's first half and Ding's second, that would have been good. But the way it went, Nepomniachtchi was just the most stable player with some strange moments that we've seen in the first half. But you can't argue with +5 and winning the tournament. And basically 2 rounds before
Well,
it's
they
over.
had an amazing tournament. I wonder for our audience, which are the best games they think, because I think we've seen so many mistakes, but we've seen so many ideas and so many incredible champion moves.
Yeah.
and also how the player psychologically recovered or drowned, how they handled. Of course, it's much easier to analyze it after the tournament, right? And explain why people played wrong or bad, what happened with this or that. But I think it is a very valuable experience for the players, even though for those who did not do well, they will take away their analysis and experience, and they will rethink themselves what to do better, of course. But it's very difficult because for some players, of course, I mean, it's the tournament of their life. You never know whether you're going to be qualifying again to this tournament. And even if you do, what kind of shape you're going to be, where the world is standing, what is the format going to be, is it going to be fitting for you? So it's, I mean, the candidates are always interesting. The previous one was also very interesting, but this, I can tell you that it was real entertaining for.
No, chess-wise, from the fight and the action and the
sportive aspect, it was amazing.
The twist was absolutely amazing.
Well, some people say, like Kramnik, that he never seen such a weak candidate.
But okay, it's fighting sport. Openings, like.
But it's sport. I mean, it does. I mean, I think it actually doesn't necessarily combine that it has to be excellent chess, but maybe then we are not going to have entertainment. Because
no, also if you want perfect chess, you can watch engine games. No, like the TCC is always running.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
We've had human mistakes and drama and so on. Like,
and we've seen here also, here in the studio, we were discussing some, for example, now, how a good example it was. When you see the engine, and even for the grandmasters, but also for amateurs, it happens so many times. You're watching a game between top players, and then somebody just comes, an amateur guy, lady comes and says, come on, it was +4. What was this, right? I remember myself, I was playing a game against Krzysztof. I played in Biel, and well, I was very lost from move 15 until the very end. And we are move 61. I have 2 points down, knight endgame. And I saw a beautiful tactical idea to try to get a stalemate. And actually, I saved the game. Up to today, I'm not sure how is that possible, because the whole thing is completely against all the principles of chess. And then next day, I meet some people, and they say, well, you lost. No, it was -6. I said, yeah, it was -6. But when it's a game, and you don't know, well, of course, I knew that I was lost, but there are some situations when you don't know that you're lost. I played the game against Gelfen, for example, and then somebody tells me, come on, you didn't make this obvious move, it was +7. And I said, okay, I understand what you're saying, I also checked it, this is the move I wanted to play, but it wins because while I want to give checkmate on the king side, in the 11th move, the obvious winning move is go bishop b5, bishop b1, and go to a2. If you look at the engine, it's very obvious, but when you're calculating, it's not obvious. How am I going to be winning? I see, I'm calculating, I don't see this bishop b1. So it's very tricky that to evaluate and how to judge the players also, that it is so easy and they haven't seen, they haven't noticed it. So I also advise people that you can check it without the engine. It's a different story. For us also.
Yeah, also it's what we tried doing in this show. No, like sometimes we switch it on, now it's running, but I think 90% of the time at least we were without engine. So you don't always get the truth, but you get more of what people could actually think. It's been tough for me because I'm so sharp tactically and I hang all these pieces. But it's also a great learning experience. And I agree that with the engines being as strong as they are, maybe sometimes people don't realize how strong these players are anymore. Because also engines nowadays, often in a position where in the old days, a computer would have said -1, pawn down. Now they just say -3 because they see already it's winning 50 moves on a row. And that makes you think the blunders are even bigger than they used to be, which really they aren't, like the chess level. I mean, these guys are all amazing chess players.
No, of course, definitely. If someone looks at the games with the engine or without, you're going to have a completely different understanding, no matter what level player you are, right? because it's really in a fraction of a second, you see the evaluation and the move. Even if you would take away the evaluation, just looking at the move, then it's okay. It's not necessarily you see everything, but when you see that, oh, -6.
No, also you can see it going up and down. Oh, he blundered, he blundered, he blundered. Also, once you hear what they missed, it often becomes a completely different story. Anyway, we still have this game going where Fabi appears to be saving himself now. I found a nice perpetual.
Wow.
Knight c4, a4 here. Check.
Oh, that's cute.
And we follow the king around. Probably won't
That's
happen.
cute.
But after knight c4, though, looks like there's nothing for black to do. King b5. White just stands here.
But rook g4 is an important move, and it's not so easy, but probably you don't have too much of a choice.
Once again, the stupid bishop we talked about earlier.
And it's important that white is not allowing the black king towards crossing the forced rank to b3, let's say, because then it would be dangerous. Or can he go?
Yes, apparently.
Knight on d2 stands very well.
Yeah.
And the c7 bishop is not finding its place. The c3 pawn is very good. So after a4, king c2. Black is losing there, huh? Did I blunder something? No, rook h2 has to.
How do we do? Knight c4, what was it?
Yeah, rook g4, king a4.
Not forced, by the way, this is also a draw. This is the computer speaking.
This is nice. This is the computer speaking.
Zero,
Actually,
zero,
it's
zero.
not difficult draw, actually.
Makes sense.
So there is a good chance that Fabi would be going here in this direction.
Let's see, I'm not sure how obvious a move knight c4 is, but it looks like random.
Well, it is, especially that the king just went away, so it right now immediately it got evacuated the c4 square.
Let's have a look at the players. There we see in the 6th hour. Gotta give credit to Fabi, even after all the horrible things that happened. He's still sitting there calculating, defending his worst position.
What is the most important skill and character trait for these guys? Can you name any which actually all has?
I think everyone's competitive and hates to lose.
Yeah,
I think so.
well, everybody competitive, that I agree. Everybody hates to lose. Yeah, but probably some more.
It might influence your play directly, no, in different ways, no, but some become more chicken and some say, okay, it doesn't matter. I just try to win more games, but I think everyone wants to be better than the others. Is competitive, I think, is a fair word. Other than that, I don't think in chess you need to be good in mathematics or good in whatever languages for pattern recognition. I think there are many different ways to be good in chess, even at the highest of levels.
Yeah, okay, but pattern recognition, it has to be greater with all of them.
No, pattern recognition, of course, chess is basically pattern recognition.
Yeah.
I'm saying you don't need to be good in another field like mathematics or languages or whatever. Schools your pattern recognition, I think, is very different for everybody. But I would think it's competitive.
What about fighting spirit?
Yeah, I'm not sure how connected, or they're of course connected in a way, but they're not the same thing, right? I mean, I'm very competitive, but I don't have very good fighting spirit. It's for me, my fear of losing is higher, but still, I always wanted to, coming up, beat the other kids and be better than the others, and you study chess and so on. But of course, it's also tremendously helpful trait. I'm not sure how you define it, because in this tournament you could argue, so there's a chicken in me speaking, that some players had too much fighting spirit, no? Like Fabi or Ding, for example, when they thought they were in a must-win situation, like they would really go a little crazy, or Ali Reza going for this G takes F6 move against Nakamura. So many, or everybody, not called Nepomniachtchi, lost some games because of their fighting spirit in a way, because they pushed hard. So I will argue it's a mixed blessing, but so hard to say, it's just words.
Who is the strongest psychologically, you think, out of the 8 players?
The same. Maybe Hikaru. Hikaru doesn't collapse when he does something wrong. And on the other hand, yeah, I don't think he has this drive because he has so much else going on in life I need to know everything about
and how
whatever, dedicate all my energy to this.
Nakamura is one of the most interesting player for me here, not from the chess aspect. Chess is also, of course, but if we take it apart, like, do you think his activities, what he did during the pandemic, before that also he started this streaming, right? Yeah. But really during the pandemic, he got into it very much and his life became kind of outside of the professional chess. Did it pushed him forward in competitive chess in a professional way? Or was he good because the pressure left his shoulder because he was doing other things and actually priority has changed in his life?
I guess it's a bit of both, no? Like, clearly it helps him that the pressure is off and he made it in this other field and he can just play, quote unquote, as a hobby. He's always been an amazing chess player. But of course, there's also a lot of time missed that could go into
but I don't understand
chess,
that,
so
actually.
I think it goes both ways, but it clearly works for him.
But how is it possible that I know some chess players who started to teach, for example, and they know or they experience that if they are teaching very low level amateurs, then it disturbs their play. And with Nakamura, he's going to streaming and he's playing with amateur players. I mean, he's fantastic that the audience loves him, of course, because he just plays banter blades, taking pieces, pins, and back rank mate and forks and whatever. I mean, really basic things in chess. He explains it very well. And still, how is it possible to combine those two, really, from talking to people who want to understand the basics, and then he comes here and plays with the best players in the world and really gave very good challenge to them in preparation, in middle game, in the critical moments. How is that possible?
I don't know. It's a special case, but yeah. Not easy.
Maybe it's because of his personality, right?
Yeah, and he's always been a special player in a way, no? And also with his upbringing, playing a lot of online, he just doesn't do blunders, and he doesn't collapse.
You know who was the person who I felt that he was? I didn't feel that he was so fantastic player, though he was extremely successful, but he was never, not never, but almost never blundered. Can you make a pick from the, let's say, 90s, 2000?
Yeah.
Kemsky was a player who I felt that he's just not, I didn't feel the incredible power like I felt with Kramnik, with Anand. I mean, when, you know, burning, the moves, I felt that Kamsky's main strength was, apart from he had a good knowledge, but not exceptional knowledge for that level. He did not make mistakes.
No, I think that's true. Also in history, there have been players like that. No, Reshevsky, you could argue Korchnoi, I don't know, also a similar type of player. No, incredibly strong.
Well, Korchnoi was making mistakes. He was quite an exceptional character, player, fighter.
Yeah.
Fanatic.
Well, that, yeah, it's always tricky to say with the mistakes because it also, I think we talked about this, it depends. If you play the Berlin and the Queen's Gambit, you're less likely to make mistakes than if you play the Najdorf and whatever, the Benoni, because they're just in sharper position. There's more room for mistakes, but it doesn't mean the chess is weaker, which I think is also some of the criticism of this tournament. There were so many mistakes. But there were also a lot of sharp openings and guys really trying to mix it up. Because nowadays, you can equalize with black. Like everyone knows the Berlin and the Petrov and the Marshall are good openings, and the Queen's Gambit and the Scimitar. But guys went out of their way to do something different. So no, it was a fun event for sure.
Well, in this tournament, it was very special that I think the mindset of the players were different than in many other previous tournaments. That somehow really from the first round until the very last round, They were ready somehow to fight and they wanted to win, they wanted to progress, they came up with ideas. It was more fighting in their mindset, I think, generally. And
yeah, it felt like everybody was playing for first as well, like in a way. Maybe okay, Rajaba, one could argue, and some guys were out of contention early on, so it wasn't realistic, but everyone sort of tried to keep fighting. Even now, last round, we see Richie, who's not playing for anything anymore, sacrifice a piece, goes for something sharp. Duda tries to mix it up against Nepomniachtchi. So they were, yeah, all the way just providing action.
Yeah, it was fun game.
Yeah.
Danger for you.
It's a sports event, so we can't complain about the lack of show and drama.
So what's going on with our last game?
Make a draw already, guys. So this was fun, but this one is not adding that much to the fun anymore. But of course, Ali Reza should try. I'm not really saying should. So pawn on a4. If knight c4, rook h3, so bad news.
Happened in the last few moves. Suddenly the bishop is on e5.
Didn't play this knight c4 move, which we liked, stopping bishop e5 and all that. So he went here, bishop comes, rook goes away.
a4.
Pawn to a4. Apparently it's still fine, but this move, for example, which the computer wants to play,
but this is
not very
the,
obvious. No, move the knight away from this pawn.
Going away with the knight.
It's very strange. I don't think that will happen.
Well, I understand that the bishop on e5 stands great now.
We come to this.
That's a problem.
So maybe it has to be done, but it's.
What about rook a7? Check.
This pawn is dropping.
King e2.
Bishop takes.
Oh, that's the problem. Well, okay, knight e4. c5.
Why is this so lost?
Because a3. What a trick.
Nice.
What a trick. I would get a heart attack. Can you imagine you go knight c5? Is that okay? I know what I'm doing, rook and bishop.
I studied my second rank defense and then a3.
Ooh. That's crazy.
Won't happen, but yeah, Fabi still with work to do. Time is ticking. 30 seconds. Far from over. What are we zooming in? That was a clock.
a4.
This is move 60, so he has to make one more move to get a little extra time. It's 10 seconds to do so. And he moves the knight, but I think went to e4, not f3, which is not what the doctor ordered, and it's losing. Rook h3, rook e3. Actually trivial relative. The king goes here, rook e3.
And if king d2, a3
King
and
d2.
a2.
Pawn runs. Or even last here. No, it's just free. Or king d5.
Ooh.
It's just over.
Actually, the last two rounds, I think there are significantly much more mistakes.
No, so Fabi, yeah, this has not been the same player. It's not the level we've seen from Fabi, and for Ali Reza, you could say the same. Actually, yeah, throughout the tournament, where one things went bad, like he just didn't show the level we're used to from him. I think it was also this desire to fight every game, but some decisions were just so strange. It's GF6 move. Some of the games he lost. Also against Nepomniachtchi, this F3, G4, H4 business. Push.
I know, just realized that
Just
how big mistake he did.
He won King C4, but now he spots Rook E3. If you now have time to think and you realize you blundered it away at the last move.
We discussed this, that in the time travel phase of the game, the final move and you complete the 60, 40, or right after that, It is simply statistically you'll find a bigger number of mistakes by the players. I don't know why it's that. It's like you're already like relieved that, okay, the last one, or it's because usually you have the least time. And the 61 is because, first of all, many people, they just forget to go away from the table after they complete, and they just play very fast, or they don't realize how different the structure and the position became in the last 10 moves while the time trouble was going on. But this is what happened here also, right?
Also, your stress level drop a little, no? If you make the time control and you relax, and sometimes it's a bad thing because your focus also drops. It's your body telling you, okay, now you can chill a bit, and boom, you get punished. It's like, if you have a rough stretch at work, then normally you don't get sick, even though you're dead exhausted, but then you have some free days and then you get sick because you can chill now. But it's a strange phenomenon, this move 41. Although this one, it was the 60s, so it was long time. Now it's just gone. King goes back, king d5, also straightforward really. The pieces just come. And king c4, rook e3, this is the trick. Hang on, no, this is not the trick actually. I thought it was the trick, but here he gets the good old.
So finally I can get my rook and bishop another 50 moves.
No, but this is not the problem. The
Rook
problem
h4.
is,
It's rook h4 and the c3. c3 or king d5?
c4.
Rook h3.
Okay, this is not as trivial as I made it sound. So probably he calculated rook e3 and wanted to go for this. H4 is it? Apologies. This is also during the drop. Yeah, king d2.
King d2, a3.
A3. This is also winning. Yeah. It's just collapsing now.
a3, a2 is just winning on the spot, right? Get rid of the second.
I'll keep arguing. This is also what he needs. Poor Fabi. Gotta feel bad for him. He's clearly done so much work for this. So is Adriana. You could also see in his openings, like he prepared all these super sharp systems. Just didn't work for either of them.
I cannot believe it that he destroyed this after he was saving it. So painful.
Maybe it's just numb at this point. The tournament has been over for him anyway for a while.
And Fabi was one of the few players, right? He was under control the most in the first half of the tournament.
Yeah, also,
even though he went in the dangerous things, but you felt that he knows what he's doing.
He was playing his chess, even though the positions were. Also, we had discussed before the tournament, who's the most mentally stable or the toughest. I think that you always name Fabi because he has a career of just being resilient and fighting and not collapsing.
And extremely difficult to beat.
Yeah, for sure. Here in the second round, does everything. It's amazing how long all these guys have been around for you. Of course. Well, tell us when you were 12, but if we think about Fabi as well, in 2014 already had these 7 out of 7 in St. Louis. No, that's 8 years ago. He's still
that
whatever.
was amazing.
Yeah. He's still only 29. I played him when he was 10 in the Marshall Chess Club. I could still beat him when he was 10. Those were the good years. I played him once when he was 16. He was playing for Italy. That one I also won, but he was already 26 something. But then when he was 18, like things didn't look good for me anymore. Then I lost too.
He lived in Hungary also for some time, you know?
Yeah.
When he was playing for Italy, then he moved. I think he lived in Lugano and then he went to Hungary. There was a small period of time when I was also working on chess with him. I remember a short time.
Chernin was coaching him.
Yes, for a long time. And then he moved back to the States. Well, it will be not easy to recover, and just within practically a few weeks from now, he's going to the Olympiad, right?
Oh yeah,
So
USA.
completely.
But that will probably be a more relaxed event. No, their team is so strong.
Well, they are very strong, but when you go there to win the gold medal, then it can be pretty stressful. I can tell you from experience.
No, for sure.
I mean, I think, of course, it will be.
Who's Board 1? Fabi will be Board 1 probably. Because the US, they could put anybody. Wesley So, Levon.
I mean, it's crazy. I mean, they have how many top players out of the 10? Maybe 4?
No, Hikaru's not even playing. They have Dominguez, who I don't know, it's world number 12 or something at Board 4, and then Sam Shankland.
Aronyan.
World number 20. Yeah.
Shankland does he fit in? He does, right?
Sorry?
Shankland.
He's
He
the
fits
fifth
in.
board. Yeah.
He's fifth board, yeah.
Because Hikaru's not playing.
Wesley So, of course. And the last years, they really filled up with the best players, some of the best players in the world. So,
Yeah,
of course,
there are many left.
everybody expects them to win the gold medal, right? Especially China and Russia not participating.
I was wondering what team you could even build to compete with them, because it's not so easy. You know, you would need Magnus to join China, for example.
That's a good match.
Ding, Yu Yang Yi, Wei Yi. It's a tough team.
No, but China, they never expect foreigners.
No,
I don't know what would
I'm
be
not sure it's gonna happen.
let's say Magnus would say, hey guys, I'm ready to play on board 1. No, we don't want you.
Ding gets board
Only
1.
Chinese. Board 2, maybe.
Well, other than that, it's impossible to compete. I mean, they might not win, but they're, whatever, 80, 90 points higher rated than the second.
No, but it means that if they are not winning, then people are going to be
Then it's pressure.
disappointed.
Then it's going to be a big.
So this is what I'm
disappointment.
saying, that, okay, maybe they don't put necessarily on themselves so much, but still, when you're the favorite by far, then you also think that, well, okay, so let's win it, right? And of course, in India, I mean, I don't know what will be the circumstance. I know that there will be huge out and you know, the food, not everybody is okay with the food. I love Indian food, but you never know when there are a lot of people going there.
Yeah.
You're going there, I'm going there in different roles.
Coaching the Germans.
So are they prepared?
Yeah.
Yeah. The coach says they prepared. You're also the captain and the coach, right? No,
Yeah.
but you're coach. They take their coffee for themselves.
I'm the Bundes trainer, but probably I won't be there to bring them the coffee all the time. Like we have another guy.
Okay.
But yeah, it's not so clearly defined. But yeah, I'll do the lineup and try to help with the preparation.
Yeah.
And then see. If they want a coffee, I'll get them one, but I might not be
Well,
there all
having
the time
such
in
a
the playing
trainer who
hall.
always brings a coffee, at least at home. Here you drink your.
Yeah, I don't have any,
allergens.
so I don't have caffeinated beverages. Yeah. No, the boring part is, which sounds strange because it's the most exciting part of other sporting events. But if you're the coach and you're helping with the openings, the most boring part is to sit there next to them for 5 hours while they're playing, because you can influence so little. You don't have your phone, you can't talk to anybody in the playing hall.
Why
So you really
can't
can't
you
do
talk?
much. I think now you're not even allowed to bring books anymore. So
But
what
why
do
can't you talk with other people, other captains and stuff?
Okay, you have to go find some corner, but you can't play in the playing hall. No? So like it's,
Yeah.
It's much stricter nowadays. You can't talk to anybody.
So 1 pawn is off.
So you could take this one, or you could pin, but of course you take C2, rook G3, and c'est fini.
Yeah, it's not only that white has 2 pawns down, but the bishop is much stronger than the knight.
The knight doesn't have squares anymore.
Yeah.
King here. Try here.
Very difficult to.
Can black mess it up? Rook C3, is that messing it up? No, it's also completely winning. No. Fabi collapsed after it was in big trouble for most of the game.
Fabiano will be number 5 in the tournament, this means.
-1 after he had +3.
Wow.
So he scored -4 in the last 7 games. Which translates to what?
Well,
1.5 out of 7. Is that the worst run of his life? Has he ever scored 1.5 out of 7? It's hard to believe.
you need 1.5 out of 7, the second one. At least it would be the other way around, right? And
That would
he is
be
not
better.
qualifying, but at least he wouldn't feel so miserable. Okay, so Alireza is thinking with what to take, and I see that he will take with a
He would
bishop.
take
What do you
with
think?
something. I took with a rook.
I took with the rook.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. Everything's covered.
There is not much to be hoping for white.
Check. The king just can come a little closer or go back. Nice little compact formation.
Everything is protected by
Again.
chance, right?
This is as good as it will get for white. It is
I
resigned.
can't believe it. I mean, it was really like a roller coaster.
Yeah.
And in
Sums up
this
the whole
game,
event. Yeah, the knife 3 was a tough move, but just fall apart like that. 5 is just such a good calculator. Normally, even if he doesn't like it, he'll find a way to keep it going.
yeah.
Earlier, there were some easier ways. No, he's just on himself.
Incredible.
And at least a somewhat happy ending for Alireza after also the rough tournament where his game plan didn't really seem to work. He looked outclassed at times because there was a lot of pressure on him as one of the rating favorites and as the one singled out by Magnus. But if he wins the last round,
He finishes 6th.
not the end of the world.
He finishes 6th together with 6 and 7 with Jan-Krzysztof to them.
Will Fabi keep this going? It's also the right bishop. There's really nothing to hope for.
They are fighting for more than 6 hours.
Let's see. Haran probably just wants to go home, like as beautiful as Madrid is. Poor Fabi. What's he gonna do tonight? He's here with, I guess, I don't know if Chuchilov is still here, but he was here with Chuchilov. Will they just eat something and then go back to the hotel room and be sad, or do you go party? What do you do?
I
Play
don't
hyperbolic?
know. I don't think the party is the solution, or that's his way. I don't know, maybe seeing a movie.
I think he parties. Like Fabi is a low-key party. Rook F5 is his last chance, actually.
Is this?
But as usual, I said it was winning because I saw what the computer said, but Rook F5 is actually a nice little try to.
But that was losing.
Oh, like is winning, but just showing his line. It's probably the only way.
Because bishop now c4. That's why you're winning after rook f2 c4. F2 c4. King e3 bishop d4, right?
Rook g3 on the board.
Even in such a position, you have to be calculating and making accurate.
Chess. It's never easy. Is this winning?
Actually, a3 is also winning, no?
Oh.
No? Knight.
Why is this not winning? This looks winning. Apparently it's a draw.
This is a draw.
Surprising, huh? Looks winning.
A and C. A and C.
Yeah.
Wow. Actually, it would be easy to go wrong.
Yeah. Also, these don't feel like A and C, no? They feel like just such strong passes.
Yeah.
Rook ending all
Yeah,
of a
I
sudden
mean,
it's
when I was studying these games, it was H and F.
It's also H and always H and F. Yeah.
Yeah, but then it's A and C, it's the same
random.
thing, mirror. But then you think, okay, it's just black has 2 pawns up, right?
Yeah,
Oh. We could have tricked ourselves like that.
But I guess I spotted this. Stop A2 unless you go rook F2, and then C4. Forces the king back or here, which this is unpleasant.
Well, I don't think we're going to see more than 3 moves in this game. Max 5.
I'll take the over just to be done. There he resigns. Red Solid wins the last game of the tournament. And we are finished. Congrats to the winner, Jan-Krzysztof. Very impressive performance. Congrats to Ding Liren for ending up in 2nd place after this dramatic finish. And I guess it's time to thank everybody who helped us, our producers here today, just to watch every second of our nonsense, sit there forever. And of course, everybody else behind the scenes, the team here in Madrid who've been so helpful and so nice. And I don't know, the energy they have to arrange all these events here, it's been just amazing. The team with DBs and Ayelen and everybody. I don't know when they ever sleep. I don't think they sleep.
Yeah, that's always a question.
So thanks to everybody here. Thanks to everybody for watching, of course. And thanks to you, Judit, for doing this whole thing. 14 rounds we've been here. You have to listen to me blunder in pieces. Thank you so much. It's been a great honor.
Well, it was a great pleasure for me. It was a great experience. This was the first time we were doing together commentary. By the end, we knew each other's thoughts, I think, before we said
At some point, you can start predicting the moves a little more.
So I was the G4, he was the Queen B1 guy. Anyway, I'm happy that I was here and I'm happy that you were watching us. I hope you enjoyed it. We did, or at least I did definitely, with so many interesting mistakes and amazing moves. And of course, congratulations from me also to Jan-Krzysztof for the victory, especially to win it for the 2nd time. Good luck for him. Whoever he's going to be challenging in the next World Championship match. And of course, congratulations for Ding Liren, who made a very bad start in the tournament. But after that, he recovered incredibly. And there are a lot of moments which has to be analyzed and can be learned from him. And we'll see whether his 2nd place will be enough for something special to be the challenger of Jan Nepomniachtchi, or being 2 challengers, right? But that we'll see hopefully in the very near future by Magnus Carlsen. So thanks very much.
Yeah. Last plug, go premium. Now's your chance. Candidates 2022 on Chess24. The code is still open, I guess, today. And yeah. Support the show and get access to all the video series, the Banter Blitz. I'm sure there's another Banter Blitz today. You can play the best players in the world in this game as a Chess24 Pro member. And you get this amazing mug with Magnus' face on it. So it's called Magnus. All right. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Bye.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson And I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you. And I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.